All eyes on Florida as tropical storm Idalia spins into the Gulf of Mexico. It is expected to strengthen into a major hurricane before making landfall later this week.
Cities from St. Petersburg to St. Augustine will need to be on alert for heavy rain, dangerous wind, and life-threatening storm surge. And residents are being encouraged to stay vigilant and prepared now. That includes putting gas in your car and stocking up on supplies.
Let's bring you the very latest. We've got the new 10 a.m. Central Time advisory that has come in. And by the way, so we're getting advisories every 3 hours. We get these full advisories every 6 hours. And so this is the 10 o'clock one. We'll get another one at 4 o'clock. And that's when you get all the updates to the cone, etc. This has winds at 65 miles per hour, movement to the north at 8. And that's really, I think, a key piece of information is that we're finally seeing a little movement. It's been fairly stationary.
Yeah, it hasn't moved a whole lot at all, but now starting to make that movement northbound, and as it does so, picking up a bit more in the way of the speed as well, and speed as well as those wind speeds are expected to also go in the up direction in the coming day.
We've been watching some northerly wind shear, kind of shunting a lot of the thunderstorm or convection off to the south of the center of circulation. I don't know if you can see those little thin white lines on here, but those are the isobars showing us where we have the central pressure. It's starting to fill in with a little more thunderstorm activity right over top of that circulation, which would be good for strengthening.
Exactly. If we see that continue, maintaining that itself, we'll probably see the pressure continue to go down and those wind speeds tick up as well. So, of course, the hurricane hunter has been going through this system, continuing to do so, gathering all that vital information which is necessary to get a better sense of where exactly it is. And then, of course, so that information gets input into the computer models to help for the future forecast.
So this is the latest cone for Tropical Storm Idalia. It's got it strengthening to a hurricane probably sometime later today, certainly overnight. And then tomorrow we're going to watch strengthening over the Gulf of Mexico. This is an area that has very warm water. We think the wind shear is going to come down as well, making it more conducive to strengthening. Again, this is a cone for the track of the center of the storm, but know that the storm will be bigger than this and the impacts will go outside of the cone.
Absolutely. So we've got the warnings that are up, not just tropical storm warnings, but also hurricane warnings that are also in play. Those are all the areas that are in that purple, including around Tampa, sliding north and westbound up through the Big Bend area of Florida.
Let's go over to Dr. Greg Postel with more on what's happening with Idalia right now, Greg.
Well, monitoring the hurricane hunters are in there. The Air Force reconnaissance gave us a vortex message with the pressure measured as dropsondes can do, 990 millibars, which is what is reflected in the most recent advisory. So the bottom line is that over the last few hours, Idalia has not strengthened, really. It is trying to blow up some thunderstorms where the center of circulation is, we think, right about there. But those thunderstorms are not able to really manifest themselves in terms of a lower pressure and a higher wind speed yet. I think that will come over time, and you can see the expansion of the coldest cloud tops. They get wider and wider in all kinds of directions, but not all of them equally, and that matters a lot. In other words, these thunderstorms, the high cloud tops associated with them, are expanding more so than others in the southern direction like that. This is a lopsided storm with some northerly wind shear. The winds are allowing it to breathe and vent aloft in that direction, not so much as effectively in others. And that matters a lot because that is actually helping to keep the intensity in check, because otherwise it would get a lot stronger right now because it's over warm and deep water, and that would matter were not for the wind shear. However, tomorrow, we expect the wind shear to relax a little bit, back off. As Idalia moves northward across the eastern parts of the Gulf of Mexico, it will still be moving over very warm and deep waters at that time. So imagine that, with the atmosphere and ocean both working cooperatively, there is a possibility that Idalia gets a lot stronger than it is right now. And that is reflected in the Hurricane Center's forecast. Now, notice the most recent advisory did nudge the track a little bit to the west or to the left of where it was earlier this morning. That's in response to the new track guidance from the other models that also show something very similar, where if you look at it, there's a lot of data here that is even left or west of where the track is most recently. So there's still room for the forecast to change a little bit. Where the center goes matters a lot because that's where the worst wind and worst surge and worst flooding is oftentimes. So be mindful of that. But also note that, yes, that's the center, but the impacts will likely still be felt well outside of it in much of Florida and Georgia going over the next couple of days. All right, we're going to leave you live right now in Orlando, Florida. Weather looks great, sunny and hot, but that will change likely in the next 24 to 36 hours with clouds and showers moving in.
I'm coming to you from Cedar Key, Florida, but the name is really a bit of a misnomer. Cedar Key is singular, but there are actually Cedar Keys, many of them that form right off the coast of Florida. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. You're watching continued coverage on the system, which continues to make its way very slowly but surely, eventually moving up into the Gulf of Mexico and will threaten this area. Now, this area has been, well, people have been living here dating back to 500 BC. It's hard to believe, but I'll tell you, throughout the storied history of this place, they've always had issues with tropical weather. One of the most significant was back in the year 1896, where you had an unnamed hurricane that came through with a 10-foot storm surge that killed 100 people. And people, again, know what has happened in the past. And just over, since 1930, you've had 68 named storms that have come through here. So we spoke with one resident earlier, and, well, it's kind of a common refrain. They take these storms very seriously. Take a listen.
We're all on islands. So we've got all this water around us. And as we know, when hurricanes come, sometimes they flood everything. And unfortunately, everybody seems to recommend that the whole world's going to be flooded. But I know the whole world's not flooded. It's a small section. But if you're in that small section, you got a problem. And that's what I'm trying to prepare against.
It's all about being prepared. Now, if you look at the elevation of Cedar Key, the highest point happens to be, say, 10 feet. But the thing you have to remember is that we currently have not only a hurricane warning here, but we have a storm surge warning. And if you have, say, just 3.5 feet of surge, you're going to have problems at least for 2/3 of the island. So it's a tremendous concern for so many people. Something else, if you ever look at Cedar Key from high above, you look at a map, you'll notice that there are two main thoroughfares that go out of town. There's 24 and there's 347. So if you have a storm that comes through with some strong winds and you've got blocked roadways and then the water begins to come in, you can be trapped here very quickly. So this is one of those places that can be incredibly dangerous. And again, as I mentioned, we've seen it happen in the past and we apply that to the present and to the future. It's all about self-preservation. It's all about being smart. Let's send it back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Reynolds. Great words there. And, well, of course, be checking back with you there on Cedar Key. There are going to be other areas having and facing the impacts from this system. We've got the hurricane and tropical storm watches that are in place up and down Florida's west coast, but the danger will not end there. By midweek, heavy rainfall and damaging winds. It's all a possibility from Ocala, Florida into southern Georgia and potentially even places like Clayton, North Carolina and Charleston, South Carolina as well. So yes, we are certainly paying very close attention to where this thing is going to be making landfall, but then where does it go from there? It's not just going to poof disappear. It's going to take some time to wind itself back down. So as it moves its way across northern Florida here, that's the current forecast moving across northern Florida. There you can see some of the areas that could certainly be in the path. Southeastern Georgia, there into the Carolinas as well, heading down through the mid and latter part of this week. And still a formidable system here as it moves its way along, at least across the east coast of Georgia as well as even Florida. All right, let's talk about the rainfall because that is going to be an impact as well. Adding up the rain, we're talking about some of these areas here in the yellow, 3 to 5 inches of rainfall. Locally, there could be some higher amounts as well. Start talking about some of those tropical downpours. They could come down very quickly and very heavily. So here is the outlook here in terms of the flash flood risk. Really, all of Florida at least has the possibility, but then you really fine-tune things and get into the likely zone from Cedar Key just off towards the north and the west from there, as the higher totals are, at least right now, expected to be in that zone. 4 or 5 inch totals, maybe even some 6 inches here and there. Travel along Interstate 10, probably want to avoid that as you work your way across the northern portions of the state over towards Tallahassee, where you're in that now yellow zone of 2 to 3, maybe 4 inches of rain. Lighter amounts, though, as you start to move your way west of Tallahassee, but certainly not going to be a time as we get to the height of the storm to be heading out and about traveling through all the heavy rain and, of course, some of the gusty and damaging wind potential as well. All right, Jen, we've got Florida in line, but other areas, too, that we certainly have to pay attention to.
Yeah, you know what? This storm is going to track through northern Florida, South Georgia. We've got South Carolina. A lot of spots here that we need to pay attention to. So I'm standing in our virtual view of Charleston, South Carolina, one of the spots that will need to be on alert for heavy rain and flooding after Idalia has moved across the Florida peninsula. So let's look at how things are going to change. We'll get the rain that starts to come down maybe as early as Wednesday evening in terms of the timing as of what we know right now. And this rain could be heavy at times. It'll be a tropical rain. We also have to keep watch on that wind direction. Do we have an onshore push of water that could exacerbate problems with perhaps some coastal flooding as well? You know, we've got a zone of easily 3 to 5 inches of rain. That's the yellow, with potentially some areas getting more than that, 5 to 8 as a possibility. So this timing starts really Wednesday into Thursday is the timing that we're talking about here for South Carolina and North Carolina. Rainfall will be adding up pretty quickly, again, with those bigger rainfall rates, and that's almost always what leads to the flash flooding. When you have rain that's just coming down at inches per hour, it can be complicated when you have an onshore flow, especially in spots like Charleston. You think about the harbor and exiting out into the Atlantic Ocean, and if that water is getting pushed in because of onshore flow and the rain is trying to drain out, well, that can cause some temporary problems. So we watch out for that. Thursday, then we see things moving away, and we'll have improving conditions after that. So that's your timing of things. It's before the weekend, thankfully. Now let's get you into the rainfall concerns, because we could have some likely flash flooding. This is Wednesday into Thursday morning, watching that zone from northern Florida right into the southeastern Carolinas, making sure that you stay safe and never ever drive over flooded roadways.
Yeah, my biggest concern is procrastination. Individuals that are just waiting till the very last minute to do something. They want to look at one more set of model runs. They want to look at one more set of issues. Here's what we know, Floridians. We're going to have a Cat 3 hurricane impact the state of Florida. The time is now. You need to start acting your plan, put that into motion, and start figuring out where you're going to spend the night tomorrow night and get to that location.
Such good advice. Welcome back, everyone. That was Director of Florida Emergency Management, Kevin Guthrie, urging residents to get prepared. Don't procrastinate. Idalia is expected to strengthen as it moves into the Gulf of Mexico, and there is increasing concern Idalia could rapidly intensify before making landfall later this week.
Well, let's talk a bit more about rapid intensification. We're going to do that here in today's Coffee Talk, and that is what is in the forecast for this thing to really crank up as it moves from where it is now into the Gulf of Mexico.
So there's a chance that Idalia gets a lot stronger over the next 24 to 48 hours when it moves over the Gulf of Mexico. We've been noticing, we were just talking about this off camera, over the last 6 hours, it really hasn't changed much in intensity. The pressure has not come down much. It's fighting some wind shear right now, but I think over the coming days, the atmosphere in the ocean will give it a green light to strengthen. Well, whether it does or not, we'll have to wait and see, but they're going to give it that opportunity.
Yeah, so you kind of referred to that as the danger zone.
Yeah.
Before that it's moving into. I mean, first of all, it's been fairly stationary over the last 12 hours or so. It's finally starting to move a little bit. It's going to move into that zone in the Gulf of Mexico that is just so warm.
It's warm, the water's warm, and the atmosphere is going to be fairly moist, and the wind shear will be relatively low. Those are things that you look at for the possibility of rapid intensification. Now, that has a strict meaning, and Jen, you were talking about this earlier. Here's what the definition is.
Yeah, at least 35 mile per hour increase in winds in 24 hours. And what I think important to know that this happens more than many people think, especially in the case of a major hurricane.
Hillary. right? And the West Coast. A couple days ago, last week, when it was closing in on parts of northern Mexico and California, was strengthening very quickly over the water of the Pacific Ocean. It weakened on final approach, but still it underwent rapid intensification. So it does happen a lot more than maybe you think. And I think if Harold last week, coming into Texas, had about 12 more hours, it would have also exhibited this property.
Right. Time is everything.
It's everything.
And position is everything. So this is going to be moving into an area where it has the opportunity to rapidly intensify.
And let's talk about one of the factors that's really going to, I think, be in play, and that's the oceanic heat content. It's not just the water temperatures that are going to be near 90 degrees. We know that. But it's also the warm water extends to a pretty significant depth. So when you add all that up, that's a lot of fuel, right, for the tropical cyclone to take advantage of. And over the southeastern Gulf of Mexico, this is a notorious place when tropical cyclones have in the past exhibited that kind of intensification rate that is very dangerous. And so we have to watch as Idalia moves over that region.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, where it is right now, look at those waters.
Yeah.
It's pretty deep, warm waters where it's at. So someone watching me say, okay, why isn't it blowing up now?
That's such a good question, because it is fighting that wind shear that we talked about. I put some high altitude winds here to show you that there's a northwest wind that is impacting Idalia right now, and that is limiting the outflow on the northwestern edge. In other words, those high clouds, those colors in the cloud pattern there, are extending to the south very easily, but not to the north. So something's sort of, preventing it from exhaling or breathing on that northwestern side. That matters, because when you can't exhale, you can't inhale as effectively either. So it's not allowed to strengthen. The atmosphere's kind of holding it in check for a little while.
So then when it gets up into the Gulf of Mexico in that danger zone, the upper level winds relax for at least a period of time. And we're over that very deep, warm water.
And that's why the guidance does show that intensification steadily during the night tonight, probably more so tomorrow. Now, these aren't necessarily, certainly not all of the models that we look at. There are some that are much stronger than this. And so we have to watch out very carefully that the risk to be stronger than what these models show is probably more than to be weaker than these models show. So the high side risk is there, and we need to watch out for that very carefully, which is why, by the way, the Hurricane Center is going 115 mile per hour Cat 3.
Yeah.
Right? It's on the higher end of the guidance, but sort of taking note that there's that risk, that tail end risk.
Higher.
That goes even higher.
I mean, we could have a storm that is strengthening upon landfall.
Yes.
And that's, I think that always exceeds expectations when it comes to what the impacts are going to be when it's strengthening as it's coming ashore.
Totally. And one other thing I just want to say, residents in southeast Georgia or the coastal sections of southern South Carolina, heads up, we could have some messy weather coming by latest stages of this week.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Good point.
Well, the Weather Channel now is bringing you tropical coverage you can trust with a team of trained meteorologists and photojournalists. Right now, a growing threat as hurricane season looks to heat up. Idalia intensifying as it surges into the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico.
Expect this storm to become a major hurricane as it targets the Florida's west coast from the Panhandle to the Big Bend and Tampa Bay. Conditions will deteriorate rapidly when it makes the turn towards landfall.
Yes, and all hazards will be in play, from tornadoes to storm surge along the coast to dangerous flash flooding inland. Many people will be at risk in the Sunshine State for the next couple of days, as the impacts will likely extend well outside of the cone.
Well, thanks so much for choosing the Weather Channel to keep you informed as a new threat comes ashore.
Our extensive coverage of what's ahead will last into the late evening and 24/7 on the TWC streaming app. All right, Tampa, we're looking at you. Just one city taking some extra measures to guard against the biggest risk from this storm. We're going to talk more about what they're doing at the hospital, and you said airport update too?
Yes, they're expected to close down commercial operations midnight tonight, heading into Tuesday morning. So, yeah, already starting to see those impacts for those traveling, and we'll more than likely see more of that.
Now, if you're just tuning in and you're seeing the track, the center is likely to pass west of Tampa, and that is the expected track. But remember, the impacts extend outside of that. You guys have been talking about all morning long that even if it's well offshore, we could still have very bad weather even in around Tampa.
Yeah. All right. So we'll get you the latest on everything we know about Idalia,
including this fact that it may rapidly intensify. Here it is right now. Tropical storm, 65 mile per hour winds, but the forecast does call for it as it moves into the eastern Gulf to really get its act together, and that rapid intensification is anticipated.
Yeah.
We think, and right now, fortunately, it's kind of holding its own. It's not strengthening quickly right now. It's trying to, I think, reorganize a little bit inside. It's fighting some wind shear. We'll talk about that, but eventually it is likely to get a lot stronger over the Gulf.
All right, well, let's get to what we know right now about Idalia. And it is gathering strength off the coast of Cuba. Florida's governor has issued a state of emergency for 46 counties.
Tampa Airport is closing early on Tuesday in order to prepare for impacts from the storm. Mandatory evacuations have been issued in Pasco County for zones A, B, and C. Earlier, we spoke with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis about what Floridians should be doing to prepare for the storm.
Our message is, as these local counties are doing their emergency preparations, there are evacuation orders that have been or will be issued, and we're asking Floridians to heed those orders. If you're on a barrier island on the west coast of Florida, from the Tampa Bay area all the way up to northwest Florida and like Franklin County, just be prepared. I mean, you are going to be issued an evacuation directive, and you should heed that. You don't need to drive hundreds of miles. You can go to higher ground in a structure that's secured, and you can ride the storm out there. But please take the precautions to be able to protect yourself and your family.
Yeah, I think that's key, and that's good advice. You don't need to go hundreds of miles away. You just need to get out of the threat of the water when it comes to surge. Now, let's look at where we are right now. This is the 10 o'clock advisory. The next advisory comes out at 1 o'clock Central Time. Then there'll be the next full advisory at 4 o'clock. Lots of other information in between, including what the hurricane hunters are telling us. And we've got right now winds at 65 miles per hour, the movement north at 8. And this has been fairly stationary over the last 12 hours or so. So the fact that there is some movement now here is something that's important information. And we're going to see that center circulation. It's threading the needle. I mean, it does not look it's going to be disrupted at all by that western tip of Cuba. And that's always something that we watch for. Will there be land interaction that could affect the intensity? It really doesn't seem like there will be in this case. There is a hurricane warning up there. We do have tropical storm warnings for the Yucatan, including Cozumel and Cancun. And I think some of the biggest impacts there is actually going to be the surf and rip current risk that you have there on the Yucatan. Now, let's take it closer up here into the lower 48 and talk about what we're dealing with here in Florida in particular. So right now, hurricane hunters, again, flying through, they are finding those tropical storm force winds. So, we haven't seen any winds get beyond that to hurricane force just yet. But we think that sweet spot for strengthening is going to come within the next 6 to 12 hours once this gets up into the southern Gulf of Mexico right here. And that's when we'll really see that strengthening. Tomorrow morning, the forecast is for 85 miles per hour. Before it makes landfall, the forecast is for a major hurricane at 115 miles per hour. I'm going to say plus because that potential is there. We have very warm water. We think conditions in the upper levels of the atmosphere will be more optimal for strengthening. And so we are concerned about a storm that is strengthening upon landfall. Hurricane warnings are up. And, I showed you that track, and knowing that there will be some changes to the track before it makes landfall. So pay attention to the changes, making sure that you're just paying attention to what your emergency managers are telling you. They're taking in all this information. They're issuing evacuation orders based on all of this information. Hurricane warnings are up, including Cedar Key, including Newport Richey, Tampa area as well. The hurricane watches and tropical storm watches extend inland. We're likely to see this remain a hurricane when it moves over northern Florida. So that includes around Gainesville, Jacksonville. You're under a tropical storm watch. So are you in Orlando as well. And in terms of timing, today is the day to do all your preparations, because by tomorrow, we're going to be watching maybe some of those outer bands come in, bring the showers, bring some of the squally conditions that happens through the day, with an anticipated landfall sometime late Tuesday into Wednesday. I would say midday. Here's the timing. And it depends on where it goes. If it goes here or if it goes over there, it'll change the timing. Let's talk in more detail, go deep dive here on what's going on with Idalia. And Greg, the track, we always say don't focus on the track, but the track also does matter at the same time.
It does matter.
Yeah.
And because, the winds are going to be tightly compacted, and the worst of them right near the center, so we have to watch that where it goes. Let's have a look right now at the hurricane hunters that are in there, they're finding out the pressure is about steady, 990 millibars or so. For the last several hours, the hurricane hunters are in there, and that tells us that it really right now has not taken advantage of the oceanic conditions that it is moving over. There is something in the way that is not allowing this to strengthen, and that is some of those strong winds aloft coming in from the north. So what we're seeing is a cloud pattern that kind of extends to the southern side of the circulation, more so than any other direction. And what that tells us is that there is some wind shear right now that is preventing this at least a little bit from getting a lot stronger right now. You can actually see some of those high altitude winds kind of moving in like that. So when this system, as it is able to sort of exhale in only one direction, that oftentimes tells us that perhaps it's not able to exhale in lots of directions, which would, I think, prevent it from getting a lot stronger. In other words, the outflow is asymmetrically distributed along its southern edge. That is a sign of a system that's struggling a little bit. But let's see what happens down the line. Will Idalia move over much more favorable conditions atmospherically as it moves into the Gulf of Mexico likely tomorrow? Well, the atmosphere will become, I think, more moist as it moves northward across that zone. Check. That is one favorable aspect that will allow it to strengthen. The other one is that the wind shear will not be as strong as it is now. Tomorrow, it will be less than it is right now, and that is going to, I think, allow some intensification, because sometimes, believe it or not, wind shear can allow systems to strengthen if you just have a little bit of it. And we may have that kind of wind shear. Not too much, but a little bit, which could allow strengthening. The other factor is the water. The water's not just warm. It's not just near 90 degrees at the surface, but the water is also warm to a very significant depth. So there's a lot of heat content there available for Idalia to access as it moves over the southeastern part of the Gulf of Mexico. This is a very dangerous part of the track that we have to watch very carefully, because it's at that time during the day tomorrow that both the atmosphere and the ocean will work together, I think, to open up the window to strengthen. Now, whether or not it does, we'll have to wait and see. But I think the odds are there, and they're fairly substantial, that this could undergo what's called rapid intensification, strengthening very significantly during the day tomorrow. The official forecast has it at 115 miles per hour, closing in on the Florida coastline by about Wednesday. So let me do one last thing here and talk about the tracks, because let's just say that the cone verifies, right, during the late day tomorrow, early Wednesday morning time frame, about 100 or so miles west of Tampa. That would be the center. But do note that there is going to be significant impacts, especially on the right side of this system. So while the track, the center, may move well west of Tampa, it could still bring very bad weather to Florida as this parallels the coast. And then finally, residents, maybe even as far west as Apalachicola or a bit west, heads up, because there's still potential for the center to wobble even more in the forecast going forward. So we're not exactly clear on where this landfall is going to end up being. There's still pretty significant uncertainty, Alex, which matters a lot.
It does.
Because where the center goes the highest storm surge and the strongest winds.
Which, and again, is one of the more difficult things to pinpoint. Where exactly will that center go?
Exactly.
All right, we'll be certainly following, keeping check with the updates. All right, let's talk about where this thing will be headed beyond this time frame, because it's not just going to hit the west coast of Florida and then disappear. It does keep moving. Now, it will be in a little bit more of a weakened state, but still formidable. Here's a look, moving our way basically from Wednesday into Wednesday evening, crossing here across northern stretches of Florida, potentially having an impact here, southeastern Georgia, maybe even the Carolina coast as well. And even by Wednesday evening, we still could be talking about tropical storm force winds associated, even by the time we get to Thursday morning as well. So yes, some of the worst impacts as the system comes on into the west coast of Florida, but still impacts will be felt north and east from there. Now, when it comes to these landfalling tropical cyclones, they oftentimes bring with it the risk and the threat for severe weather in the form of some strong and potentially damaging wind gusts with some of the stronger bands, but also isolated tornadoes. And that's a risk that we do face. Torcon values for tomorrow right now are in that 3 range. Now, of course, our scale goes up to 10. We're not on that end of the scale, but we're also not at a 0. The risk is certainly there for you. Anywhere you see the shading of yellow or the red, or that orange shaded color, but particularly in the red zone where we have the Torcon value reaching a 3. When again, you get these landfalling tropical cyclones, you tend to find that opportunity for tornadoes generally brief. They tend to end up being sort of on the weaker end of the scale, quickly spinning up and quickly spinning down, but they are still tornadoes, and you certainly want to be aware of that and certainly take heed of that. Get into your safe zone. Low floor, sturdy structure, and away from windows is where you want to be. So as we put the radar into future mode, as we head through the day, there'll be some showers and thunderstorms kind of flaring up here into Florida. Your typical storms flaring up during the afternoon, early evening. But here comes the core of the system. And again, surrounding that, some of those outer bands start to move on in throughout the day on your Tuesday. And within some of those bands, that's when you can get those spin-ups to take shape. And of course, we have to deal with the core of the system coming in. Looks like sometime late Tuesday night into the early part of our Wednesday. Well, let's get you to a spot that is certainly facing the risk of this system here, and that is there on Cedar Key. That's where we find our very own Reynolds Wolf, meteorologist Reynolds Wolf there. And Reynolds, that's an area that is certainly going to be paying very close attention to the path of this system, because right now that's in a zone where some of those storm surge values are getting maximized.
Oh, you're right about that. I mean, if you live here in Cedar Key, you got to be vigilant. You truly have to be. I'll tell you right now, you would have no idea that we have this big system forming just well to our south. Well, it's already formed, but moving in this direction just by the view here, the view out over the Gulf. It's just tranquility. Austin Anderson is the man behind the camera, and as we step up a bit, you'll notice the skies. We've got some cumulus here, some high, thin cirrus, mare's tails. I mean, just a beautiful mix. Then, of course, you've got the rollicking Gulf, and what we expect is that it's going to begin to get a little more boisterous as we go forward in time. Now, you'll remember a short while ago, we were actually live inside this building, Duncan's on the Gulf, and what they did is they opened up the doors, and the plan is to get all the stuff, all the equipment that's incredibly expensive, put it high up on the bar, and the reason for the door to be open is the idea is not to keep the water out, but just to let it run on through. And that is intelligence guided by experience, because trust me, if this area could speak, they would tell us a lot of stories. And one I'll share with you is back in 1985, you had much of this that was destroyed or damaged by Hurricane Elena. And so the idea is they don't want to repeat that. They know that the storm is coming. They know it's incredibly dangerous. And the thing to consider, too, is that when it comes to Cedar Key, the highest point on Cedar Key is at 10 feet. We're forecasting possibly up to 9 feet of surge here. If you have surge of 3.5 feet, that will cover nearly 2/3 of the island. So that 10 feet above sea level is only the highest point. So this is a place that is incredibly vulnerable. And as we mentioned earlier, remember, there are 2 main thoroughfares that are off this particular piece of land, 2 of them. And if they get blocked by trees, blocked by debris, and then you have the water that starts rolling in, it's going to be a huge issue. Right now, speaking of water, rain is certainly could be heavy in the forecast, but really, Jen, it is all about the surge. They've, again, seen plenty of it in the past, and they're afraid to deal with it in the very near future. Jen?
Yeah, no doubt. The surge is going to be their biggest concern there in Cedar Key. Reynolds, you mentioned rain. I'm going to talk about some other areas that rain is actually the biggest concern, and that's going to be inland. We're going to see some big rain totals, potentially all the way across northern Florida into parts of the south and east. Here's a look at how much rain that we are expecting. A very broad area of 3 to 5 inches of rain, and there will be pockets of heavier amounts here. That's the way it goes. Always, you get into some of these bands, some of the areas that the rainfall or the band starts training, and you end up with more than 5 to 8 inches of rain. And sometimes that comes down in a really quick clip. And that's what leads to the flash flooding aspect of all of this. Now, you know, the Tampa area, we could use some rainfall. We are running, 15 to 20 inches behind actually for the year, but you don't want to get it all at once, because that still is a flooding concern, despite the fact that we could take some rain across the zone. It's likely that we see some flash flooding, maybe even starting tomorrow as those outer bands start to come in. We're going to watch the zone up here, Reynolds and Cedar Key, but especially just north of there as well. Anywhere from 4 to 5 inches, again, very widespread. That's probably not localized. The 5 to 8 is what I'm talking about. That could be some localized amounts heavier than that, but 3 to 4 inches, pretty widespread across the zone as we watch the track of the system and that core of the really heavy rain come on in. Tampa, we're likely to get 3 to 4 inches of rain. Inland there, just about 2 or 3. And again, watching this spread starting tomorrow, but then continuing into Wednesday and even Thursday in the southeast.
The Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the detail of
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
Tropical storm Idalia could bring several threats to Florida. Flooding, dangerous storm surge, damaging winds, and tornadoes are all possible.
Now, officials at Tampa General Hospital are staging their aqua fence to prepare. The fence surrounds the hospital and protects it against storm surge so the hospital can stay open. Officials in Tampa are urging people to prepare their homes as well.
For our community members, we continue to focus on getting folks signed up for Alert Tampa. You can sign up on tampa.gov/hurricane. We also have a laundry list of different hurricane supplies you may want to consider for your family and getting prepared this season. But again, go to tampa.gov/hurricane, and we have a ton of great information on that website.
And we've got our live crew set up here along the coast to show you how people are preparing for the storm. Reynolds Wolf is in Cedar Key, Florida. This is an area very vulnerable to surge, especially because, well, it's an island. So, Reynolds here, how are folks preparing? What are they doing to maybe prevent some of the major storm surge damage?
They've been incredibly busy, I can tell you that much. Here we happen to be on Dock Street. We're taking examinations in the businesses, and plain and simple, I mean, you read the sign right here. Dunkin's on the Gulf closed until Thursday, hopefully by Thursday. You got to remember, they have got a very busy, hopefully profitable business weekend coming up with the holiday. But right now, they're closed. The door remains open. That's the idea that if floodwaters come in, the surge comes in, it flows right out to the street and beyond. This is the view, but if you need information, we've got the right person. That is Sue Colson, City Commissioner here in Cedar Key. And Sue, we were chatting just off camera a short while ago, and you have a very business-like approach to this.
Yes.
People have got to take this seriously.
Yes, we have been preparing for this day since the last week of May. We open up our hurricane season with a hurricane prep day for the whole city. We remove our hazardous waste material for the people in town. We start to get them thinking hurricane. And then when this comes like this, we have a very structured, organized way of handling these problems, or challenges, should I say. And we do the EOC hierarchy, and everything goes by chain of command. And so today we're telling everyone and urging them to take this seriously. This is a wind event as well as a surge event. Last time we had a surge event here, we didn't have the wind impacting us. This is much more serious. It's coming at a very high tide time of the month. We don't know what time this storm will roll in or which way, but it's very serious, and this time people need to take it that way. So they need to prep their property, and then they need to go.
Good point. It's more than just getting up and walking out.
Yes.
It takes preparation.
Yes, you want all the loose stuff in your yard gone. You want all these gas tanks for your barbecues secured, because they become missiles in rescue and also in cleanup. They float everywhere. They do damage. Your garbage cans actually add to the whole mess even more. Anything loose outside needs to be tied down. Everything needs to be secured on your balconies. This is a town of balconies. You don't want this stuff flying off. And you want to make sure that you've turned off all your gas in the house and things that need to be turned off.
So you live in a place that's beautiful. It's a gorgeous part of America. Are there some spots in Cedar Key that are more vulnerable to rising water than others?
Well, we're 3 miles in the Gulf, gentlemen and ladies. We came here 3 miles off the mainland, surrounded completely by water. And of course, there's low areas throughout our town. We have 10 miles of road, and a lot of them go under. And so you may lose your road. You may lose access to get in and out of your little part of the island. And so you may be stuck there for a long time without water and without sewage. So we don't want you here if all that stuff's off.
And certainly we have power. With that power.
Well, yeah. Power we all live with. I mean, that happens in Cedar Key all the time.
Sue, thank you very much. I really do appreciate your time, your dedication to the city, and really sage advice that you could use in many other parts of Florida when you think about it. I mean, up and down much of the coastline, they're going to be dealing with conditions that will deteriorate. Right now, it looks aesthetically beautiful, as we mentioned. You've got a patchwork of blue and white high above, but we're expecting major changes over the next 24 to 48 hours, and that's going to be a huge issue for obviously a lot of people. But when you think about the state of Florida, you've got the population that is split into different groups. You've got people who have been here for generations. Some people maybe a few years, but then a lot of the population is very new. This is a state with a population that is just exploding in many ways. So for many, it's going to be something they've done before, but for quite a bit of the population, there's a learning curve to it. So let's make sure that we take that advice. And if there are things you don't know, no shame in asking a friend or neighbor who's been there for a very long time, been in the area for a long time. But the view that we have right now is one where you have not only this shop that is closed, but many up and down this thoroughfare. I do remember that Hurricane Hermine, off in the distance, we had, again, just a lot of overwash and a lot of incredible damage, but it's a stark difference from what we have now. More boats leaving the water as this system continues to sail its way north.
All eyes on Florida as Tropical Storm Idalia spins into the Gulf of Mexico. It is expected to strengthen into a major hurricane before making landfall later this week.
Cities from St. Petersburg to St. Augustine will need to be on alert for heavy rain, dangerous wind, and life-threatening storm surge. Residents are being encouraged to stay vigilant and prepare now. That includes putting gas in your car and stocking up on supplies.
Let's bring you the very latest on Tropical Storm Idalia. It is still a tropical storm, winds at 65 miles per hour. And we've been monitoring this as watching a lot of the convection or thunderstorm activity on satellite was really south because there was some wind shear, south of the center of circulation. Now it's kind of filling in a little more right underneath.
Trying to do so. And if we keep seeing that, then we'll more than likely start to see this thing get its act together even more. But in the meantime, still kind of meandering a bit, although moving a bit more to the north now, as opposed to what we were dealing with most of the weekend, where it's just kind of hanging around, meandering. Now more of a northward motion, close to 10 miles per hour.
Yeah. And Alex, you just mentioned this, the fact that it is skirting right in between the Yucatan and Cuba, right? It's really not going to have much land interaction that will disrupt the center circulation.
Absolutely. So there are currently some alerts that are up, including hurricane warnings there, the western portions of Cuba having to deal with that, then tropical storm warnings back over towards the Yucatan. And the hurricane hunters, of course, very, very key when it comes to figuring out everything in terms of the structure of the system, where exactly it is, and grabbing the more information to input into the computer models to figure out where it's going to be headed down the road. They're continuing to fly in and out of this thing to get that information.
Yeah, I saw one of the pilots, hurricane hunter pilots, saying that we're literally throwing everything at this but the kitchen sink. They've got nonstop flights into the storm planned for Idalia. And we're going to watch it move over some very warm Gulf of Mexico waters. That's when it's going to strengthen, potentially rapidly intensify, which means that it would increase by at least 35 miles per hour in 24 hours or less. And that's when we think it has that potential to get up into a major hurricane before it approaches land.
Yeah, that window looks to be, as we head through the day, tomorrow having to deal with that and then making that landfall. And yeah, we've got the alerts here, hurricane warnings that are up now. That includes us even around Tampa. Interestingly enough, Tampa, you're not in the cone now, but you are under a hurricane warning. Again, a key factor is the impacts will be felt away from where the center goes.
Yeah, it's always key to understand when it comes to the cone and knowing that there'll be inland impacts as well. Let's go over to Dr. Rick Postel for more on what's happening right now with Idalia. Any trends that you're noticing on satellite or from the Hurricane Hunter data?
Not yet, but I think that's to be expected given what some of the atmospheric parameters in place are showing us. Jen, you made a really good point. We're over warm water now, and we're going to be over warm water tomorrow. So why then are we not seeing the strengthening quickly right now just to the east of Cancun, for example? Well, as I said, the atmosphere is kind of hostile to it a little bit. Anyway, there's that asymmetric appearance on the satellite pictures with a lot of the cloud cover south of where the center of circulation is. This is not an academic exercise. You can learn a lot about a tropical cyclone by looking at these satellite pictures and get a sense for what it might be doing in the near term, and then down the line, of course, it matters. So what we're seeing is a sheared tropical cyclone, meaning the wind is from the north, at least in a relative sense, and that is not allowing Idalia to breathe effectively and exhale in all kinds of directions. The exhalation is to the south. This is where the exhaust is. It's kind of restricted in one quadrant, and that is not good enough in order for a tropical cyclone to strengthen very quickly. It needs a bit more of it. I think it will get there, and I think tomorrow, as I mentioned, the danger zone, the time where we have to watch it very carefully, because when Idalia will be over here, the atmosphere will be, I think, in more inhospitable place, I should say, more friendly to it. That's what I really want to say. The atmosphere will be more favorable for strengthening as it moves over very warm water still. So by tomorrow, it will have both the atmosphere and the ocean cooperating, I think, in the same way to allow it to strengthen, I think, pretty quickly. We'll be watching it carefully. Now, these are the tracks and the most recent cone. Notice that it passes very likely to the west of Tampa, the center of circulation, maybe by about 100 miles. That's what it looks like right now. That doesn't give Tampa off the hook. We could still see some very significant weather along the west coast of Florida during the afternoon tomorrow and evening as well as this moves on northward. Exactly where the landfall goes, we don't know for sure. It's going to matter a lot because that's where the worst wind and surge is going to be. But the recent trends have shifted it a little bit to the west, a little bit here, a little bit there. That's because there's still plenty of track guidance that suggests we may be dealing with a Big Bend landfall likely on Wednesday with a lot of impacts. We're going to leave you right now with St. Augustine, Florida, temperature near 80 degrees, and the weather for now looking pretty good.
And welcome back to continuing coverage here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, and I'm coming to you from Dock Street here right here in Cedar Key. And we've got a little bit of a traffic jam that's here along Dock Street. People are preparing for a storm. And if you're curious as to where the water happens to be, you don't have to look too far. In fact, look over the railing right there. That's the Gulf of Mexico. So you have to think with this approaching system and water potentially rising. Remember, we have a hurricane warning right now. We also have a storm surge warning. It's very possible that water can rise up and go through a lot of these structures. Hence the reason that people are getting ready. They're, again, taking this very seriously. They always do. And they've had a long history here in this community of dealing with tropical weather and all that can unfold from the tropics this time of year. Let's send it back to Alex.
All right, thanks so much, Reynolds. Certainly an area that is paying very close attention to what's going on with this system. We'll check back with you there, Reynolds, in a bit. We've got the hurricane and tropical storm watches that are in place up and down Florida's west coast, but the danger will not end there. By midweek, we're going to be seeing heavy rainfall and damaging winds from Ocala, Florida, into southern Georgia, eventually even places like maybe Clayton, North Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina in there as well, having to face some of the impacts from the system. Because, again, it is, yes, expected to come on into the west coast of Florida, here on the Gulf side of things, but it's not just going to disappear once it makes that landfall. It will continue to move its way north and eastbound, spreading some of the impacts, certainly weakening as it does so, but still could be quite formidable and cause some problems. So here's a look through Thursday, the rainfall forecast first and foremost, and you've got the rainfall adding up 3 to 5 inches, pretty widespread here, even around the Tampa area, then sliding northbound the Big Bend region and into southeastern Georgia, also facing some heavy rainfall potential. Through basically Wednesday morning, starting tomorrow morning into Wednesday, anywhere you see colors, there's the risk for some flooding. But in particular, we get into this yellow zone, likely to see some flash flooding in that area there, just north of Cedar Key, moving on off towards the north and the west from there. Watch out, just south of I-10 and also just west of 75. 3, 4, 5-inch totals are going to be a real possibility here for us. And there could be certainly some locally higher amounts. You get in one of those bands that kind of sets up and doesn't move a whole lot with the whole system, and you can get higher totals than that. So that's something you have to be prepared for. Even across Central Florida, the rain's going to add up. In and around Orlando, maybe some 2 to 3 inch totals will be possible there. Less amounts as you work your way off towards the east coast or around Daytona. And then we go around Tampa. It looks like around the city itself, maybe around 2 to 3, but 3 to 4 as you work your way back down towards St. Petersburg as well as Sarasota. So we put the radar into future mode now. This is one model's depiction of how things will play out with the radar. There'll be a few showers and thunderstorms flaring up here across Central Florida. Got a bit of moisture continuing to kind of move its way on in. But really, the heart of the system is still back towards the south and west. There it is showing up on the radar by tomorrow afternoon. And then on the periphery, look at some of those bands that are already starting to move on in. And it's within some of those bands that we do have to watch out for some of those isolated tornadoes, along with, of course, gusty winds and the heavy rain as the main core pushes in. Looks like sometime late Tuesday into Wednesday, potentially seeing that landfall taking place. But of course, Jen, it's not going to stop here. Watch out there on the Atlantic side of things for some possible problems.
Right, so we're going to see the rain spread inland. Really, it's likely to maintain hurricane status well into Florida, maybe even Georgia. So we want to talk about the inland impacts. And I'm standing in our virtual view of Charleston, South Carolina. This is one of the spots that will need to be on alert for heavy rain and flooding after Idalia has moved across the Florida peninsula. The skies are going to change big time. The rain will come in, and it won't just be a scattered shower kind of thing. It will be some heavy downpours that we are expecting, with impacts here felt as early as later in the day on Wednesday into the evening. So let's look at that and some of the challenges that we're going to have. The rainfall will probably be the biggest one, and that will be spreading through South Georgia, South Carolina, into North Carolina. Widespread swath of 3 to 5 inches of rainfall, with pockets of heavier amounts, maybe even 5 to 8 inches of rainfall. And when you get into rain like that, you have to get some bigger rainfall rates to do that. And it's that high rainfall rate which adds to the flash flooding potential. We see the showers start to move in, really the big rain actually coming in with those outer bands Wednesday, continuing through Wednesday into Wednesday night. This is now Wednesday night. Now you see still Thursday morning. We're still dealing with some rain before this all pulls out of here. Thankfully in time before we get to the weekend here, if all goes as planned. Rainfall will be heavy enough to cause flash flooding concerns. And we've got a zone that stretches from northern Florida all the way up through South Georgia, including around Savannah. We're talking about portions of I-10. We're talking about portions of 17, US 17, a lot of rainfall coming on in, and we will see that as we get through the day on Thursday before, again, everything moves out. So concerns about inland flooding. Make sure you do not drive your vehicle onto any water-covered roadway. Don't drive around any barricades. Don't walk, bike, or play or enter any flood waters. And evacuate according to instructions from officials. That's key, especially for those of you in that area near where the landfall will be. Make sure you're paying close attention to your local officials. Know your zone and know if you're in an evacuation zone. Now, if flooding traps you in your home, you want to call 911 and don't touch any wet electrical equipment. We're going to keep an eye on things Thursday into Friday morning. Again, things pulling away at this point, but still could be some heavy rain concerns eastern North Carolina. So we're keeping an eye on that here, and just knowing that when it comes to flooding, we take it very seriously, Alex, because that accounts for most of the hurricane deaths.
Yeah, by far, right? Well, stay on top of the changing conditions in a language that works for your family with the Weather Channel in Espanol. You can find the forecast for the community on YouTube TV, along with your favorite streaming platforms. And stay with the Weather Channel for around-the-clock coverage of our tropical storm, Idalia. You can listen to our coverage by downloading the Odyssey streaming app.
This storm poses a significant storm surge threat to our coastal and low-lying area communities, as I've already mentioned. It is now the time to find out what evacuation zone you live in, because we evacuate based on storm surge. You can find that out by going to floridadisaster.org/know/KNOW to learn what your evacuation zone is that you live in.
That's good advice. Welcome back. That was Director of Florida Emergency Management, Kevin Guthrie, urging residents to get prepared, to know their zone. Idalia is expected to strengthen as it moves into the Gulf of Mexico, and there is increasing concern the storm could rapidly intensify before making landfall later this week.
So let's talk a bit more about rapid intensification. That is in today's Coffee Talk. And we've been watching this system kind of meander there in the western parts of the Caribbean, not doing a whole lot in terms of certainly not rapidly intensifying out there. But we do think that is going to be a changing because the waters are warm, and we do think that something else may be getting out of the way in time.
Yeah, there are going to be, I think, both oceanic and atmospheric conditions over the next 24 to 36 hours that will allow Idalia to get a lot stronger. But it's right now not in both of those together. It's got one of them.
Right.
It's got the water, but there are other things in the way that's keeping it steady state. And here's the latest advisory, 65 miles per hour, and that hasn't changed. The pressure hasn't gone down much in the last 6 to 12 hours. So we're kind of in this sort of holding pattern right now, but we think that will change.
Yeah. Before we get too deep into this, we should talk about rapid intensification, and because it's very specific, actually. When we say rapidly intensify, we're not just, saying that it's going to intensify fast. There's specific terminology here.
It means a 30 knot or a 35 mile per hour increase in the wind speed in a 24-hour window. It's not rare. In fact, we just saw it not long ago with Hillary, right, closing in on California. Now, it weakened on final approach, but before that, it underwent RI, or rapid intensification. And Harold, you mentioned, the one that came into Texas last week, would have done the same thing had it 12 more hours over water.
So ran out of real estate.
Ran out of time.
Yeah.
And so, unfortunately, with Idalia, it's going to be over so those prime conditions at a time where it has plenty of time to intensify.
Yeah, and that will happen, I think, when it gets over the southeastern part of the Gulf of Mexico, as you mentioned. This is a dangerous part of the Gulf because it's not only where the waters are very warm, but it's also where they are very deep. And the combination of the warm water near the surface and the depth of that warm water is a measure of the fuel that is available to these tropical cyclones. And that is maximized in the entire Gulf of Mexico right over where Idalia is going to go.
Yeah.
So it's like, that's one thing we have to watch out very carefully. You mentioned, Alex and Jen, it's over warm water now, but it's also not over optimal atmospheric conditions that's preventing it from maximizing what it's got with the ocean.
Yeah, you really want to have those two aligned, and they're not aligned right now, but it's forecast to change.
Yeah.
That's right. And
The wind shear, yeah.
The wind shear. That's exactly right, Jen. I mean, you can see the winds aloft over the Gulf of Mexico are coming at Idalia from the north. So it's limiting the outflow in that direction. The outflow is free to move. The high altitude clouds or the jet stream are free to move toward Central America and the equator. That's all well and good. But in order for a system to strengthen, it needs to breathe, effectively exhale in lots more directions. Right now, we're not seeing that, but I think that will change tomorrow.
So this means that it's going to be intensifying as it's approaching land. And so we're looking at this window. We have tomorrow, it's sort of as that time frame where it's going to be A, in that danger zone, and B, when it's getting closer to land. And that's when the peak intensity comes in.
That's right. And you can see the ramp up in some of the models. Now, this is only a small subset of all the intensity guidance that we look at, but the idea is to show you that the trend is upward during the day, well, late night tonight and then into tomorrow, maybe all the way up to landfall. We'll have to watch that carefully. But there's a risk here that Idalia gets stronger than what these models show, which is actually, the Hurricane Center noted that. And their forecast is higher than any of these select few models. So the risk is for it to get stronger than forecast, not weaker.
Yeah.
That's a problem because when you take all things equal, an intensifying storm coming in compared to one that may be ramping down as it's coming in, can be totally different. These intensifying systems, they can really overachieve.
They can, and we have to watch out for that. So west coast of Florida, all the way through the Panhandle, monitor this thing very carefully. There's no guarantee it'll do it, but just be prepared.
Yeah, be prepared for the worst case scenario.
Right.
Well, the Weather Channel is bringing you tropical coverage you can trust with a team of trained meteorologists and photojournalists.
Stay with us for a live coverage across Florida and as this storm impacts the southeast, both on air and online throughout the day as conditions change.
The Weather Channel will stay on top of the threats 24/7 with the TWC streaming app. Here you can find updated alerts for the tropics. You can go to streamtwc.com to get it for Roku, Amazon Fire, and Google TV.
Florida on alert as Tropical Storm Idalia makes its way into the very warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. We're going to break down all the threats as well as the timing, letting you know exactly when you need to be ready. Thank you for joining us here on Weather Underground. I'm Mike Bettis.
And I'm Felicia Combs. Of course, all eyes on Idalia, as they should be. We've been watching the storm get it to act together, and we've got a lot of people, 9 million people in Idalia's cone. But the impacts, of course, as we know, they're going to be feeling outside of that cone.
You know, you take a look at the west coast of Florida, you're going to be in that threat zone. You need to be getting ready now, potentially preparing for evacuations, preparing to hunker down as what we believe is going to be a major hurricane impacts us Tuesday night into Wednesday.
Current forecast has it as a major hurricane. We've got hurricane warnings right now for Florida's Gulf Coast from Longboat Key all the way up to the Big Bend of Florida, including the entire Tampa Bay metro. And you know, Mike, there are probably a lot of people in Tampa that are saying, but
I know it's a rare event for us to be affected in Tampa, but hurricane warning in effect. That does include Sarasota up through St. Pete, Tampa, then around the bend. Tropical storm warnings extend beyond that, including inland as well. That will include portions of I-75 and I-4.
The probability of having those hurricane force winds stretching along those major interstates, I-10 getting into that as well eventually as the storm moves through, definitely there. Now the alerts stretch from the Keys to the Big Bend of Florida, and as we mentioned, they even reach inland. Now it looks like a beautiful day with blue skies and just a few clouds, but this is actually your last full day to prepare. We're really going to see things starting to ramp up Tuesday night into early Wednesday. The timing on that, you don't want to be amongst everyone else who is rushing to get those last minute batteries, that water, the perishables that you might need. So you want to make sure that you have everything ready as soon as possible, Mike.
All right, we're going to take you out to the coastline, the impacted areas in just a second. I want to bring you the very latest on Idalia here and what it's going to be doing. Right now, we have a tropical storm that's sitting right down off the Yucatan Peninsula. Cancun sits right in here. This is the west coast of Cuba. Going to be making its way north and then northeast eventually. We expect rapid intensification to occur at some point during its life here. That may happen through the day tomorrow, where it really begins to take off and intensify here, and then push its way north and east up toward maybe the Tampa to Apalachicola area. Anywhere in between there is going to be impacted, but we believe on the right-hand side, let's just say, for argument's sake, the center goes here. But you're going to see a lot of onshore flow on the right-hand side of that. So even if you're outside of the cone, anticipate in Naples or Sarasota, Bradenton, up towards St. Pete Beach. These are all locations where we anticipate some potential storm surge to come in. Then notice the cone still keeps it strong, even as we work our way up towards, say, Wednesday evening and Thursday here in places like, say, Savannah or Wilmington. These are all locations where we're going to anticipate some possibility of some high winds that come along with this as well. So just be prepared for that. This is going to go over warm ocean waters here. Sea surface temperatures right now are boiling hot, 85 to 90 degrees. Tropical storm watches, tropical storm warning is going to be in effect for us here. And here's a look at the probability of hurricane force winds over the course of the life of this. So right in here, about a 40% chance of hurricane force winds. But I think that it's almost a slam dunk for some of you here, especially at the center or just right of that center. We're going to have the strongest push of wind and waves. Here's a look at the high-resolution future modeling. Already today, we're going to start to feel some effects of it. Tomorrow, more outer bands roll in. Some of these outer bands will be very convective, large thunderstorms that will build within them. So from even Miami or West Palm, Fort Myers, well outside of the cone, you could be watching for thunderstorms here and maybe even tornadoes with that. As you can see now, the eyes starting to form here by midday tomorrow, really ramping up, coming north and east now. Heavy bands are going to still lash us here, back through here. You'll even get some bands that push up through, say, South Georgia, into Alabama as well. Then here it comes roaring ashore, early morning hours on Wednesday, likely right around sunrise or just before that, but anticipating a landfall here in the bend of Florida. But the trailing thunderstorms then remain for us in Tampa, St. Pete, and that onshore flow just continues. So even after it's made its landfall, we'll continue to see that right front quadrant hit for you here along the west coast, and that's where you have the water rise at the coastline. So forecast to become a major hurricane. Life-threatening storm surge and hurricane force winds will be the calling cards. Flash flooding, urban flooding expected. That goes all the way up into the Carolinas, by the way, as we expect some really heavy rain to be pumped out of this storm, Felicia. A lot of different hazards to consider over the next 2 days.
Mike, I think that future radar that you just showed that there will be storms around as we move through the day tomorrow underscores the fact that you want to get those preparations done as soon as possible. We've got our hurricane warnings up, our tropical storm warnings up as well. You can see it here. We've got Reynolds Wolf in Cedar Key where they have that hurricane warning. We've also got the worries for dangerous storm surge for that area. So Reynolds, what is the feeling there in the Big Bend, in Cedar Key? How are people feeling about preparing for this storm?
They're not dismissive of it by any measure. I mean, you think about this region has been affected in a very big way. In fact, you go back in time, let's see, from 1930, they've had 68 name systems that have affected the coastline. So that certainly is, that's quite a bit to say the very least. So how are people preparing? Well, in this location, right here behind Dock Street, you got this gentleman trying to back up his trailer, trying to move the boats out. That's been something they've been doing quite a bit this morning. The island has roughly 700 residents. We spoke with one earlier about getting ready and preparing. Listen to what he had to say.
We're all on islands. So we've got all this water around us. And as we know, when hurricanes come, sometimes they flood everything. And unfortunately, everybody seems to recommend that the whole world's going to be flooded. But I know the whole world's not flooded. It's a small section. But if you're in that small section, you got a problem. And that's what I'm trying to prepare against.
Now, the key thing to consider, though, is that the highest point that you have on Cedar Key is only 10 feet high. But you can have a storm surge of, say, 3.5 feet, and it's going to affect nearly 2/3 of the island, including spots like, well, over here. On the other side of these mangrove trees, that's where you would find Dock Street. We spoke with the business owner there earlier this morning. That, of course, would be Laura Duncan, and she had a lot to offer. Take a listen.
We've learned as the years go by is preparation is key. You get ready, and you hope for the best and pray that you know we make it. So it's all about using everybody at the time to get ready and take it serious, because we just never know.
Yeah, that certainly is the case. I mean, there's so many unknowns to a situation like this. I mean, it's still out there in the Gulf, and there's a lot of changes that could occur between that point where it happens to be at its location to here on the shores of here we are at Cedar Key. But the idea is prepare the best you possibly can. I had someone reach out to me on social media who was asking about the strategy on some of the businesses about keeping the door open and letting the water flow through. And the question was, well, wouldn't that create the potential for more wind damage? And I think the thing is, it's a double-edged sword. I mean, just try to do the best you can with the situation as presented to you, and they have a lot of experience. They're going to do the best they possibly can. But here we are, another page in the storied history of this incredible community, Cedar Key. Cedar Key, by the way, has got two main thoroughfares that go back towards the mainland. And the thing to consider is that if you do have the surge that comes in and you have tree damage and you have all sorts of debris, you're pretty much stuck here for a bit. So when the evacuation order comes, people have been, again, in port. They're employing people to please heed those warnings, heed those orders, and get to the mainland. All right, that's the situation we have right now. Again, could not be a prettier day. Very hot, no doubt, guys. But again, skies are just gorgeous. But we know major changes coming in the next several hours and days. Back to you.
Yeah, Reynolds, thank you for that report. It does get very serious here in the days to come. And really, today is that day that you need to be preparing, because this is going to ramp up in intensity and then move pretty quickly from this point going forward, with a landfall expected by early Wednesday morning. That's less than 48 hours from now. So you've got very little time at this point to get everything put together. If you look at Idalia, it's starting to come together now. We had a lot of convection displaced on the south side. We're now starting to see a lot of that come around the center of circulation at this point. And I think it'll be within the next 24 hours. We see an eye develop on this as it then pushes its way northbound here. So the hurricane hunters have been out there crisscross throughout this hurricane, is what is eventually going to be a hurricane, getting a center fix on it. That's important, because that then allows the models to initialize on it. Where's the start point, in essence, and where do we go from there, and allows it to really hone in on the atmosphere that it's going to be working its way into. So basically, this mission's ending. We're going to have nonstop missions throughout the lifespan of this thing. But you can see close to hurricane force winds at one point during this, but they haven't found hurricane force winds yet. It's just now getting its act together. I think it's really going to start to develop here over the next 24 hours, and maybe even by this time tomorrow, we could be looking at a very serious hurricane. It is forecast to become a major hurricane, at least a Category 3, if not higher than that. All kinds of strange things can happen in the Gulf of Mexico. Generally this time of year, incredibly warm sea surface temperatures, usually very little wind shear. Instability is usually quite high in this part of the United States. So a lot happening happening for us here. Idalia tracking northbound into the Gulf of Mexico. These sea surface temperatures are 85 to 90 degrees. So it is plenty warm enough to basically create fuel injection for the hurricane. Very little wind shear to inhibit any degradation of the storm whatsoever. And if you look at the modeling on this, none of them have it quite to where the Hurricane Center is forecasting. And I think the Hurricane Center is looking at all of the conditions right now and saying, I think the models are a little bit too low, actually. So the forecast from the Hurricane Center is actually up in here, believe it or not. But I think that's probably a good call, because we've seen this time and time again in the Gulf of Mexico that hurricanes tend to go over the top. They outperform what the forecast is in essence. And so here we are with a 115 mile per hour hurricane, Cat 3, right at landfall tomorrow. So this thing again, Wednesday, this thing really begins to ramp up for us here. You can see a place like Cedar Key could kind of be dead center right now with the forecast of where the most intense winds are. Here's where you're going to have the most storm surge. It's going to be on the right-hand side of that as you get that right front quadrant hit. Although you will get surge up in here as well with the general momentum of the hurricane pushing waves in this direction as well. A very surge-prone coastline. Generally, most of the Gulf of Mexico, the coastline here, is surge vulnerable. And think about, Felicia, some of these areas like Tampa, Clearwater, St. Pete, it has been decades since we have been hit by a hurricane. This kind of forecast where the center goes just north of you brings a lot of water rise into some of these very vulnerable beaches. It's all about that wind energy from that storm with those waves. Thanks so much, Mike. Let's talk about it because, one of the common misconceptions is, as long as you're away from the center of the storm, that's where the worst of it's going to be. But as we know with any of these storms, those winds, those tropical storm force winds, and once you reach hurricane levels, those hurricane force winds, they extend for miles outside of that center. Currently with Idalia, we've got tropical storm force winds extending more than 100 miles out from the center. So what you're seeing here is the forecast cone and the forecast wind field. So we're getting into the purple, that's hurricane force, up over 58 miles per hour, that's the red, and then tropical storm force in the orange. So here's tomorrow night, we're starting to see those tropical storm force winds picking up. By early Wednesday morning, we're seeing this move into around the Big Bend region of Florida. You've got those hurricane force winds. You've got winds that if they were within a severe thunderstorm, that would make the severe thunderstorm considered severe. So you're seeing those winds beginning to pick up. The current forecast has Idalia as a major hurricane upon approach early Wednesday morning. You can see this overlaid with the storm surge warning. And what I want to point out to you here is outside of the cone, outside of where they're thinking that center might track, we have storm surge warnings and storm surge watches all the way down past Naples into Everglades City. So that should tell you that it's all about that wind direction, those bands, and you need to be prepared well outside of the cone for this. One of the things that we consider when we're talking about Florida's Gulf Coast is the fact that you have a very shallow shelf. That's what people love about a lot of these beaches there, because you can walk out really far, but that also makes it that much more dangerous when you're talking about storm surge flooding. Not to mention the fact that we have this concave coastline, so the coastline that's like a backward sea that really tends to experience higher surge because of that shape. And then you add in the shallow shelf and you're really looking at a problematic equation here for these areas. So the storm surge potential that you see it, of course, the red sticking out around Cedar Key, 7 to 11 feet is the forecast currently possible, but 4 to 7, 6 to 9 around the Tampa Bay area. And then even down into Fort Myers Beach, Naples, where you're talking about 3 to 5, 2 to 4 feet, that is more than enough to do damage. You want to be prepared for that, especially if you know you live somewhere flood prone. Watch as we head through Wednesday into early Thursday. We're still seeing those tropical storm force winds and maybe even some hurricane force winds for cities like Charleston. So Mike, we're going to be talking about this storm and who it's impacting for the rest of this week. Look at that water rise there, even on the East Coast, right? So it's not just going to be on the Gulf Coast. We also know that some really heavy rain is going to bring us a chance for some inland freshwater flooding as well, but potentially some spots upwards of 5 to 8 inches of rain is on the way. You get all that in about a day's time. It's going to cause some flooding. You take a look at the different modeling here. More like, say, Lake City up toward Wilmington here from the European model. More like a Tallahassee up through Columbia and Raleigh for the GFS model. Either way, though, really heavy rain is in our forecast here. And with the Future radar, you can see the bands that'll hit us here in the peninsula. That'll happen later on today and tomorrow. More storms coming in for us tomorrow afternoon. Some of these storms will be very convective and potentially even produce severe weather, including tornadoes. And then as the center of circulation gets more well formed here, heavier rain then a little bit more concentrated near that center. You can see where the eye is here coming into the bend on Wednesday. Heavy rain associated with that. Rainfall rates here could exceed an inch an hour. Now the storm's going to be progressive. It's going to be moving. It's not super slow, and that's a good thing for us here, but closer to the center landfall location, more likely to get the flooding. Terrain-induced flooding could be an issue for us here, say the North Georgia mountains up through the upstate of South Carolina and then western North Carolina as well. Very prone to rock slides and mudslides in those locations. And then looking Wednesday into Thursday, as the center tracks in this direction, heavier showers then from the coastlines here, Jacksonville to Savannah, Hilton Head up through, say, Myrtle Beach and Wilmington. These locations, higher likelihood now for some flooding that could even extend into Thursday night and Friday. That would include, say, places like eastern North Carolina. Well, we hope you can stick around. A lot more to come here on Weather Underground. We, of course, are tracking Tropical Storm Idalia here, poised to intensify into a major hurricane before striking the Florida Gulf Coast. More live reports from the field when we come back.
When you use period...
Stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to bring you every angle of the storm using landfall cams on our streaming TV app.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
So it's not necessary to try to outrun the storm. Just get to higher ground, get in a structure that is going to be able to handle the hurricane, ride it out, and then you'll be able to go back to your property and inspect whatever damage is. So more local evacuations. You do not need to flee to Alabama, Georgia. You don't need to drive hundreds and hundreds of miles.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis updating us on preparations for what is expected to be a major hurricane, Idalia, taking aim at Florida. I think it's very likely at this point we get a landfall in Florida somewhere along the west coast of Florida here. Right now we have a 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm that spins here between Cuba and Mexico. It's now getting its act together. If you look at this on the infrared satellite, one thing you'll notice is early on in this we had a lot of convection displaced down to the south, but now notice we're getting a lot more building around the center of circulation. Hurricane hunters have been in there. They found the fix here just to the west of Cancun and Cozumel. North movement at 8 miles per hour. It is going to start to accelerate here. It's also going to increase in intensity in the short term here. It's going to move pretty quickly. Before you know it, this thing is going to be on land here. We think in less than 48 hours, it makes a landfall in Florida. By tomorrow morning, maybe even later on today, we've got a Category 1 hurricane on our hand. The official forecast right now calls for an 85-mile-per-hour Cat 1 tomorrow morning. By tomorrow evening, a Cat 2, by Wednesday morning, a Cat 3, and then accelerating and pushing its way northeast and then eventually to the east. So what should we be ready for and by what time? We think by, say, Tuesday morning, the southwest coast of Florida and the west coast of Florida could be looking at tropical storm force winds. Then by Tuesday evening, up around the bend here. Tropical Storm Idalia is now bringing us tropical storm warnings highlighted in red that go inland as well. Hurricane warnings now from near Sarasota all the way up around the bend here. If you look at the alerts for us, though, even farther inland than on the East Coast, it's Gainesville, it's Jacksonville, tropical storm watches, hurricane watches in effect. And here's the look at the wind field forecast for us as well. The center highlighted there in red with the tropical storm winds in purple, and then the hurricane winds right in there, right? And so looking now at an intense surge producer on this side with the highest winds near the center here. It's going to go north of Tampa, we believe, with a landfall expected Wednesday morning. A lot of risks for us here, Felicia, including freshwater flooding, saltwater flooding, and high winds.
Yeah, we've got all on the table pretty much with this system. Let's take a live look now at Clearwater Beach, Florida. It looks gorgeous, right? Going to be looking totally different as we head through tomorrow into Wednesday. We spoke earlier with emergency management from the city of Clearwater about how important it is for everyone there to be ready and listen to evacuation orders.
Ian was another example of how we were set to be ground zero and didn't get hit. And so the ones that did evacuate said that, well, they're not going to do it again. Well, this time we're closer and the storm is projected to go past us, but we're still in that cone of indecision, that cone of error. We still are in threat of getting impacts and potentially having it turn our way. So hopefully people heed the warnings that are given to them and evacuate when they're told to evacuate.
You know, there's not a lot of things that you can say for sure when you're talking about a weather forecast, but one thing that we do know for sure is that you will feel the impacts of a storm outside of the cone. The cone represents where that center could track. So even if you are outside of the cone, but still very close, depending on where that storm goes, you're going to feel some impacts. Let's talk about it specifically for Tampa. So you're going to start to see those winds picking up, especially Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday evening through Wednesday. We really start to see those winds really picking up by Wednesday morning as we're seeing that closest approach, or at least Idalia kind of moving by through the Gulf. The rain, 2 to 3 inches. There are going to be locally higher amounts, though. You are going to get some heavy rain under this that's going to add up, and it's going to cause some urban flooding issues. So let's take a look at our future radar. You can see sporadic storms. It's your rainy season in Florida. You know you get those storms today. We really start to see that possibility for some of those outer bands moving throughout the day on Tuesday, especially Tuesday afternoon. So you really want to make sure you're getting those preparations done as soon as possible. Bring in the things that can blow away. We've got heavy rain that's going to be moving through Tuesday night into early Wednesday, and you can see that onslaught of rain that's continuing into our Wednesday morning as well. A quick look at those wind gust forecasts here. 50, 60 miles per hour in the forecast for St. Petersburg, Tampa, up through Clearwater, and that is around 7 a.m. Wednesday. Bradenton, you guys are included in that as well. And of course, we're going to see some higher gusts than that depending on where the system ends up tracking. Taking a look at the storm surge potential, 7 to 11 feet. That's where I'm sure your eye goes just initially there along the Nature Coast, Cedar Key included in that. Tampa, 4 to 7, 6 to 9, where you're seeing that orange. We've got it highlighted for you. But I will tell you, as you look down well outside of the cone, places like Naples, Mike, with the 2 to 4 feet forecast, that's still certainly enough to do damage.
Definitely is. Felicia, thank you. Still to come here on the show. We continue to track Tropical Storm Idalia here, poised to intensify into a major hurricane before striking the Gulf Coast of Florida. And for more updates, you can always check out the Weather Channel on TikTok and all our social media channels. About 4 million people under a hurricane warning right now as Tropical Storm Idalia makes its way towards Florida's Gulf Coast.
But we know the effects from Idalia will be far-reaching, with close to 14 million people under some kind of tropical alert right now. And that number could change a lot with our next full advisory from the National Hurricane Center.
Well, we welcome you back in. Of course, this storm could run the gamut when it comes to impact here for 7 to 11 feet of storm surge along the Bend area here. Widespread power outages anticipated as we are expecting a Category at least 3 hurricane at landfall. So winds are going to be very intense.
The forecast now for that major hurricane. So we're not talking about a tropical storm, even though those can do their own damage. The forecast now is for intensification in a big way. Major hurricane at landfall, that's what is expected. And this track has consistently brought the storm into Florida's Gulf Coast. So a lot of people watching this very closely, Mike, as I think especially once we get there into the eastern Gulf, we're going to see this storm really taking shape.
So it was last week we had 2 tropical storms that affected the United States, and now this could be our first landfalling hurricane of the season. It could be a bad one too. A Cat 3 at landfall in Florida is going to do some damage. There's no doubt about that. And we want to give you lots of information today so that you can prepare yourself. You can know exactly what to expect, when to expect it, so you can make all your plans accordingly. And some places already, we've got evacuation orders in place. So you want to get everything done so you can then get in your car and leave. A 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm right now as it sits west of Cancun, just 80 miles south-southwest of western tip of Cuba officially, moving north at 8 miles per hour. So slow moving now, will increase in forward speed, will increase in overall intensity as well. By later on tonight, tomorrow morning, we're going to have a Category 1, and then through the day tomorrow, we anticipate some rapid intensification, could ramp up to a Cat 3 before the sun sets tomorrow night. Notice here by Wednesday morning, 115-mile-per-hour winds coming in north of Tampa, then spinning through Georgia and the Carolinas before exiting along the east coast there of North Carolina. Here is the high-resolution future radar. We've got some bands here that will have some tropical influence today. Some of those storms could contain some high winds, maybe even brief tornadoes. Now, some of these outer bands here directly associated with Idalia tomorrow afternoon. So heads up here down through the peninsula, I'd say like Okeechobee, Miami, back toward Tampa. These are all places where severe thunderstorms and tornadoes could be hitting you. Then that center comes closer and closer to us now. Storm surge on this side coming right through the west coast of Florida. Here's where that eye would be right there, making landfall, say 7 a.m. or so Wednesday morning, hitting us hard around Apalachicola with heavy rain and wind spread up through North Florida here, the I-10 corridor, up I-75 into Georgia, and then the Carolinas. Possibility of storms is certainly going to be there tomorrow, highlighted in the brightest red, a chance for even some tornadoes, toward kind of 3 force here, Sarasota northbound towards Cedar Key and Gainesville. Can't rule out even tornadoes outside of that as well. What do we want to be prepared for? Major hurricane reaching the Gulf Coast of Florida. Life-threatening storm surge, hurricane-force winds anticipated, and then urban flash flooding also expected here, Felicia, with really heavy rainfall rates associated with this hurricane.
Yeah, this is going to be a dangerous storm. And one of the locations in the path of this storm is Cedar Key, Florida. That's where we find meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. Of course, Reynolds, Cedar Key is one of the places that has the highest storm surge forecast that we're seeing thus far. Of course, this will be ironed out a little bit more as we get closer to the storm making landfall. How are people feeling there on the island about this storm?
They take it seriously. I mean, there's no panic here at all. I mean, people that live here in Cedar Key, they're roughly, say, 700 people, and they're a very hardy bunch. I will tell you that this is a great community with an storied history, and since 1930, they've had 68 different name systems that have affected these shores. And although with a falling barometer, if you're into fishing, falling barometer is actually a good time to get on the water, but I'll tell you what, on a situation like this, that is not going to be the case for these anglers. They're taking it very seriously. These guys were out, obviously had a productive day, but they're bringing the boats in. Austin Anderson is the man behind the camera. And Austin, if we move the camera around this direction, you'll see in the parking lot, we have not only this trailer, but others that are beginning to, well, they're taking the boats, they're moving to higher ground, which is certainly the smart move that you want to have. It's all about getting away from the water. But I'll tell you, the thing you need to remember is that in Cedar Key, the highest point is at 10 feet. But even with the storm surge of 3.5 feet, 2/3 of the community are underwater. So that is certainly a huge concern for a lot of people. All right, we're going to commercial break in just a bit, but I'll tell you, if you were not paying attention to the forecast, you just looked up at these skies, they are just dazzling. I mean, you've got a lot of blue, this patchwork of beautiful cumulus clouds, but it is in that direction, off to our southwest, where trouble is looming. And by tomorrow, the scene is expected to be very different. And I'll tell you, minute by minute, hour by hour, it continues to evolve, it continues to change. And for the latest updates, you're going to want to keep it right here on the Weather Channel. See you in a few moments.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. Connect on a sweeter level.
Chevy Silverado has what it takes to do it all. With up to 13 camera views and the Z71 off-road package.
You okay? Yeah.
Any truck can help you make a living. This one helps you build a life.
Hurricane warnings have been issued for the west coast of Florida from the middle of Longboat Key north to the Ocklawaha River, and that includes Tampa Bay. The National Hurricane Center says likelihood is increasing that we will see life-threatening storm surge and dangerous winds. It's beautiful right now, but that is all going to change. You really want to start to get those preparations done. We are going to see a better chance for some feisty storms beginning tomorrow. So if you could get your preparations done today, that is great. Latest on Idalia right now, 65-mile-per-hour winds, so a strong tropical storm moving slowly north at 8 miles an hour. Currently about 80 miles south-southwest of the tip of Cuba. You can see that there, but forecast to move into the eastern Gulf of Mexico as we head through tomorrow into early Wednesday, making that approach around the Nature Coast, the Big Bend region of Florida. The current cone, you see the forecast here taking it up across North Florida into the coastal regions of Georgia and the Carolinas as well, eventually possibly impacting places like the Outer Banks upon that current forecast. So we've got hurricane warnings and tropical storm warnings up. The purple indicative of the hurricane warnings for places like Tampa, Sarasota, up through Cedar Key, Tallahassee. You've got that tropical storm warning that's stretching all the way down into places like Fort Myers as well. And then some of the other alerts that we have coming up, the hurricane watches as you look into North Florida and South Georgia, portions of the east coast of Florida, that 95 corridor, and a tropical storm watch. And what that means is that you have that possibility of seeing some tropical storm force winds, some of those tropical storm-like conditions in those regions. So look as we head through the day tomorrow, your Tuesday morning, your even late morning, early afternoon, you're starting to see some of those very outer bands move through. Some of those could have some gusty winds. You could get some strong to severe storms out of that. So those aren't the type of storms that you want to be out and trying to finish up your preparations in. You can see this current model. Now, obviously, this is just a forecast model. This isn't, you can't take it as gospel. This is exactly what's going to happen, but it's bringing it onshore early Wednesday morning. But look at how far reaching those bands are. And, you know, Mike, a very outer band might not seem like a lot until it has, you know, a weak tornado embedded and that hits your home. And now you're wishing you would have been a little bit more prepared. So we want to be prepared for this storm all across the state.
It's a key word, prepare.
Yeah.
We just want you to be safe in all of this, folks, and prepare for what may be a very intense wind maker, rain maker, surge maker. Let's talk about that surge with storm surge watches here in southwest Florida. Warnings that extend through the west coast and up around the bend as well. And we're expecting here places to experience at least 3 feet of water rise above normal high tide. All right, so think about what that might do in Sarasota, Siesta Key, St. Pete, Clearwater, all the way maybe around to say even a St. Mark's or an Apalachicola. We're going to get storm surge. It is baked in at this point. I'm going to show you the wind field, okay? And this is going to play a key role in how much surge we end up seeing. Highlighted here in this red disc is going to be a thunderstorm force winds, 58+ mile-per-hour winds. And then highlighted here in the orange is going to be tropical storm force winds, 39 miles per hour up to a 73. Now watch as this pulls northbound here. See those tropical storm force winds? That increases a little bit here. Thunderstorm winds don't all that much, but now we've got the hurricane core right in here with winds greater than 74 miles per hour. Already by tomorrow evening, we'll have these tropical storm force winds from Naples up through Tampa. So get very, very breezy for us tomorrow evening. And then it only gets more intense from there. And you can see the system coming in by early Wednesday morning. All the surge is going to be on this side, the heaviest of surge, I should say, the highest water rise you'll see. But keep in mind, because of the momentum of the storm, even these areas up here, even though your winds may end up being offshore, you're going to get the push that comes in with the overall storm itself. So this area up in here will also see some pretty intense water rise with the highest impact, we believe, from the bend back down through Tampa and St. Pete. So here's a look at the cone with the forecast intensity of 115, Cat 3 coming in Wednesday morning. Apalachicola to Hudson, that generally right now seems to be the core of where it's going to go. Storm surge warnings here highlighted in pink. That will include Minnesota, Sarasota, up through the Tampa metro here. And all of these vulnerable beaches here and any of these barrier islands could go underwater in places. So if you take a look at the the shelf that we've got here. Bathymetry plays a big role in it. What does it look like underneath the water? How quickly does the land come up that you can't see, and how much does that play a role in how much water rise we see, and then wave action on top of that? Convex coastline experience lower surge, places maybe like the Outer Banks. Concave coastlines experience the highest surge, and that includes places that are almost like a catcher's mitt, right? Like a bowl, and that water just comes in. It's got no place to escape. And so this is why we've got 7 to 11 feet of surge in those locations. But look at this. 4 to 9 feet highlighted in orange here. That's going to include Sarasota, through Tampa, Clearwater, up through Hudson. Think about these beautiful beaches that haven't been impacted by surge in literally decades. They're pristine, right? This is going to be big trouble. Storm surge here, 2 to 5 feet. Everglades City, Naples, up through Fort Myers and Fort Myers Beach. I know we're still recovering from Hurricane Ian last year. Then we push the storm inland and then eventually offshore. But notice here, we've still got very intense winds along the coastline of South Carolina here that extends through North Carolina through the week, Felicia.
Yeah, definitely want to keep an eye on that storm there. Thanks, Mike. And remember to download the free Odyssey app so you can listen to the Weather Channel's live coverage. You see the information there.
And welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, coming to you from Cedar Key, to be more specific, the Cedar Key Marina, where if you look offshore, we're seeing these billowing cumulus clouds, and I mean, it is just ever changing. A lot more cloud cover out there now than what we saw earlier today. And some of that just caused by just daytime heating. It rises up, condenses, forms the showers and storms. Some of those will come on shore, but we're going to see a very different variety over the next several hours and days. Certainly all compliments the system, which continues to brew its way as it travels from south to north. Well, the situation here has been a busy one, not only here in the marina, but if you look up Dock Street, you'll see the cars are lined up on both sides. And the reason for it is plain and simple. What they've been doing, and the businesses are for the most part closed, but people have been going in and out. These are mostly the owners and the employees that are going in and taking care of, well, trying to secure as much as they possibly can. And in some circumstances, they actually open up the door so that when you have the surge that comes in, the water just flows all the way through. At least that's the idea. The thing you have to remember is that the highest point that you have in Cedar Key is 10 feet above sea level. But if you have a surge that's only 3.5 feet, well, you can have some flooding. And that certainly has happened in the past. I'll tell you, although we often get our dander up when we talk about the ice storms, e-storms have been very troublesome here. In fact, Idalia back in 1995 destroyed or damaged every single building right here on Dock Street. So they have not forgotten what happened then, and they use that the lessons learned in the past to prepare for the present and certainly for the future. All right, that is the situation that we have here for the time being. Let's get back to the studio and back to Mike.
All right, Reynolds, I wanted to ask you, we talk a lot about this surge-prone coastline that we have, but think about now, maybe at least a Category 3 coming in for us here. It's going to have a lot of wind with it. Can you give us a lay of the land of the electricity issues there, the power poles and what have you? I know that over the past, decade plus, Florida Power and Light has really invested billions of dollars in upgrading their infrastructure to keep the lights on. What's the situation there?
It's very impressive, that work that you're talking about. I mean, if you look up and down the streets, obviously you see the utility poles, but all the way from here, clear up into the interstate, you've got just this phalanx of them all over the place. Now, we actually spoke with the city manager earlier today, and she said that she does expect the power to go out, the service electrical grid to go out, at least in this part of the world for a bit. So they'll be without power. She's also warning people to be without plumbing, without water, without sewage, all the things you typically will deal with the landfalling tropical system. And Mike, she was imploring people that if you get the orders to evacuate, do so. But Mike, as I mentioned earlier, the history, the tapestry you have of this community woven with time and with tropical instances. Back in 1896, they had a hurricane that came through. It's called the Cedar Keys hurricane that had a storm surge of only 10 feet and killed 100 people. So again, people taking this very seriously.
Well, you'd like to think, Reynolds, now with modern technology, the communication that we have now, that goes a long way in protecting life.
Oh, very much so. But I'll tell you, I think sometimes we see situations like this. You might view it on the Weather Channel, you might view it on a documentary, and you'll see it happen to other people. But quite often, how many times, Mike, have you and I spoken with people in the field where they say that, well, we never thought it would happen to us, or we never thought it would happen here in this community. Well, this is a place that they're veterans of this kind of activity, so they take it very seriously. Here we go again. Let's make our way back over here for a moment, Austin, and get more examples of people that are just coming on through. Again, a lot of families, a lot of business, and some larger trucks. Again, this is stuff that's not coming in. This is stuff that is going out. And I think as we go forward over the next several days, we'll see more people leaving these shores and going to safer and higher ground.
You know, Reynolds, you think about where they might be able to go to be safe. You would think kind of in this instance, going north or maybe northwest would take you out of the potential pass. So getting up to I-10, maybe somewhere around Tallahassee could be beneficial, maybe even over toward the Panhandle.
Absolutely. I would say so. You know, it was interesting. Governor Ron DeSantis earlier, he had a great line in the press conference where he was talking about when they mentioned to evacuate, he's saying you don't have to go 100 miles, you don't have to go 1,000 miles. Sometimes it can be just to higher ground, to your point. Could be 20 miles from here. But I will tell you that a lot of hotels are beginning to fill up into the interior. Austin, we probably ought to get out of the way. We're standing in traffic here for a bit. But yes, to your point, people are heeding the warnings, are going in, but it is going to get very busy in a lot of spots as people do take those evasive measures, moving from the shoreline to safer and higher ground.
And truly, that's the reason we evacuate, right? We're not really running from the wind per se. We'd shelter from that. We evacuate because of the threat of storm surge flooding.
Oh, you're absolutely right. I mean, anything to possibly get away from it. You know, the thing is, folks, if you do get an order to evacuate, that's not a suggestion. That's you got to go. That's an order, folks. So please heed them. More coverage continues on the Weather Channel as we have plenty of activity here. People preparing for what's coming. You do the same. We'll see you in a few moments. Step out of the way.
New advisory on Idalia just in. Florida is on alert. Tropical storm Idalia makes its way into very warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico, and we are breaking down all of the threats for you, as well as that timing, letting you know exactly when you need to be ready. And thank you for joining us here on Weather Underground. I'm Mike Bettis.
And I'm Felicia Combs. Idalia, of course, gaining strength with the last advisory. We're seeing the storm strengthen as expected, and 9 million people in Idalia's cone. But the impacts from this one could extend far out. They will extend far outside the cone.
They certainly will. You see it on satellite here. It's getting a lot more organization to it at this point. We're anticipating a Category 3 major hurricane before landfall sometime early Wednesday morning.
That's right. So you need to be making your preps right now. We'll start to see some of those very outer bands moving through by tomorrow. That's not what you want to be preparing in.
No. So the whole west coast of Florida, up through the Bend, even towards, say, the Apalachicola area, this is your day. Today is the day to prepare. We do have hurricane warnings right now along the Gulf Coast from Longboat Key all the way up to the Big Bend of Florida here.
Yeah. And so what that means for you is that the time is winding down for you to get everything done that you need to do. Take a look at the forecast cone. Of course, this is going to continue to be refined as we get closer, as we move through the day today into tomorrow as well. But you want to prepare for your forecast. You don't want to prepare for the cone. The cone is indicative of where those the center might travel. The impacts will be felt far outside of that. Now, the alerts that stretch from the Keys to the Big Bend of Florida, they even reach inland as well. You're seeing some of those warnings here, hurricane warnings and tropical storm warnings all up and down the west coast of Florida. So a lot of areas needing to be prepared for this. Let's take a look here. It looks like a beautiful day with blue skies and just a few clouds, but we've got that changes that are coming. Of course, this is your last full day to prepare. When it looks gorgeous like this, that's all fine and great, Mike, but as we know, tomorrow it's going to be on you sooner than you think with those bands moving through with some feisty storms.
It is literally the proverbial calm before the storm, right? And so today is that day with the weather cooperating for you, that you can get all your preparations done. You're packing your kit, you're gassing up the car, you're boarding up your windows, and you're planning your evacuation route if indeed you have to do that, or you're just preparing to hunker down. Maybe you're trimming down the trees a little bit here, and you're just preparing yourself, sandbagging, whatever it may be. You're preparing yourself for the worst that's to come. So take a look at the latest advisory that just came in, the 1 o'clock Central Time advisory. The winds went up just a notch here, so now we're at 70 miles per hour. We're 1 notch away from a Category 1 hurricane here. Pressure's dropping a little bit here, north movement at 8 miles per hour. On the infrared satellite, couple of things to notice here. Earlier on in the picture, you saw a lot of convection displaced here down to the south, but notice where the center is now, and we're getting this really confined convection or thunderstorm activity near that center of circulation. It was really small, then kind of had this mini little blow up right near the center. So I think that's showing us indications of strengthening at this point. The wind speed's going up, the pressure going down, indicative of that. And we'll basically at this point, going now through about landfall, we'll have pretty much nonstop recon missions into this with the hurricane hunters. We do anticipate a Category 1 hurricane, if not by, this evening, certainly by tomorrow morning, but I think it could happen maybe as soon as the next advisory at 4 o'clock. Notice by tomorrow evening, Cat 2, by Wednesday morning, right before landfall, Category 3, and then from there, pushing its way eastbound, eventually exiting probably somewhere along the South Carolina or North Carolina coast, still as a tropical storm. We'll even have storm surge through the east coast of the United States, but here's the immediate threat along the Gulf Coast. Really warm water, surge-prone coastline here, and you can see tropical storm warnings in effect here. That does include down around Marco Island going inland here, I-75 and I-4. Hurricane warnings highlighted in purple here. That will include the Tampa Metro around the bend here, and then areas like Tallahassee toward Apalachicola with tropical storm warnings. I mentioned we'll have impacts to go inland as well. Hurricane watches that extend up toward Gainesville into South Georgia here. Tropical storm watches around Everglades City, Key West as well, and then around Orlando up through Jacksonville. These are areas where tropical storm conditions could affect you. Where's the highest probability of hurricane winds? Going to be right here where likely the center of circulation is going to go. If you followed the track with the cone, that's going to be somewhere near Cedar Key, so that's where you're likely to have the highest winds. As far as the wind core, I think it's going to, at this point, forecast to be relatively confined, relatively small with those hurricane force winds, but tropical storm force winds will extend beyond that. It'll really depend on what happens with the intensity here. If we go through an eyewall replacement cycle, do we increase the wind field? A lot of things could happen with the internal structure of the system between now and landfall. But notice by tomorrow afternoon, outer bands directly associated with Idalia are now hitting us along the peninsula. Some of these storms could contain tornadoes, by the way. That's something to watch for. That's why today we'd want you to complete all your preparations, whereas tomorrow you can kind of hunker down in anticipation of stuff like this that's well away from the center. Here's the center down in here. We're likely to form an eye by tomorrow afternoon. Watch it then pull north and then northeastbound here. Surge on the right front quadrant. Also surge up here into the bend. Center of circulation coming in somewhere near Cedar Key. But you can see all these bands that be very intense, heavy rainfall rates that could exceed 1 inch an hour close to the center. What do you need to be prepared for? Major hurricane reaching the Gulf Coast here within 48 hours. Life-threatening storm surges coming in and very high hurricane force gusts. Flash flooding and urban flooding likely because of heavy rainfall, Felicia. Some places might see more than 8 inches of rain come down in a day's time.
And that is definitely going to cause some issues. So you want to make sure that you are prepared for that with all of your supplies. Now, this is why we have the warnings, the hurricane warnings, the tropical storm warnings, to let you know that there's something that you need to be prepared for. And one of those locations in the path of this dangerous storm, that is Cedar Key. That's where we have Reynolds Wolf. Reynolds has been out talking to people as they're preparing for this storm. And, if you live anywhere in the Gulf Coast, especially a place like Cedar Key, Reynolds, you're no stranger to being ready, to being knowledgeable about the possibility of a tropical system impacting you. What is the feeling that you're getting from people there, Reynolds?
I think it's just resolve. I mean, I got to tell you, and please take this in the spirit of which it's intended, there are easier places to live. And what I mean by that is when you live in Cedar Key, it's a gorgeous area. No doubt it's beautiful, friendly people. However, during tropical season, you've got to keep your head on a swivel because things can change very quickly. Now, we're in the heart of downtown. Only 700 people or so live here, right at the intersection of C Street and 2nd Street. Now, imagine, I'm kind of a tall nerd. I'm about 6'3", okay? Imagine water being this high right here in the heart of downtown, maybe even higher. Okay, so the highest point that you have here in the city happens to be 10 feet. But if you have a storm surge that is only 3.5 feet, you've got 2/3 of the city that will be underwater in a sense. So it is certainly a huge issue. You get traffic going through here, but of course it's the atmospheric traffic that have many people concerned. We spoke with one gentleman earlier about getting ready. Listen to what he had to say.
We're all on islands. So we've got all this water around us. And as we know, when hurricanes come, sometimes they flood everything. And unfortunately, everybody seems to recommend that the whole world's going to be flooded. But I know the whole world's not flooded. It's a small section. But if you're in that small section, you got a problem. And that's what I'm trying to prepare against.
That preparation really is. Now, if we were all to get into a car and we were going to go that way, this way, down this particular street leads to Dock Street. And at Dock Street, there's an incredible restaurant. We spoke with its owner a short while ago. Here's what she had to say about getting ready for what's coming.
We've learned as the years go by is preparation is key. You get ready and you hope for the best and pray that you know we make it. So it's all about using everybody at the time to get ready and take it serious because we just never know.
Well, I got to tell you, on a day like today, you've got partly cloudy skies, a very faint breeze, and it feels like an oven. It is just roasting out here. Now, we're expecting some major changes. Obviously, clouds are coming in, the wind is going to pick up, and then we can expect a different change. Cooler, yes, but then you have the real threat of not only the heavy rain coming down, but again, the surge. It's going to be quite the show, to say the very least. Folks, please take this one seriously, act accordingly, do the right thing, make good decisions. Let's send it back to you, Mike.
Reynolds, great update. Hopefully everyone getting the information that they need and having the time today and the cooperative weather today to get all those preparations completed. Want to bring you the very latest on what we know with Idalia right now, and you can see where it sits here right between Cuba and the Yucatan Peninsula here of Mexico. Winds are at 70 miles per hour. The hurricane hunters have flown through that. That's why we got the increase in wind speed with the fix from the hurricane hunters. Crisscrossed throughout this thing. Got a good fix on the center. That's important because now we know where the center is, and then the models will hone in on that, knowing exactly where the center is, and then the atmosphere out ahead of it gives us a really good, accurate forecast from this point going forward. So I think the forecast that you see this evening are going to be spot on here, and then we'll get numerous recon missions from this point going forward, whether it be hurricane hunters from the Air Force or whether it be the NOAA hurricane hunters. But ultimately, I think we've really zoned in. The forecast has remained relatively narrow here, and I think that we're really locked in on where the surge is going to be a major issue for us here. If you look at where this tracks, it's coming up in these very warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, even in the Caribbean, I mean, the waters are just boiling right now, in essence. Record-setting sea surface temperatures in the basin right now. So those warm waters are not an inhibitor whatsoever. We've got very weak wind shear right now, also not an inhibitor whatsoever. Those two things are working against us, and this is why we're forecasting at this point a major hurricane to hit us here along the west coast of Florida. If you take a look at all the reliable models and what they're forecasting for intensity, this is an intensity breakdown. So you see Cat 1 is here, Cat 2, Cat 3, okay? Notice that the forecast is up here, Cat 3 at 115, but notice where all the models are down here. 100 miles per hour or less. And so the Hurricane Center's forecast actually goes beyond what the models are predicting. But think about this. How many times have we seen a system come to the Gulf of Mexico in recent years with very similar conditions, and they just take off? They get so intense, they rapidly intensify, and they far exceed what the forecast is. And I think that may be one reason, just looking at all the conditions, why the Hurricane Center is going beyond the consensus here on the models. And so what we're going to prepare for now is at least a Category 3 hurricane. We've seen many hurricanes intensify and keep intensifying right up through landfall. Michael was an indication of that. Ian, a very intense storm that rapidly intensified. But notice the forecast here. Wednesday morning is the time. We really need to be, everything needs needs to be completed by tonight, I would say, for most of us. Tuesday morning at the very latest, and then you're hunkering down or you've evacuated. The likeliest areas here for the highest winds are going to be up here through the bend, including maybe centered around Cedar Key, either side of Cedar Key. Hurricane warnings highlighted in purple here. That doesn't include Sarasota, St. Pete, and Tampa. Tropical storm warnings highlighted in red for us here. And then the watches, whether it be hurricane watches or tropical storm watches, extend inland as well. Gainesville included in that. I'd say that I-10, I-75 interchange heads up for your travels there. Avoid it if you can by Wednesday. And then Jacksonville under a tropical storm watch, likely eventually going to a tropical storm warning. All kinds of concerns for us here, Felicia, Central and North Florida. But today is your day to get ready.
That's right. And get ready for after the storm, too. Everyone focuses so much on the actual storm and getting through it, and that is so important. But you got to think about what you're going to be dealing with after the storm as well, if those forecasts verify. Let's talk about the forecast for what we're dealing with in terms of the wind creating a surge threat. So here's the outline. What you're seeing is the Idalia's forecast for the wind field, where you're seeing the red, that's up around 58 miles an hour. The orange is indicative of what we call tropical storm force, or around 39 mile per hour winds or higher. You're starting to see those hurricane force winds as we're heading into Tuesday night. And look at this wind field. Not a huge storm by any means, but still a big enough storm. Winds, tropical storm winds extending out from the center more than 100 miles as of the last check. You can see all the way down through Naples. Tuesday night, we're seeing that move across the state as we head into early Wednesday morning. And what is happening is when you have a system like this and you have those persistent winds, you are getting that flow, that push of the wind and the water energy up against the coast, well away from the center of the storm. That's what we're showing you there with the cone and the storm surge warning and storm surge watch overlaid. Now, the Florida shelf here, when you go to the Panhandle beaches or in the Big Bend area, you really see a very quick rise. You have a shallow shelf close to the shore that reaches out very far, and that is great if you want to hang out at the beach, but it's terrible in terms of what it means for that possibility and that enhancement of storm surge, especially when you're looking at a concave coastline like we have here. That is that backward C shape of the Big Bend region of Florida. So we've got so many different elements coming together that make this a dangerous storm surge situation. Where you're seeing the 7 to 11 feet forecast possible here for the storm surge there up around the Nature Coast, but even the 3 to 5 or 2 to 4 feet that you see highlighted in yellow for Fort Myers Beach down through Naples, the 4 to 9 feet for places like Tampa and Tampa Bay. That is problematic. That's going to do some damage if that does verify. So you want to prepare for that worst case scenario. Watch what happens as we head through Wednesday during the day into Thursday. This is impacting southern Georgia into the Carolinas. And, Mike, we look at this and you see those tropical storm winds extending beyond the coast. It's certainly something you got to watch for those areas, too.
Yeah, and if you're watching us right now, I know a lot of concentration has been Florida, right? Rightfully so. But Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, the winds are coming in for you. We'll also get some really heavy rain with this system. You can see the modeling here. European model produces a lot of rain here from around, say, Lake City, Florida, through Savannah, Brunswick, Charleston, Myrtle Beach, and Wilmington. And the GFS model puts a little bit more interior here, but overall, you get the gist here. It means a lot of heavy rain, 5 to 8 inches in places. Now, with the GFS, it may be more like a Columbia up toward Raleigh. Either way, be prepared for some flooding. Here's a look at the high-resolution modeling, showing you plenty of thunderstorms that will impact us coming in tomorrow into Florida with the outer bands. Very convective nature of those, big, tall thunderstorms, a lot of lightning with those. You'll get less of that near the center, but you get some really heavy rain with the center of circulation. And as it tracks through Florida, South Georgia, into the low country of South Carolina, the Grand Strand, eastern North Carolina, this is when the flood threat ramps up as that center comes near you. Likely to see the flooding here tomorrow through Wednesday, especially through the Bend here, West Coast, North Florida here. And then Cedar Key all the way to Wilmington Wednesday into Thursday, watching for the likelihood of flooding. And then later in the week, as the storm is now exiting and going off the East Coast here, it's be, say, New Bern to Nags Head to Hatteras in eastern North Carolina, where you're most likely to get the greatest impacts from flooding. Again, looking at the total rainfall forecast for the European model in pockets here, 5 to 8 inches is on the way. Low-lying areas will fill up with water. Turn around, don't drown.
Right now.
Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the detail.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
Keep in mind, if you're told to evacuate, you do not need to drive hundreds of miles. You do not need to leave the state of Florida. You basically need to go to higher ground. Almost every instance, you can go tens of miles to a shelter, to a hotel, to a friend's house, whatever works for you, and you'll be able to ride out the storm. The key is to not be in those areas that are going to be hit with big-time storm surge and that are going to potentially have life-threatening situations. And so tens of miles, not necessarily need hundreds of miles.
That is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis updating us on what you can do if you are ordered to evacuate. Again, what we're just trying to do is get away from the storm surge. And like you said, maybe you can go tens of miles in. You're going 10 or 20 miles in. That's going to get you out of the storm surge zone. We may have to prepare for some winds, but it will get you out of the life-threatening water that's going to impede on our beaches here. So forecast to become a major hurricane. Idalia is before it reaches the Florida Gulf Coast here, maybe somewhere near Cedar Key right now is the thinking. Risk for life-threatening storm surge is certainly going to be there. Dangerous hurricane force winds will also be an issue as we're now anticipating a Category 3 hurricane with 115-mile-per-hour winds before a landfall, and then areas of flash and urban flooding that could extend all the way into the Carolinas because of heavy rainfall that will be associated with this hurricane. When should we be ready? Today's your day. Today is the day to get all your work done, and then tomorrow is your day where you can evacuate or you can just hunker down and be ready. A lot of schools are canceling, businesses are closing. By Tuesday morning, it's likely going to be a place like maybe Fort Myers and Sarasota where you're experiencing tropical storm force winds that will only increase northbound through Tampa, even Cedar Key through the day tomorrow. By tomorrow 8 p.m., Tallahassee, Cedar Key, Orlando, we're all anticipating tropical storm force winds. And with this high resolution future radar, you can see blowups of storms today. Then tomorrow, more outer bands, lashes here along the peninsula. Some of those could contain tornadoes. Then in comes the center and an eye very close to Cedar Key by early Wednesday morning. In addition to the storm surge and high winds, also possible tornadoes associated with that landfall as well, Felicia.
So we've got all the hazards on the table. We'll keep saying it. And when you've got weather like this right now, a live look at Clearwater Beach, perfect day to get out there and finish your preparations. This is Pinellas County. Pinellas County has issued a mandatory evacuation for Zone A, and anyone in a mobile home. That's more than 330,000 residents already asked to evacuate ahead of Idalia. We spoke earlier with emergency management from the city of Clearwater about how important it is for everyone there to be ready and listen to evacuation orders.
When we're planning for it early on, we do have these shelter plans, we do have these evacuation plans in place. The question is how soon you have to activate them and put them in action. So we do have them ready. The problem is what are exactly we're looking at. So if we have to call it quickly, we need people to move and respond quickly. So hopefully they're listening to messaging and at least getting things in ready, getting their kits ready, being prepared so that if the evacuation order comes, they can immediately do what needs to be done and get out of harm's way.
And of course, part of moving quickly is having that plan in place ahead of time and knowing your evacuation zone. So let's talk about some of the impacts that we're going to see in different cities, because your impacts are going to start to ramp up. You want to know what to expect. And as we move through the next 48 hours, you're going to be feeling those impacts. So the evacuation zones that you see outlined here, this is obviously, this is for reference purposes, but you can see how far the exact evacuation zones go inland. So it's not just right on the water, right on the bay. Those evacuation zones go farther inland as well, as you can see here. So if you live anywhere around here, you want to check and see what your evacuation zone is so you know your level of threat and if your evacuation zone is ordered to evacuate, you know that includes you, and you know to go, and you know where to go. For Tampa, we'll start to see those winds picking up, those wind gusts late Tuesday afternoon. Any of those bands that move through, you're going to have that possibility for some gusty winds, though, especially seeing the winds becoming very gusty late Tuesday, early Wednesday. A couple inches of rain still to come. Broad brush forecast on that. Locally higher amount certainly possible. The future radar on this, of course, it's the rainy season in Florida. You're getting storms pretty much each afternoon. But it's really Tuesday afternoon, 5, 6 o'clock that you're starting to see some of those bands moving through. And any of those bands that move through could have some rotation, some rotating storms in there, some weak tornadoes, and they could have some of those gusty winds, some very, very heavy rain as well. Into the overnight, we're seeing those bands become more frequent as they're moving through with the heavy rain, with the rain adding up into Wednesday morning out to St. Petersburg. The wind gusts that we're looking at, this is the forecast for early Wednesday morning. You see we're getting into 50, 60 mile per hour gusts, but it is certainly possible that those gusts will be higher, especially dependent upon where the storm actually ends up tracking. So here's what we're looking at for our storm surge forecast up and down the coast. Of course, that's 7 to 11 feet sticking out. Tampa area 4 to 9 feet in that orange forecast. We'll have more on all this coming up.
Kelly needs. Well, close to 4 million people right now under hurricane warnings as tropical storm Idalia makes its way toward Florida's Gulf Coast.
But we know the effects from Idalia will be far-reaching, with close to 14 million people under some kind of tropical alert right now. And that number could change a lot with our next full advisory from the National Hurricane Center. That's what we're watching for.
With the advisory that just came in with the 1 o'clock Central Time, we notched up to a 70 mile per hour tropical storm. So we're at the highest end before we flip over to a Category 1. That may happen as soon as the 5 or the 11 o'clock, maybe the 8 o'clock advisory this evening. Just depends on what the hurricane hunters find.
Yeah, we're waiting on that, of course. I mean, strong tropical storm, low wind, Cat 1 hurricane.
Doesn't matter at this point, but a day from now it's going to matter when it becomes a Cat 3 potentially.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. And that's the current forecast right now. We've watched it. You could not, I mean, I guess you could have slightly better conditions, but generally you couldn't have better conditions for rapid intensification in the eastern Gulf of Mexico.
Everything is there for this thing to take off and become a very intense hurricane. So we're going to bring you everything you need to know today about this alongside Felicia Combs. I'm Mike Bettis. We've got our crews out in the field as well. So we're going to update you from Reynolds Wolf here in just a moment. Now, a lot of different areas are going to be impacted by wind and surge. We anticipate forecasts become a major hurricane force here before it reaches Florida's Gulf Coast here. That may be somewhere just north of Tampa. The risk of life-threatening storm surge certainly there. Dangerous hurricane force winds, especially if a rapid intensification happens with this, which we think it likely will. And winds could be 115 miles per hour or greater around the center of circulation. Now, areas of flash flooding and urban flooding will also occur farther inland, North Florida, Georgia, South and North Carolina through, say, Thursday. There's a look at the tropical storm force winds and when to anticipate those arriving. A place like Fort Myers could happen by tomorrow morning. In the afternoon in Tampa and Sarasota, by Tuesday evening, Orlando up towards Cedar Key and then Tallahassee, and then by Wednesday in places like Georgia. Here is that high-resolution future radar. A lot of a push now comes with Idalia. Notice how it really begins to take on a good-looking center now by midday tomorrow. We've got convective storms on the outer bands. Those could produce tornadoes. We'll have very heavy rainfall rates with those as well. And then the big surge comes in on the right front quadrant of this with the center right in here. But you're also going to get a push of water in this direction just because of the pure momentum of the hurricane itself, but with the strongest winds that are pushing that water into the coastline here in places like Tampa, St. Pete, Clearwater. There's the eye, well-formed force, we believe, by Tuesday night and Wednesday morning. And because of that land interaction, it's possible to get severe weather as this makes landfall and before. Torcon is 3 for us here from Sarasota up through Cedar Key and beyond. But even interior areas, I'd say a Tallahassee, a Jacksonville, Orlando, down toward Fort Myers, don't take your eye off of this one either, because not only will we get a chance for some tornadoes, Torcon of 2, really heavy rain is in our forecast, which may lead to some flash flooding as well, Felicia.
Oh, yeah, we're seeing those dangers go up as the forecast and intensity goes up. And one of the locations of the path of this dangerous storm is Cedar Key, Florida. That's where we find meteorologist Reynolds Reynolds Wolf. Cedar Key is an island community near the nature coast of Florida. And Reynolds, you said it yourself, when you're living in Cedar Key, you're no stranger to being on the swivel for possible tropical systems. What is the word on the street there right now with everyone preparing?
Word on the street right now, I mean, more than words has been action. I mean, people are working very hard, especially in a lot of homes, a lot of businesses, people getting things out and moving stuff to higher ground. It could be boats that we've seen here in the marina. It could be over on Dock Street. You've had a lot of, again, businesses that have been going in and trying to open up the door so when the water comes up, and we do expect that to happen, that it'll be just flow right on through. But leaving some damage, but the hope is that it'll be minimal. When we talk about the history of this place and some storms in the past, back in 1841, they had a storm that came through with a storm surge of 27 feet. Knowing that this island, the highest point happens to be 10 feet, you just kind of do the math and you think, oh my gosh, that's just an aquatic sledgehammer. And that's basically what happens to the coastline here. But in recent past, my goodness, in 85, you had much of Dock Street that was destroyed. And Hurricane Ada, back in 2020, came through as a tropical storm, but still caused quite a bit of damage. So, I mean, it just happens one after another. And if you want more of a time set, try from 1930 to present day, 68 named storms have affected these coastlines. It's crazy. Now, off in the distance, you'll notice that we've got, of course, the mangrove trees, the buildings, but now we're seeing more of these clouds begin to move on through. And keep in mind, I know we're throwing a lot of information at you. When these systems make their way on shore, usually away from the primary power source, that water, they tend to weaken. However, in those bands, you can sometimes have tornadoes form. They are typically rain wrapped. They're usually weak. But remember, even the weak tornadoes can cause loss of life and extreme damage. So please take them seriously. All right, more coverage continues coming up right here on the Weather Channel in just a few moments. See you then.
Hurricane warnings have been issued for the west coast of Florida from the middle of Longboat Key north to the Ocklawahnee River, and that includes Tampa Bay. The National Hurricane Center says likelihood is increasing that we will see life-threatening storm surge and dangerous winds. So let's talk about it. Today is your best day to finish up those preparations. You certainly don't want to be not only rushing tomorrow with anyone else that is rushing, but we're going to start to see some pretty strong storms moving through by tomorrow afternoon. So today would really be your best bet to get those preparations done. As of our last update on Idalia, the wind's now at 70 miles an hour. That is a high-end tropical storm, just a few miles per hour away from being a Category 1. Currently 50 miles south-southwest of the western tip of Cuba, and you can see starting to try to make its way there in between Cuba and the Yucatan Peninsula. This is the look at the latest cone forecast to become a hurricane and then a major hurricane Tuesday night into Wednesday as this is approaching the Big Bend region of Florida. Again, the cone indicative of where that center of the storm could track. We'll feel the impacts while outside the cone. Wednesday into Thursday, we're seeing the skim along the southeastern coast of the U.S., coastal Georgia, the Carolinas, getting into that as we head into the second portion of the week. So hurricane warnings and tropical storm warnings up for much of Florida, up and down the west coast from Marco Island all the way to Fort Myers in that tropical storm warning, Tallahassee, a tropical storm warning. And then we're going to jump across the state because the storm is forecast across the state. And you can see we've got tropical storm watches and hurricane watches up for portions of north central Florida, southern Georgia, up and down that 95 corridor. So you want to be ready for those tropical storm or even hurricane conditions in these areas as well. This isn't just a coastal storm that we have to worry about, Mike.
It's not. It's got a lot of impacts that are going to come our way. Yes, there'll be a lot of wind. Yes, there'll be a lot of water from the skies, meaning rainfall flooding, but also that storm surge is coming in. Storm surge warning, storm surge watches in effect here from south of Naples all the way around through Apalachicola. This is a very vulnerable surge coastline. Really, if you think about it, there are very few places here along the Gulf of Mexico where we're not surge prone. So many places from Texas to Florida can be at risk for some coastal flooding because of tropical systems. Idalia's forecast wind field will play a large role in all of this, right? You think about where it sits right now. We got a confined wind field at this point. Tropical storm force winds highlighted here in orange. Thunderstorm forecast winds are highlighted here in red. So that's a small area. That's 58+ mile-per-hour winds. When will we see a core of hurricane force winds? We think that may come come as soon as tonight. Notice that'll be highlighted in purple on your map. A concentrated area, but an expanding tropical storm force wind field. And it really will depend on the internal dynamics of the system itself. Do we go through a rapid intensification, which a lot of times means an eye wall replacement cycle? Usually when that happens, the wind field expands quite a bit. And so you might get tropical storm force winds that go well beyond the cone here. I think it could double or triple, the diameter of the cone here. But then you watch what happens going to Tuesday night and Wednesday. All the really intense surge is going to happen on the right front quadrant side. But also notice, just because of the momentum of the storm, we'll get some surge up into here as well, even though you might be on the backside of it, say, in Apalachicola, where the winds will be coming in this direction, and you would think kind of instinctively, well, the water's going to go out. Not initially. I think initially, just because of the momentum of the storm, is going to push that water up here into places like Apalachicola and St. Mark's and Cedar Key. So this is why we have all those storm surge warnings in effect here and watches as well. Notice the intensity is going to matter as well. If this thing starts to ramp up, the size and the intensity, the amount of time over water, all helps build up the water rise, right? Then on top of that, a lot of times because of the bathymetry or what the land looks like underneath the water, that plays a role in how much wave action you get on top of that water rise. And that's what kind of does the damage. Almost think of it as like a snowblower with a rotor on top of the water, just churning everything up. So if you look at that, you can see how the water is going to come up because of the bathymetry underneath, and the land comes up pretty quickly. And so the water's pretty shallow in a lot of these places. Convex coastlines, lower surge, places say like the Outer Banks can be like that. Concave, however, that will include like Appalachia Bay, that catches a lot of water. It's almost like a bowl, and it all comes in there, and then it sloshes around, and it goes inland. As a result, it's got to find the lowest spot, right? And that's where it goes, is your neighborhood, unfortunately. And surge is why we evacuate, to get away from that danger. We run from it, right? And then we shelter from the winds. Here is the specific forecast: 1 to 3 farther south, as much as 7 to 11 feet where the hurricane comes inland, Felicia.
Yeah, that storm surge is going to cause issues. But of course, it's not just the saltwater flooding that we're concerned with. It's that possibility for flooding from the rain, the flash flooding issues that we could see. Now, the model's still not in fantastic agreement as to exactly where they want to put the heaviest rain and how much they want to bring. You can see the American model a bit more bullish, where you're seeing the red there coming in around Apalachicola up toward Tallahassee. The European model not going with that much, and certainly a bit closer to the coast in terms of where it wants to bring the heaviest rainfall. We do have that surge of deep tropical moisture, so these are broad brush forecasts. You're going to see some locally higher amounts, and flooding rains are going to be an issue as this system continues Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, even into late Thursday. So you can see the likelihood of flash flooding here tomorrow into Wednesday. We've got more on all of this. Stick around.
Fact: no other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
You can kind of just see them right there, right? I mean, they're not They're not moving. They're not flying, but something is. And that's a tropical storm that's rolling in our direction with maximum sustained winds of 70 miles an hour and may be a tremendous force for Florida to deal with in the coming hours and days. Welcome back, everyone. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. I'm coming to you from Cedar Key, and you'll notice that we have a lot of clouds billowing off to our, let's see, just to our east, southeast. Those are about 14 miles away, and they're bringing in quite a bit of rainfall, but that is just a small prelude to the big show that we expect to move through, especially later tomorrow and in the coming days. And the thing to remember, although we're in Florida, this is a story that will move through much of the southeastern United States, affecting millions of people. The journey may be going through Florida, but it's going to affect parts of Georgia, the Carolinas, possibly Virginia and beyond, maybe even the Outer Banks of North Carolina. So there are a lot of moving parts to this incredible story. It's been very interesting. Right now, the harbor is relatively quiet, or the marina rather, but we had quite a few people in here moving in, bringing in all their boats and bringing them to higher ground. Over on Dock Street, right across this and over those mangrove trees, it has been incredibly busy. Keep in mind, they are expecting, or we're expecting, a very busy holiday weekend next weekend for the end of summer. So there are some tremendous concerns, hoping that they're going to be able to get through this relatively unscathed so that they'll be open for business. And as you look over in this direction, again, things are relatively quiet. And of course, you've got the volunteer fire department over here. Notice how it's raised up. There's a reason for that. You can see the engines in there, but at least where the bunkhouse is up off the floor, at least some 16, 17 feet, it appears. Remember, the highest point, Mike, on this place is exactly at 10 feet. 10 feet is the highest point of Cedar Key. It does not take much to cause all kinds of issues. And if you look at the past of this place, the way they've been affected for centuries, even longer, by these tropical systems, there's a lot of concern here. It's understandable, and people are using, I guess you could say, a very business-like approach. Mike, back to you.
All right, so Reynolds, you said highest point's going to be 10 feet, right? The current forecast is 7 to 11 feet of storm surge. What might that do to Cedar Key?
Okay, well, Mike, you and I have been friends for a long time. I'm a tall geek. I'm about like 6'3" or so. So it would be well over my head. It would flood at least 2/3 of the island. And that is really a tremendous concern for a lot of people. But I'll tell you, sometimes it's not even a surge event. We had a tropical system that came through here several years ago that brought over 30 inches of rainfall. And when it did, that destroyed many houses. This was back in the 1980s. So it can be a flooding event, not just caused by surge, but this is going to be a surge event. It certainly appears. I mean, a true sledgehammer effect that's going to transform this island possibly in many ways. Back to you.
You know, I think kind of inherently our nature, I feel like, Reynolds, is to think it's not going to happen to us, right? That just happens in other places, right? This is a forecast that brings in a Cat 3 with maybe the biggest surge and the highest wind impact in Cedar Key. And so, you know, today's your day, right? Today's your day to prepare, and in most instances, we're going to need to evacuate.
You're absolutely right about that. You know, it's interesting, Mike, who you speak to. And again, this is something you know better than most people, that when it comes to the state of Florida, which is growing by leaps and bounds in terms of population, you could divide the population easily into thirds, right? So you have families who have been here for generations, and they have learned from experience. Experience is always the greatest teacher, to act accordingly when you have these approaching systems. And a lot of people have been prepared for a very long time. I mean, if you live here for a long time and you've dealt with these systems, you know that you are stocking that thing up year-round, right? Then you have people who've been here maybe for a few years, and it has been exactly what you described. It's been kind of hit or miss. Maybe their neighbors have been affected, but they have not. So they there's some concern, but they maybe don't take it seriously. Then you have other people moving in all across America, and this is something that's completely alien to them. So it is a learning process. But it is going to be quite the experience for many of us as we go forward.
And you think about, Reynolds, over the course of decades, how good the forecast has become, right? That forecast track has gotten really accurate, and this one hasn't wavered that much. It's really been focused there on the Big Bend of Florida, so that gives us a pause, right? To say, okay, it is going to happen. Yeah. This is coming in. There's almost no doubt it's going to hit us.
Absolutely. You know, one thing you brought up the forecasting aspect. That's one thing I think we need to hone in on, the wonder of this. Think about this, Mike. We're talking about a rotating storm on a spinning planet that's going over a liquid medium. And there's so many, it's amazing. It's mind-boggling how they're able to follow these immense systems and where they may be going. But it gives us idea. You know what it gives us? It gives us time. And every moment to prepare makes a difference between a good day and one that could be tragic, Mike.
Yeah, it really does. We hope to avoid tragedy. This is why we hope everyone prepares today. Everyone that needs to evacuate does leave so in a timely fashion. Reynolds, thank you very much. Reynolds for us right now in Cedar Key. Right now, we've got a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm on our hands on its way to becoming a major hurricane before landfall. Stay with us here on the Weather Channel for complete coverage throughout the day, nonstop. All right, so the latest on Idalia, a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm. It's making its way to the very warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. We're breaking down all the threats for you, as well as the timing, letting you know exactly when you need to be ready. And we appreciate you being with us here on Weather Underground. I'm Mike Bettis.
And I'm Felicia Combs. Of course, Idalia getting closer and closer to hurricane strength. And right now, 9 million people in Idalia's cone. The impacts, though, as we know, going to be felt far outside of the cone, as they always are, and nearly the entire west coast of Florida needs to be ready. I mean, just look at this.
You know, you look at this thing on satellite, it's taken on different characteristic today, a lot more convection or thunderstorms around the center of circulation, so it's getting a lot more organization to it. Hurricane hunters found more intense winds. It's on its way to becoming a hurricane.
It certainly is. So the hurricane warnings that we have up now for Florida's Gulf Coast, from Longboat Key all the way to the Big Bend of Florida, including the entire Tampa Bay metro area. So when you're talking about major metros, you get that just extra increase of people that are included in the cone as well. Now, you'll notice as you're looking at this with the forecast, it's not just a coastal storm. This is going to travel across North Florida, Southeast Georgia, up through the Carolinas, and we've got those warnings up, hurricane warnings, tropical storm warnings as well. But it's not just this. We've got watches up farther inland too. The thing that you want to be on alert for, Mike, is not just making it through the storm, but also what you're going to have to deal with after the storm, especially if you're talking about storm surge.
It could be a lot of cleanup, could be a lot of repair.
Yeah.
It could be days or weeks, maybe months, depending if you've got power that's been taken out. Look at all these locations where it's a pretty decent day today. Today is your day to make sure you're preparing, knowing exactly what you need to do. What are your risks? Is it storm surge? Is it inland flooding? Is it wind? All of those things will be factors with this storm. And this is the first hurricane that will have landfall this year. We've had 2 tropical storms in the last week. Now we have a hurricane. We're getting into the teeth of hurricane season. So we could have a very active next month, month and a half before all things are said and done. There's a look at our system. It's a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm. So, you know, if we increase the wind speeds all here, we're going to have a Category 1 hurricane on our hands. The hurricane hunters are basically, from this point going forward, whether it be the high-altitude recon missions, the low-altitude recon missions, we're going to have planes that are flying into this pretty much nonstop at this point, and we'll get really good data going into the forecast models, really accurate forecast that comes out of this. But I think that we've really honed in on northerly and then northeasterly movement. Notice how the convection is really becoming centered around that pinpointed area that the hurricane hunters found. So it sits between Cuba and then the Yucatan Peninsula here of Mexico. Where does it go, though? Up into these very warm waters. It's generated here in warm waters, going to even warmer waters into the Gulf of Mexico here. I think probably by this evening, we've got a Category 1 hurricane on our hands. We'll have that tomorrow morning, rapidly intensifying by tomorrow afternoon into a Category 2, then a Category 3 right before landfall, and then eventually turning off to the northeast and east and exiting out the Carolinas. But tropical storm force conditions could likely be felt in Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. The high-resolution future radar, I think, gives you a really good idea of what to anticipate. There could be a blow-up of storms this afternoon in the peninsula. Then tomorrow, watch the outer bands really begin to take hold. And some of these bands may include some severe thunderstorms and tornadoes. That's something to keep an eye on. Think about this. You're watching us right now from Miami or Naples or West Palm or Okeechobee. You're thinking, man, this thing is not going to hit us. We're in good shape. Keep an eye on what these outer bands could end up doing for you, because they may create some damage if brief tornado touchdowns occur for us. Keep an eye on those bands. And then notice how the center of circulation gets more concentrated here. An eye will form for us tomorrow. And here it comes slamming up into the bend here. All the surge is likely to happen. The highest surge is going to happen on that front end and right near the center. So from around Cedar Key down through maybe like a Sarasota, those are the areas to watch for the highest storm surge. You are going to have have some momentum of the hurricane, create some surge, even though you might be on what would be referred to as the cleaner side of the storm. In the winds blowing offshore, you're still going to get a push of water with the momentum of the hurricane itself. Talking about severe weather that accompanies this storm. Possibility of severe storms for us tomorrow into Wednesday with a torque count of 3. Sarasota northbound here does include Tampa, St. Pete, Clearwater, and Cedar Key. Torque count of 2 outside of that. Fort Myers wrapping around through Orlando, Jacksonville, and Tallahassee. And you look at the rain that's in the forecast as well. A lot of times we talk about the inland effects of heavy rain and flooding that occurs well away from the coastline here. In pockets here from our very reliable European model, pockets of 3 to 5 or 5 to 8 inches of rain. The American GFS model pushed that a little bit farther inland here, so it's going to be one or the other or a blend of the two. Heavy rain around Tallahassee, extending up through Columbia, and maybe curving around towards, say, Raleigh and then Hatteras as well. In all these locations, anticipate low-lying areas to fill up with water. Travel becomes impossible at some points here, and the best thing you can do, Felicia, if you're in that zone of some of the heaviest of rain, avoid driving the roadways. That's when we tend to get ourselves in a lot of trouble.
Oh, yeah, and all it takes is one misstep to ruin your entire day, your entire month. So you want to take this seriously. Now, we have hurricane warnings and tropical storm warnings up along the west coast of Florida. That hurricane warning in the purple for places like Tampa up through Cedar Key. That is one of the locations in the path of this dangerous storm. Cedar Key, Florida, the island there. That's where we find our own meteorologist, Reynolds Wolf.
That's right. I come to you from Cedar Key. When you think about the name Cedar Key, it's a bit of a misnomer because it's singular, right? But there are Cedar Keys. There are many islands that are just off the shore. Some of these include them. You'll see right here to our immediate left and then right across the span of water. But certainly beautiful and certainly tranquil, but we expect major changes in this city of 700 people in relatively short order. It's amazing how we can go from tranquil times to treacherous ones, but that is what we expect here. We heard from the city commissioner earlier. Here's what she had to say.
Today, we're telling everyone and urging them to take this seriously. This is a wind event as well as a surge event. Last time we had a surge event here, we didn't have the wind impacting us. This is much more serious. It's coming at a very high tide time of the month. We don't know what time this storm will roll in or which way, but it's very serious, and this time people need to take it that way. So they need to prep their property, and then they need to go.
Yeah, Sue Colson does not mince words at all. Very straightforward and sound advice for so many people who have to live along the water's edge, especially on the west coast of Florida. So there are a lot of moving parts and a lot to follow, certainly over the next several hours and days. And you want to ensure you can stay on top of the forecast here at the Weather Channel. But I'll tell you, the anglers that we've seen here this morning, very weather savvy, and they've been getting their boats up out of the water, away from the marina into higher ground. And one thing to consider is that at 10.5 feet, that's the highest point here, okay, on this particular spot. With water that rises up to 3.5 feet, 2/3 of the island would be inundated. A lot to consider. All right, let's send it back to you.
Yeah, think about the danger in some of these very low-lying areas that become very surge-prone with an event like this, especially with a major hurricane making landfall in a low-lying coastline here. With the enhanced satellite, it is becoming a well-organized tropical storm at this point. We're at a high-end tropical storm right now, as high as you can get here without becoming a hurricane. I think maybe with more recon in here, with the intensification throughout the day, we might have a hurricane on our hands before the sun sets tonight. Could even happen with the next advisory that comes out at 5 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Central Time. If you look at Idalia through tonight, you look at the spin that's happening with this here, and it comes northbound here. You're going to track this thing over some very warm sea surface temperatures. This goes down to depth too. We're talking very warm temperatures that go down 100, 150 feet. So upwelling becomes less of an issue for us, because if you do that, you're just bringing up more warm water from depth here. So it's tracking over that warm water. That does not inhibit intensification whatsoever. In fact, it aids it. And so that's a concern for sure. Coming farther northbound here into low wind shear environment as well. So that means that the strong upper level winds are not there to kind of chop off the top of the storm. It's just free to continue to build upon itself and build vertically here and become very, very strong. Those two things together are a concern. If you look at the forecast here, the forecast from the National Hurricane Center puts it at a 115 mile per hour hurricane, which would be right about there, okay? Only one model at this point puts it at that. The consensus is it's going to be down here, a little bit less intense. However, the Gulf of Mexico always seems to outperform what the forecast is. Happens time and time again. And so the Hurricane Center has gone pretty high with the forecast here, because with rapid intensification, this thing could become a major threat in no time. So a 115-mile-per-hour hurricane is forecast right now before landfall early Wednesday morning. You can see how it ramps up and then comes down with land interaction, then shoots its way off the east coast here of North Carolina. Over the course of this, through landfall, we're anticipating the highest wind impact to be very near the center, which could be very near to, say, Cedar Key, with surge impact and wind impact likely around that center, and especially the right-hand side of it, or that right front quadrant side, which would put a place like Tampa and St. Pete at risk. Hurricane watches extend inland. These eventually could become hurricane warnings. It's just a matter of timing more than anything else. And then tropical storm watches for places like Key West, Orlando, and then Jacksonville. We cannot take our eye off this, even if we're not at the point of landfall, Felicia. Inland impacts will certainly be felt.
We've seen it so many times, Mike, over and over again, well outside of the cone, well away from landfall, the impacts that we feel from a storm like this. Now let's talk a little bit about the wind and the surge impacts from Idalia. What you're seeing indicated here is Idalia's forecast wind field. So the orange circle indicative of the tropical storm force winds, the slightly darker red here, those winds up above 58 miles an hour. Watch as this moves through the Gulf of Mexico. You see the hurricane strength winds in the purple here in the middle, indicated by that. This is where we are for Tuesday night. We're starting to see some of those tropical storm force wind gusts, certainly possible from Tampa all the way down through Naples. And then we're watching as this is making its approach to landfall early Wednesday morning. Look at how far reaching those tropical storm force winds are. Those winds up above 58 miles per hour that are going to be moving onshore. Now, Idalia is forecast to become a major hurricane before making landfall. You can see that here indicated by the cone, the zoomed in cone from around Hudson, Cedar Key, Fish Creek, all in that cone. But look at how far outside of the cone we have a storm surge watch and storm surge warning. So what this is telling you is that well outside of this cone, well away from where we actually have landfall, you're going to feel those impacts, and the storm surge is going to be one of those effects that we're getting well away from the center of this storm. Now, one thing about the Gulf Coast of Florida is how quickly you kind of have that incline leading up to the coast, but two, how far away from the actual shore that you have that kind of shallower water that acts as just like basically like a ramp up onto shore. Another thing working against us here is the concave coastline that often helps us to experience higher surge levels. So a quick look at the forecast here. Places like Tampa Bay, 4 to 7 feet, the 6 to 9 feet as you head up toward Hudson, 7 to 11 where we're expecting that landfall around Cedar Key, but even all the way down into Southwest Florida, into the Keys, you're talking about a couple feet, which can make a big difference. Well, a live look at Crystal River, Florida, under both a hurricane warning and a storm surge warning ahead of Idalia. Storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel shows us what the dangerous surge could look like.
As Idalia closes in on the west coast of Florida, likely late Tuesday, early Wednesday, significant, indeed life-threatening storm surge will accompany landfall. Reasonable worst-case scenarios suggest we could see water rises and inundation above normally dry ground that exceed 9 feet. Let me show you what that looks like by bringing the water first up to about 6 feet. It's too late to do anything at this point. The only way out is to go up. Who knows what's floating in this water? There could be large objects, hazardous material. There is really no way to get around this. But we think there are going to be places that get above this and maybe even above 9 feet of storm surge. Now this is not survivable. So make sure that you follow the advice of the local officials and the National Hurricane Center. That may just save your life.
Terrifying, right? And it's not just the storm surge that we have to worry about in terms of the flooding threat. It's also that freshwater flooding, the rainfall threat. Now, you'll notice as you're looking at this that the models are not in great agreement where they want to put the highest amount of rainfall, nor do they agree on exactly how much rainfall they want to bring into places like, say, around Tallahassee. The American model a bit more bullish. The European model not quite as bullish with its rainfall totals, and it's keeping most of that heavy rain closer to the coast. coast. Regardless, I'd be prepared for inches of rain, some urban flooding. If you know that you live in a flood-prone place, localized flooding is going to be something you have to be concerned about as well. Now, throughout Tuesday, we'll start to see some of the very outer bands lining up here, moving their way west to east, lifting across Florida. So east coast of Florida, West Palm, up through Jupiter into Orlando. You're going to have those bands moving through. Into Tuesday night, we're seeing this become a closer approach. We're getting some of those stronger bands moving through places like Tampa as well. Now, I will say, when you look at this, I don't want you to look at this and say, oh, the center moved on shore right here, right in the Big Bend. This is exactly what's going to happen. This is just the model representation. What you need to take from this is that we'll be dealing with those outer bands. We'll be dealing with a strong storm for hours across much of the state of Florida. Those bands could have embedded rotating storms, maybe a few weak tornadoes, some very gusty winds. And then, of course, with that freshwater flooding, you're seeing that likely flash flooding tomorrow through Wednesday along the Nature Coast with the heavy rain that we're expecting. We see that swath become more widespread as we're heading Wednesday through Thursday, and the storm traverses across North Florida into Southeast Georgia, up through the Carolinas. Places like Savannah, Charleston, Wilmington all need to be on the lookout for that possibility of rainfall flooding. We're continuing that into Thursday as well. Thursday into early Friday, Outer Banks, New Bern, Hatteras are all included in that possibility for some flash flooding. So again, a closer look at the European. This is taking us Tuesday through Thursday. Look at those rainfall amounts stretching all the way up into North Carolina. And again, the American model a little bit higher with some of its totals and a bit farther inland. Still a lot to map out with this system, Mike.
All right, Felicia, thank you very much for that. We hope you can stick around when we come back, showing you what the surge may look like in places like Gulfport, Florida, with our exclusive flood effects technology. You want to stick around for that. A tropical storm Idalia on its way to becoming a hurricane.
If you
can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to bring you every angle of the storm using landfall cams on our streaming TV app.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
With that latest update of Idalia, just a few miles per hour below a Category 1 storm. Thanks for sticking with us here on the Weather Channel. Winds at 70 miles per hour, moving north at 8 miles per hour. Right now, about 50 miles south-southwest of the western tip of Cuba. Going to skirt right between the Yucatan Peninsula and the western tip of Cuba into the Gulf of Mexico, which is primed for intensification, and that is what the forecast is showing. The National Hurricane Center forecasting this to become a major hurricane. You're going to hear that a lot. And what that means is a hurricane that is at Cat 3 status or higher. Currently, Cat 3 is the forecast. This is going to move into the Big Bend region of Florida, across North Florida, Southeast Georgia, into the Carolinas as we head through this week. So there are millions of people that are going to feel the impacts of this storm. Hurricane warnings up from the Big Bend region all the way down through Tampa Bay. Tropical storm warnings for places like Fort Myers, coastal areas like Marco Island as you look towards southwest Florida as well. And then we've we've got tropical storm watches and hurricane watches stretching from South Georgia all the way down to the Keys, Mike. There are going to be a lot of us feeling impacts from this storm.
Indeed, we will. Want to provide you right now with some really specific information for the west coast of Florida. We do have storm surge watches and storm surge warnings in effect. These will extend from near Fort Myers, Sarasota, northbound through Tampa, St. Pete, around the bend here, Cedar Key, back toward Apalachicola. There are some areas here where the forecast now calls for 7 to 11 feet. Storm surge. Want to focus, though, on the St. Pete Gulfport area. If you zoom down into Gulfport, Florida here, notice the forecast near Shore Boulevard is somewhere between 6 and 9 feet of water above normally dry ground. That could be devastating. Above normally dry ground. That could be devastating here to the community of Gulfport with the onshore flow that comes in for us here. We've got some brand new technology. We wanted to improve upon this and give you a very specific forecast here in Gulfport. Let's zoom down in. The Gulfport Casino sits right here on Shore Boulevard. This is Shore Boulevard. It runs over your head. Look at all the debris that will be in that water. Here's the Little Tommy's Tiki right here. You go up 56 this way. The water could go several blocks inland to 31st Street to 30th Street. Look at all the water that you see here, and this is why you're asked to evacuate. This area here is parking for Gulfport Beach. The rec center is going to go underwater. The Williams Pier could be damaged because of the storm surge, especially if there's wave action on top of that. This here is beach. Look how far that water goes, several blocks inland. This could go beyond 30th Street even. If you look back then to the west, that is Neptune's right there, Greek restaurant. Down here is Caddy's. All these are great places to hang out. You have drinks, you have lunch outside. Look at all the water that we're going to end up seeing here. This is a real depiction of what may happen with the water rise that comes in from the surge anticipated on the right front quadrant. That's 6 feet. If we maximize this to 9, some of these buildings will completely go underwater, Felicia. All of this will depend on the angle of approach and how intense and how large Idalia gets. Time will tell what happens, but this gives you a real good idea of what could happen in communities like Gulfport, and this is why some of these areas are now being asked to evacuate by this evening.
That's right, Mike. And speaking of those evacuations, so important to know your evacuation zone. I know that sometimes when you think of the people who need to evacuate, it's the people who can look, out their window and see the water right there, but that is not the case. As you can see, the evacuation zones here stretching around Tampa Bay, well inland, because where you get those inlets, where you get any of the rivers, that can also cause flooding as well. So you want to make sure that you know your zone. The last thing that you want to be doing, guys, is trying to scramble to figure out if you're in zone AB or zone B and figure out where you're going to go. You want to have those plans in place as soon as possible. I'd say by the end of today and know where you're going to go for this. For Tampa, we're starting to see those winds pick up as we head through Wednesday, or as we head through Tuesday. By Wednesday, we're really seeing some of our highest winds. Now, the rainfall to come, I don't want you to look at 2 to 3 inches and think, well, that's nothing, because we are certainly going to see some locally higher amounts when we're talking about some of this heavy tropical rain that we're dealing with. So starting out throughout today, we've got some storms around. By Tuesday afternoon, particularly, we're starting to see those bands moving through. Within these bands, you have that possibility for these storms having some rotation. Tropical systems are so well known for within those outer bands getting some rotation within them, spinning up some weak tornadoes that can do some damage. Overnight Wednesday, we're seeing those winds pick up, and we're seeing those bands become more frequent as well. So you're getting less of a break as we're heading into Wednesday morning. And Wednesday morning, we've got these winds picking up, gusts 50, 60 miles an hour. We're talking power outages. We're talking about streets flooding. You want to make sure that you're prepared for this and what you're going to deal with after the storm as well. Certainly, and especially if we're seeing things like 7 to 11 feet of storm surge verify with this forecast.
We're nearly 4 million people under a hurricane warning right now as Idalia is tracking into the Gulf of Mexico, anticipated to be a major hurricane before landfall early Wednesday morning.
That's right. You can see our hurricane warnings and tropical storm warnings up. But we know the effects from Idalia will be far-reaching, with close to 14 million people under some kind of tropical alert right now. That number could change a lot with our next full advisory from the National Hurricane Center. A lot to watch with this storm.
All right, we know that this is likely to run the gamut of impacts, from 7 to 11 feet of storm surge around the bend to intense winds and power outages, flooding inland. You name it, we're going to get it with Idalia.
And the thing about this, it's one thing making it through the storm. The other thing is, what are you going to have to deal with if you don't evacuate and you stay and you're without power, you're flooded, you don't have any resources. So that's the other thing to consider.
You're potentially putting your life at risk, you and your family. This is one of those situations where you don't have a whole lot of time. We're going to have landfall in less than 48 hours. So the time to prepare is now, and then make sure you're ready when the time comes.
That's right. Well, thanks for sticking with us on Weather Underground. Mike Bettis, I'm Felicia Combs. Right now, Idalia is on the precipice of being a hurricane, so close to it, and forecast to be a major hurricane at landfall with a track that has consistently brought it into Florida's Gulf Coast.
So interesting to note, with the latest advisory that came from the Hurricane Center at 1 o'clock Central Time, a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm. It's the high-end tropical storm. One more notch up, and we'll have a Category 1 hurricane on our hands. But here's what we know. We are anticipating a major hurricane to reach Florida's west coast here within the next 48 hours. There is a risk for life-threatening storm surge and dangerous hurricane force winds that may be 115 plus miles per hour, Category 3 or higher. And areas of flash flooding, urban flooding are very likely, especially inland areas. North Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. Do not take your eye off of this storm. We're always looking for the little nuances, the little clues each and every hour of what's going on with the storm. What are we looking at? What can we forecast with this 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm? So the winds have been going up, the pressure has been going down. Not unusual. As pressure goes down, that means the storm is intensifying, so the winds go up. The convection or the thunderstorm activity has really become confined around the center of circulation, whereas before it was very displaced down to the south. So this tells us it's getting more organized. It's going north. Low wind shear environment, warm sea surface temperatures. That is just high octane to get this thing going. And we think that even by this evening, we could have a hurricane on our hands. It's going to depend on what the recon finds here. Will we see 75-mile-per-hour winds? I think it's pretty likely by some point before midnight tonight. But by maybe this time tomorrow, we've got a Cat 2 on our hands before landfall at Category 3. And an intense storm then tracks through the southeast, producing high winds and heavy rain. If you look at the high-resolution future radar, that's really kind of hones in on what we can anticipate here over the next 2 days. Intense thunderstorms on the outer bands by tomorrow afternoon, so even well outside of the cone, which is generally going to be about like right here, okay? Look how far outside of the cone we're going to see thunderstorms that might even produce tornadoes. Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Okeechobee, up through Fort Myers or Naples, and then several bands that could spin through tall, towering thunderstorms that are going to really create havoc. And then, notice now, you're getting the meat of the storm coming in Tuesday night into Wednesday. There's the eye coming in somewhere near Cedar Key, okay? Strong storm surge on the right front quadrant, hammering us here along the west coast. Very vulnerable areas here from, say, St. Pete to Treasure Island to Madeira Beach to Clearwater. Then all this area here with the coastline that's just a catcher's mitt that catches all that water. So high storm surge in here, up to 11 feet of water, Felicia, above normally dry ground.
And we've shown what that's going to look like. That we'll continue to show you so you can get prepared. I know there's going to be a lot of focus on that storm surge forecast, on that rain forecast. We also have to take into consideration what these winds could do. Certainly power outages are going to be part of the big story with this. Let's take a look at the earliest time of arrival. So this is when we're expecting your earliest probability of really seeing that onset of tropical storm force winds. As you're looking down towards, say, Fort Myers, Sarasota, we're talking about early tomorrow morning, guys. That's why we're saying that if you have anything you want to do in terms of preparations all the way down into Southwest Florida, you want to have that done by today. We're starting to see that possibility lift northward into North Florida, South Georgia as we head through Tuesday night into early Wednesday. Now, again, that's the earliest arrival. Now, the most likely arrival, let's talk about this. What you're seeing here is indicative of the tropical storm force winds in the orange circle, hurricane force winds in the purple, and the red is indicative of winds 58 miles per hour or more. We're seeing that close in along the coast, the west coast of Florida Tuesday night. This is lifting toward the Big Bend as we head into early Wednesday. Look at the wind forecast on here. You're seeing those winds begin to pick up in Tampa Bay and Cedar Key Tuesday night into Wednesday, and continuing to increase into early Wednesday morning as that lifts into North Florida and South Georgia.
go. That's what I'm talking about.
Since you're playing to watch.
Hurricane warnings have been issued for the west coast of Florida from the middle of Longboat Key north to the Ocklawahnee River, and that includes Tampa Bay. The National Hurricane Center says likelihood is increasing that we see life-threatening storm surge and dangerous winds.
Well, the city of Tampa squarely in the path of Idalia here. We're going to bring in the mayor of Tampa, Jane Castor. Mayor, we really appreciate your time. Thank you for being with us this afternoon. Tell us on how the city is preparing right now in anticipation of a landfall north of the city sometime on Wednesday.
Right. We've taken the usual steps, although we haven't been hit in a century. We continue to prepare and take these storms very, very seriously. We've put out an emergency order. Shelters are opening, called for evacuations in our lower lying areas, reminding our residents to be prepared and letting them know that we are prepared as a city to meet the needs if, in fact, we are hit by the hurricane.
And Mayor, you mentioned that it's been, more than a decade since you've been hit. There are going to be a lot of people there who have never experienced a hit from a storm or the impacts like we might see from Idalia. What is your advice to the people who are there, maybe new to the city and aren't sure what direction to go in with their preparations?
Right. Don't want to correct you, Felicia, but it's been a century, not a decade. So we're very, very fortunate in that. And you're right. People in our community today have not experienced that in this particular area. And so we just continue that mantra of please be prepared. And you know that things have changed somewhat with the evacuations. Used to have everyone evacuate immediately from a community, and now we just let them know that you need to run from the water and hide from the wind. And an evacuation doesn't mean you have to go to another state. You could just go several miles inland to avoid that flooding.
Mayor, one thing that people may be doing today is gassing up their cars, gassing up their generators in preparation of evacuation, or maybe losing power and having a generator. We know we've got an issue with contaminated gas in your area, in the Tampa area. Can you update us on that, and what would you recommend people do right now?
Yes, we have put that message out far and wide. Came in one contaminated container in through our port. We know exactly which stations that went to, and so we have let our community know that, because as you said, people are out gassing up their compressors. They're making sure that they've got the gas they need to move into the future, their cars, everything, getting gassed up and doing what they need to do to get prepared for this storm.
Mayor, could you tell us some of the precautionary measures that the city is taking? Say that the forecast does verify. The forecast now around the Tampa Bay area saying maybe 4 to 7 feet of storm surge. How are you guys preparing as a city for that?
Right. We have been prepared, although we haven't been hit in some time. We always send our resources throughout the Southeast to those communities that have been hit by hurricanes. And so we bring those lessons, good and bad, back to our community and make adjustments as necessary. But we are fully prepared here right now. Some of the things that we're doing, we're pulling the water out of some of our stormwater ponds. We're putting water over the dam into the river, which will lower our reservoir by about a foot, passing out literally tens of thousands of sandbags to our community, just making sure that everyone is aware. We're communicating constantly with our residents and letting them know that these storms can literally change at a moment's notice. If you just look at Hurricane Charlie and Ian, those are supposed to be direct hits in Tampa. They took a dogleg turn down in South Florida, and we were spared. So we never take it for granted, and we definitely are prepared here in our community. Prepared for the worst, but as you've heard many times, hoping for the best.
Mayor, I want to ask you about some of your other vital infrastructure, say like hospitals, how they're preparing in circumstances like that. I noticed that Tampa General's actually erecting what they would call a water fence to surround the building to protect from storm surge.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting. That is our Trauma One hospital in the city of Tampa, and it is located on Davis Islands, which is in a flood area. And so they purchased that fencing for the last storm season, so it hasn't been tried out yet. Hopefully, I hope that it's not tried out at all, but we'll see. It's a pretty fascinating approach to a storm surge by Tampa General Hospital.
Yeah, we're seeing some video of that, so it would be interesting. Hopefully you don't have to use it, but interesting to see how that fares. Mayor Jane Castor, thank you so much for taking some time out of your busy schedule today to talk to us and keep us updated. Of course, you know, as we've mentioned, it's been a very, very long time since Tampa's taken a direct hit. They're just outside of that exact forecast cone currently, but nonetheless, the impacts will be far-reaching.
We also know that severe weather is going to come hand in hand with the storm surge, with the high winds. A severe weather risk will be there, including a tornado threat, Torcon of 3 for us, leading tomorrow into Wednesday. And there's that heavy rain threat as well, so watch for inland flooding that could extend well beyond Florida into Georgia and the Carolinas. The latest on Idalia when we return.
It's unbelievable.
Hundreds of millions of lives impacted.
Look at the wind howling through here.
Thousands of storms forecasted. 40 years of storytelling. And a former National Hurricane Center director. One trusted best-in-class expert team. America's most trusted news network. The Weather Channel.
All right, welcome back to the Weather Channel's continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Idalia, a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm on its way to becoming a hurricane. That may happen as soon as this evening. 987 is the pressure. That pressure has been going down as correspondingly the winds have been going up. North movement at 8 miles per hour. It's going to emerge from the Caribbean into the Gulf of Mexico, splitting between Cuba, or maybe clipping Cuba, and then working its way into the Gulf of Mexico. One thing to consider, all these waters are very, very warm right now. Sea surface temperatures 85 to 92 degrees, low wind shear environment, a perfect environment for intensification and potentially rapid intensification. You look at the forecast here, and right before landfall, we believe, early Wednesday morning, a Category 3 hurricane with at least 115-mile-per-hour winds. That should give you some pause and think about what you're doing today in anticipation of that and all the effects that come with a Category 3 hurricane. Surge, high winds, intense rainfall rates. These are all dangers that they pose, including into the Tampa, St. Pete area, Gainesville, Tallahassee, Cedar Key, Jacksonville, Savannah, up towards, say, Charleston, South Carolina as well. Well inland, we'll see impacts. Even tropical storm warnings, hurricane warnings, and watches that will extend up toward I-4. Orlando, you could be affected. Tropical storm watches in effect for you. Gainesville, Jacksonville, watches and warnings will be extended for us. It's just a matter of time. It's just how quickly will the storm get there? So it just hasn't met the time window yet. Eventually, those will convert over to warnings, we believe. How quickly do the tropical storm force winds arrive? Likely for a place like Fort Myers by tomorrow morning, Sarasota and Tampa by midday tomorrow, by tomorrow evening, Orlando, Cedar Key, Tallahassee, and by Wednesday morning, it will affect places like Savannah and Charleston with what we believe will be 40-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts. There's a look at the wind field. In the orange, tropical storm force winds. In the red, thunderstorm force winds, in purple hurricane force winds that may be a confined area close to the eye, but all the surge will happen near the eye and on the front side of the system to a very vulnerable coastline here that's like a catcher's mitt that will just pile up the water, and then a more perpendicular flow into St. Pete, Madeira Beach, Clearwater, right into Tampa Bay. These are all areas that will be very surge prone. Now, if you live along Florida's panhandle or the west coast, right now is that time to get your hurricane plan and kit in place. And meteorologist Jordan Steele has this important information for you.
As many of us know, the tropics have come to life. A storm is threatening, the clock is ticking. So now's the time for you to spring into action. Let's say we're 48 hours out. A hurricane watch is imminent, maybe it's just been issued. So what does that mean? Well, it means you got to get your car filled up with gas. Make sure you have plenty of cash. And now is also the time to check your evacuation kit. Make sure you have plenty of food and water for days. Grab any last-minute items like batteries, and make sure your important documents are saved electronically and in a protective, waterproof envelope. Because at this stage of the game, time moves quickly. Before you know it, we're going to be 24 hours from landfall. And at that point, a hurricane warning is up. The storm is gaining strength, and it's getting closer. Finish protecting the windows. You'll also have to clean up all that debris in the yard like I have here. Kids. And if officials say that you need to evacuate, please do so. The outer bands of the storm, they're now coming ashore. It's time to be in your safe location. Family members, friends, they need to know where you're going to be. Share your plans, and remember, at this point, all of your electronics need to be fully charged because you can expect power to be out for days. Now, from this point, the weather is going downhill fast. Landfall is upon us, and now is the time to shelter in place and ride out this storm.
So, of course, being prepared is your best option. One of the first things you need to do is to know your zone. In Florida, go to floridadisaster.org, and that can let you know what your evacuation zone is. It can also determine local evacuation routes. So maybe you're new to the area, maybe you've never had to evacuate. And if that is the case, that website can help you out a lot. The earliest time of arrival for those tropical storm force winds. So this is when you can, at the earliest, expect to start seeing some of those tropical storm force winds, wind gusts as well across southwest Florida. That's going to be late Monday night, early Tuesday. That is going to be throughout the day Tuesday for places like Sarasota and Tampa, even up into Orlando. Tuesday night into early Wednesday across North Florida, that I-10 corridor into southeast Georgia. Now, some of the things you want to make sure that you have your hurricane supplies checklist. You want to have a gallon of water per person for 7 days. So for each person in your home, you want to make sure you have that gallon of water. You want to have plenty of non-perishable foods, not just for you, but for the babies and the pets as well. Fill the prescriptions before the storm and assemble your medications in one easy to get to area. Get cash from the ATM. And you can see you want to stock your first aid kit as well and charge up those electronics before the storm hits.
Why did we?
Right now, Florida is on alert as Tropical Storm Idalia makes its way into the very warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. And we're breaking down all the threats as well as the timing for you, letting you know exactly when you need to be ready. We appreciate you joining us here on Weather Underground. I'm Mike Bettis.
And I'm Felicia Combs. Idalia, as of the last check, just below hurricane status. 9 million people in Idalia's cone, but the impacts from this one going to extend far outside the cone. As we know, nearly the entire west coast of Florida needs to be getting ready now.
You know, you take a look at this on satellite. It's become much more organized today. It's on its way to becoming a hurricane. That could happen as soon as this afternoon or this evening, and then a major hurricane anticipated before landfall on Wednesday morning.
We see what storms have done in the Gulf. We see how quickly they intensify. You want to be ready. Hurricane warnings right now for Florida's Gulf Coast from Longboat Key all the way up to the Big Bend, Florida, including the entire Tampa Bay metro. You can see the cone here, that forecast for Category 3 currently as it takes the approach to the Nature Coast, winds at 115 miles an hour late Tuesday into early Wednesday. Now the alert stretch from the Keys to the Big Bend, but even reach inland. So you can see our hurricane warnings and tropical storm warnings up here. Those tropical storm warnings stretching all the way down into southwest Florida. Fort Myers, you've got a tropical storm warning, and then that hurricane warning around Tampa up into Sarasota. and Cedar Key as well. So right now, it looks like a beautiful day, right? You can see, and that's what we need, because this is your last full day to be getting prepared. St. George Island, Indian Rocks Beach, Siesta Key, you can see all of our images there. We're going to see those conditions deteriorating very quickly, Mike, as we head throughout the day on Tuesday and especially into Tuesday night.
You know, I think about some of these cameras. I look at that camera there at Siesta Key, and it's been voted before the #1 beach in America. And you know, it's so pristine, right? And you think about the storm surge that may come in there and rearrange some of our beaches here on the west coast of Florida. It's sad, honestly, to think about it. Some of these places that have been untouched for decades upon decades, but this may change all of that, unfortunately. We've got a serious tropical storm right now, high-end tropical storm. We're just one category, in essence, 4 miles an hour. In essence, one little notch here from becoming a hurricane. That's probably going to happen here this evening. 987 millibars, north movement at 8 miles per hour, going to emerge from the Caribbean into the Gulf of Mexico, where all bets are off. The Gulf of Mexico, crazy things can happen. It's happened in the past where storms rapidly intensify and well exceed sometimes what the forecast is. But I'm going to show you what the forecast is and how the Hurricane Center may have hedged its bets this time, and maybe in a good way. Notice here, by tomorrow, 85 miles per hour. By Tuesday evening, 105. By Wednesday morning, right before landfall, a Category 3 with 115 mile per hour winds, weakening after that, but then lashing us in Georgia, in South Carolina, and in North Carolina. Tropical storm warnings and hurricane warnings in effect. Those warnings do include around Sarasota, St. Pete, Tampa, Clearwater, Cedar Key. From Marco Island to Fort Myers, we have a tropical storm warning. Tallahassee to Apalachicola, we have a tropical storm warning. And it's just a matter of timing here, in essence. How far away are the threats between a watch and a warning? But watches extend here in Key West, Everglades City, Orlando, and Jacksonville. Hurricane watches for us around the Gainesville area. I'd be worried about that I-10, I-75 interchange there. That's going to be heavily traveled. Hopefully you're off the roads completely. You don't want to be traveling when a hurricane is coming your way. Where are we most likely to see the highest impact from wind? Closest to the center. So that's going to be somewhere near Cedar Key. We can't say for certain it's going to come right into Cedar Key, but either side of Cedar Key, west or east, be prepared for very intense winds that come along with the storm surge threat. This is the high-resolution future radar. And I think this does a really good job of kind of showing you the overall rotation of the storm, the intensity of the storm, the impacts that you might see. I think by tomorrow afternoon, we'll see some outer bands lashing us here from the peninsula back through, by the way, the Panhandle. So even a place like Pensacola, you'll get some thunderstorms out of this. Some of these storms, look at this line here, like 11 o'clock tomorrow night, could even contain tornadoes here. So a threat before the actual center even gets there. Then watch how this thing winds up here and then slams us right into the bend, again, somewhere near Cedar Key. Could be either side. So what are you preparing for? A major hurricane, Category 3, coming in, we believe, by Wednesday morning. Life-threatening storm surge is on the way in a very surge-prone coastline here, and the bathymetry underneath the water, the low-lying areas, the shape of the coastline, these all play major roles in how much water rise we end up seeing, and these are places that could go significantly underwater. Flash flooding is going to happen inland in urban areas in Georgia, then right into the Carolinas as well. So many different places to concentrate on here, Felicia. In what seems like a place like Tampa, year after year, we have avoided major hits. This one could be a little bit different, especially with the eye that goes just north of Tampa, St. Pete.
Yeah, you just think about what if that forecast does verify. It's going to mean big problems. Of course, where you're looking at the hurricane warnings closer to the coast, but hurricane watches, tropical storm watches reaching inland as well. A hurricane watch for north central Florida, and that is also in Gainesville. So Gainesville included in that, of course, a big college city here. This is where we find our own Jackie Jarris. She's coming to us from Gainesville with that hurricane watch. Jackie, you know, there are going to be a lot of people in Gainesville who haven't experienced hurricane-like conditions, a lot of students there. What is the buzz in the city about how people are preparing?
Yeah, you got tens of thousands of students here all trying to determine, should they be going home, should they be staying put, or what should they do to help get ready for this. UF has yet to determine what they're going to be doing, but they're monitoring the storm very, very closely. Now, as for town, there are a lot of people around. It is business as usual. There are sandbagging stations that are open and available for that urban flood threat, because that's certainly going to be one of the possibilities. But the concern is, you know, we're inland here in Gainesville. Gainesville. It's a beautiful, quaint town with lots of downtown restaurants and hotels, for example. But we're very concerned about wind impacts and flood impacts. Those are going to be the two big things. Now, the hurricane itself is expected to still be at hurricane strength when it makes its closest approach to Gainesville on Wednesday sometime. Conditions are already going to be deteriorating probably late tomorrow. And we've got one other little hiccup that we're dealing with. Take a look over my shoulder. You can kind of see some of the towering cues that we have here. There is a thunderstorm just to our south and west. It does have heavy rain and lightning with it. It is not severe at the moment, and we think it's going to skirt just by our location here in downtown. But it's a very hot. It is a very humid day here. We have rising motion taking place in the atmosphere. So we're going to get thunderstorms not related to Idalia before it ever arrives. So that is going to be helping to stall, unfortunately, people's preparations potentially. It's not a great day to be outside and, doing things like bringing in the loose items, bringing in the kids' toys, clearing out the gutters, make sure everything's up and operating the way that it should be, mostly just because it's so darn hot. The feels like temperature is well into the triple digits, about 106 degrees. I know we're used to that pretty much here in Gainesville, but that said, you've got to take breaks when you can. So you've got the rest of today to continue to get ready. I would be where I want to ride the storm out before lunchtime tomorrow at the absolute latest. And the smart thing to do is just spend the night where you're going to be riding the storm out for sure. So folks need to be prepared to lose power potentially. They need to have supplies that will get them through at least 3 days. And that will be one of the concerns, that we'll still have hurricane force wind gusts here. Rainfall amounts kind of iffy, probably in the 2 to 4 inch range, but locally heavier amounts will be possible. Of course, the heaviest of rain, Bettis, is going to be on the east side and very near the center of where the storm makes landfall. And that puts us in Gainesville right in that sweet spot. Mike?
It really does. I think that a lot of people may be caught off guard by how intense it's going to be in inland areas, in particular a location like Gainesville, which is just inland from where the center may arrive. Jackie, thank you so much. Appreciate the report from Jackie. We'll have more from her coming up in just a little bit. Certainly want to update you on what Idalia is doing right now, what the steering flow is, how intense it may become, because right now we're sitting over the Caribbean, about to emerge here into the Gulf of Mexico. Hurricane hunters are going to be flying into this. You got a NOAA plane out there is really sampling this atmosphere out in here. It's going to help us get a really good idea of what the steering currents are, what the atmosphere is doing, wind shear, all these kind of things that go into the modeling, okay? So this is where the plane is going right now. It's going to crisscross all out in front of the storm. So the data that we got from the hurricane hunters earlier today, low-level mission, is very helpful in locating a fix on the center. This is going to do a lot of good in helping us with the forecast as far as the intensity and the track. So look for that data to come out in some of the next released models. As far as what happens with this through tonight, maybe the storm that you go to bed with tonight is a different storm that you wake up to tomorrow morning. This tracks northbound here, probably for at least the next 12 plus hours. The warm waters, well documented this summer. Record-setting sea surface temperatures and to quite some depth as well. It's not just sitting right at the surface, just not like a foot or two. This is down 150 feet or more in some locations where the water is 85 degrees or hotter. So think about sometimes where you get the upwelling that occurs and you bring some of the cooler water up to the surface, and maybe that has some impact on the intensity. It won't with this, especially considering that the forward movement is going to start to pick up. Little wind shear to be had. And so that also means that the storm is free to grow vertically. Reliable models, and they all kind of keep it right down in here, about 95 miles per hour or less, except for one model that's brought it up to a Cat 3 here. The Hurricane Center's forecast goes up to 115, knowing what kind of atmosphere it's going into. The Hurricane Center says we think it's going to overachieve what the intensity forecasts are saying right now from all the models, and it is one of the things that the models have the hardest time doing really great on the track. We've improved that so dramatically. The intensity forecast can often be a challenge, so I think this is a great call by the Hurricane Center to go even higher. But anticipate here, Felicia, a Cat 3 at landfall early Wednesday morning.
Yeah, such a great call there. And of course, a lot of focus on that cone and the tropical implications. We're going to focus on the wind around the system, the possibility for that surge specifically in that Big Bend area of Florida because it's particularly vulnerable. So what you're seeing here is a model forecast of the reach of the tropical storm force winds. That's in the orange. That's winds at least 39 miles an hour. The red that you're seeing here, that's 58 miles per hour. And then once you see the purple here as it emerges into the Gulf, those are our hurricane force winds. Now by tomorrow night, you can see this model depicting tropical storm force winds from around Naples all the way up north of Tampa Bay. So things already deteriorating by Tuesday night. By Wednesday, that's when we're starting to see the winds really picking up here along the Nature Coast, those hurricane force winds approaching as we head through early Wednesday. The forecast is for a major hurricane, as we've said over and over again. But look at the warnings and watches that we have outside of the cone. So this just goes to show you that you can't only focus on the cone. You can't say, oh, well, we're just outside of the cone in Tampa. What's the big deal? You guys are under a storm surge warning. Sarasota, same thing, because of the setup and how these storms work and how it all plays out when you're talking about that wind field. A storm surge watch stretching all the way down through Everglades City. Now, here's part of the reason that shelf, that coastal shelf there in the Gulf of Mexico around Florida, really increases in height pretty quickly, and then it stays shallow for quite some time. It's fabulous if you're getting out there in the waters at some of the beaches. You can walk out for a really long way, but that is bad news when you're talking about that possibility of storm surge. Concave coastline, another thing working against us, and a quick look at the storm surge forecast. If that verifies 7 to 11 feet for the islands of Cedar Key, even 4 to 7 for Tampa Bay, that's going to create some big issues. A live look at Crystal River, Florida, under both a hurricane warning and a storm surge warning. Now, ahead of Idalia, storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel shows us what the dangerous surge could look like for here.
As Idalia closes in on the west coast of Florida, likely late Tuesday, early Wednesday, significant, indeed life-threatening storm surge will accompany landfall. Reasonable worst-case scenarios suggest we could see water rises and inundation above normally dry ground that exceed 9 feet. Let me show you what that looks like by bringing the water first up to about 6 feet. It's too late to do anything at this point. The only way out is to go up. Who knows what's floating in this water? There could be large objects, hazardous material. There is really no way to get around this. But we think there are going to be places that get above this and maybe even above 9 feet of storm surge. Now this is not survivable. So make sure that you follow the advice of the local officials and the National Hurricane Center. That may just save your life.
Always a lot of focus goes into that storm surge flooding threat, as there should be. It could be dangerous and life-threatening, and that is what a storm surge warning, a storm surge watch means. But we also have to pay attention to that possibility of flooding from fresh water from rainfall. So the model's not in great agreement what they want to do with this just yet. The European model, you'll notice it takes the swath of heaviest rain along the coast. Charleston, Savannah, you're included in that. And we're looking at the yellows and the oranges. That's 3 to 5, 5 to 8 inches. Now, the American model has a little bit of a different idea. It's keeping that heaviest swath of rain a bit farther inland, and it's bringing us a bit more in the 8 to 12 range here around Tallahassee, more of that 5 to 8 range as well. So still some ironing out to do in terms of what we expect for total rainfall. Now, we'll start to see some of those outer bands moving through the day on Tuesday. That is going to carry with it some severe storms, some very heavy rain at times. It's going to cause some localized flooding. Tuesday night, look at this band just lining up, moving over Tampa Bay. You're going to have far-reaching impacts across the entire state of this system. Heading into Wednesday morning, you can see we're experiencing the landfall. We're experiencing the most intense rain bands of this as well, and you'll start to see that flooding potential adding up. The flash flooding likely here where you see the yellow between Cedar Key up toward the panhandle of Florida. This is just another threat that we have to deal with Idalia. Mike.
All right, Felicia, thank you for that. We hope you can stick around. Coming up, our exclusive FloodFX technology showing you real-life conditions you may experience in cities like Gulfport, Florida. Stick around for that.
of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the details.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
You have time today to prepare. If you're in one of those vulnerable areas like a barrier island, you have time to be able to evacuate to a friend's house, to a shelter, to a hotel. You have time to do that. You will even have some time tomorrow. But as we get further and further into Tuesday, there's going to start to be some nasty impacts.
Well, that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis urging Floridians to use their time wisely today. And we know one of the things people may be doing is getting ready to fill up their gas tanks.
That's right. Even as the Florida Gulf Coast braces for a landfalling hurricane, the availability of gas could become a significant issue. State officials say that gas distributed from the port of Tampa was contaminated, possibly impacting drivers in Southwest Florida.
I want to talk right now to Welton Simpson, Commissioner, Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. Thank you for being with us. Update us on the situation. How many gas stations do we know could have been affected by this? And what are we doing now to try to get people either good gas in their vehicles, or where can they fill up now, because we know there's going to be high demand?
Yes, thank you, Mike, for having me. There are 29 affected gas stations. Citgo made an error, a human error in the mixture coming out of their port. We found it by weight. Diesel is much heavier than gasoline. One of the gasoline trucks went over a scale, so we found it yesterday. We immediately looked for the manifest for any trucks coming out of that port or that distribution system, and we found 29 stores that were affected. 3 of them have been, the records have been reviewed on now. 1 was cleared. The other 2 have to be decontaminated before they can come back online. The other 26 stores, we think we'll have them by late this evening. We'll have all the test results in, and we'll know which ones we can open and which ones have to be recleaned.
So we already know that during a hurricane threat, it is hard to find gas in some places. So what is this meaning for those people that are trying to fill up their tanks before the storm gets there?
We believe we've obviously are under emergency orders, not only from the governor, but the Department of Agriculture bringing in fuel from other states.
Is hard to find gas in some places. So what is this meaning for those people that are trying to fill up their tanks before the storm gets there?
We believe we've obviously are under emergency orders, not only from the governor, but the Department of Agriculture bringing in fuel from other states. So because of this snafu that we've had here with the gas system through Citgo, we are bringing in additional supplies and resources. We hope we have enough to get through, and we believe we will.
What about people that filled up their tanks over the weekend, or maybe filled up gas cans in anticipation of using their generator with this storm? What would you tell them to do with those tanks that are already full now at their house?
We did put the list of the 29 stores. If it was, I believe it was after 10 a.m. on Saturday morning, I would not use that gas. I would get fresh gas. Citgo has on their website a place to go to if you've already put that gas in your car or truck and you have car problems. You can either register through the Department of Agriculture the complaint or go straight to Citgo. They are right now saying they're going to cover all these claims. And so we're getting that information on our website. It's easy for people to find. And I would go that route. Clearly, after the storm is over, my department will be involved in making sure that all these claims are satisfied.
Now, you obviously can't just, dump the gas out. So what would you tell people if they did happen to, fill up a container or a gas canister with some of that gas? What are they supposed to do with it now if they think that they might have the contaminated gas?
They should call their local car dealers. I believe they can send them to a place to either to their car dealer to pump that gas out of that car, and maybe you have to haul it there. You can't drive it there because you don't want to get into your engine system any worse. So I would take it to your auto dealer that normally does your maintenance, and they should have the tanks and facilities to be able to pump that out of your car and change out your fuel filters and things and get you back on the road.
Wilton Simpson, Commissioner, Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Mike.
Tough circumstances, no doubt. And you're like, what? He said, don't drive your car.
Right.
Tow your car. It's like you're preparing for a hurricane. Like the last thing you want to do is like, now I got to call a tow truck, and now I got to figure out a way to safely dump my gas and then refill my tanks. It's just one more hiccup in all this.
And there are only so many tow trucks, and there are only so many, different ways to evacuate. So I really hope anyone that's dealing with this has been able to figure out their situation and remedy it, because that is what you do not want to be dealing with when a hurricane's approaching.
Think about how many people are like, I'm ahead of the game. I'm doing this all over the weekend.
Exactly.
I'm going to have my generator prepped and everything. And now you've got this little snafu that you have to contend with. But he said they identified 29 different stations that were affected. One has been cleared, 2 more that they're dealing with. But hopefully we can get everyone back whole again and get everyone prepared before this thing makes a landfall.
And hopefully with enough warning, you've been able to kind of get around that and make other preparations, because as we know, the time is winding down.
All right, I want you to stick around. The very latest on Idalia and reports live from the field when we come back. Close to 4 million people right now under a hurricane warning as Tropical Storm Idalia makes its way toward Florida's Gulf Coast.
But we know the effects from Idalia will be far-reaching, with close to 14 million people under some kind of tropical alert right now. And that number could change a lot with our next full advisory from the National Hurricane Center. We've been keeping an eye on this storm, and keeps looking better and better.
Now, that advisory that you mentioned, that could come in maybe the next 20 minutes or so. Wondering if we might get an upgrade to a hurricane. I'm not sure if it really matters, 70 to 75 miles an hour, but there's a category that changes there, and maybe when it becomes a hurricane, it gets a lot more people's attention.
I do think that there's something that triggers in not only everyone's brain when you're talking about, a tropical storm, and then you're talking about a hurricane, and then it's easier to climb from there as well.
The categories go up 1 through 5, right? And we think potentially category 3 before a landfall sometime Wednesday morning. So roughly 36 hours from now, it's going to be quick. We're going to have an inland hurricane here along the bend of Florida. Felicia Combs with you, Mike Bettis with you. Want to show you something and kind of analyze it, all right? This is the high-resolution visible satellite of Idalia. Now, think about this. The low-level invest that went into this, let's call it like noon, between noon and 1. What did they find? The Air Force Hurricane Hunters. They did not find hurricane force winds, but they also didn't have this blow up of convection right there to fly through either. That's all happened about the past hour or so. I think if they were to fly a low-level mission into this now, they may encounter hurricane force winds. It certainly looks a lot more impressive, and think about what you're looking at here, that big vertical blow up of thunderstorms. And so you're getting now cloud tops that are upwards of 65 to 70,000 feet. Okay, so it's got all kinds of ice in the top of these really strong updrafts that are fueling it, right? And all that convection is now becoming a lot more confined around the center of circulation. The hurricane hunters found where the center of circulation is, and there was once a lot of convection down on the south side. Now it's right over top of the center. So what that's telling us is taking advantage of warm waters here in the Caribbean. It's building itself perfectly vertical here because we have next to no wind shear in the atmosphere right now, so the top of the hurricane's not getting blown off in essence. Here's what we're dealing with. 70-mile-per-hour winds, 987 on the pressure. I think the winds are going to go up and the pressure is going to go down consistently for the remainder of the day. Look by tomorrow morning, Cat 1. By Tuesday afternoon, Category 2. By Wednesday morning, Category 3. Forecast to be at least a 115-mile-per-hour hurricane, then coming inland from there, affecting us in Georgia, South Carolina, and then North Carolina before exiting then eastbound from there. There's a look at the wind field. Orange shows you tropical storm force winds. Purple, by the way, shows you hurricane force winds, and that may be a smaller, compact area near the eye, but notice here, places like Tampa, Orlando, you're going to be on that right front quadrant. A lot of tropical storm force winds for you, but more importantly for you, storm surge on the right front quadrant. Felicia?
Thanks, Mike. And of course, a lot of focus on those coastal areas, but it's not just the coastal areas that will feel impacts from the system. One of the locations in the path of this storm is Gainesville, Florida. That's where we have meteorologist Jackie Jarris. And Jackie, we talked last time about how this is an area with a lot of students there, still waiting to find out what the plan is for all of those students, for everyone living there in Gainesville. And it looks like you're getting caught in the rain without your rain jacket right now.
Yeah. Do you know, I literally left it in the car because we knew we were right on the edge of it, and I thought if under this tree might just be enough to get me by without my hat and my jacket. It's just off camera, but you know what? It's all right. It is what it is. We've all done this once or twice, right? The showers actually was a thunderstorm that's collapsing right now, so it is getting weaker. We're not concerned about lightning with this. You asked about University of Florida. They have announced that they're going to be canceling classes. The university will be closed starting at noon tomorrow. No classes tomorrow, no classes Wednesday, and then TBD after that. In addition to that, Alachua County Schools have decided that they're going to be closing all public schools for tomorrow and Wednesday as well. In addition to that, a local state of emergency now has been declared. So a lot has just evolved in the last 30 minutes or so as emergency and public officials are making decisions to try and keep everybody safe ahead of the storm. By the way, all this rain that's coming down right now is not related to our storm. This is just some air mass thunderstorms, and we've got that trough up towards the north that's bringing these showers across the area. This is going to end pretty much as quickly as it began, and we're going to go back to the hot and humid with the temperatures in the 90s and the feels like temperatures around 106 degrees or so. So the rain is actually a little bit of a relief for a temporary cool down, but also kind of interrupts some of those preparations for folks trying to get stuff done outdoors today here in Gainesville. Stay with us here on the Weather Channel. We've got the latest on Tropical Storm Idalia.
Thanks for sticking with us here on Weather Underground. We want to get you ready because today is winding down and we're going to start to see those conditions deteriorating with Idalia as it approaches the coast. So some of the things that you want to make sure that you're doing and preparing for, power outages, flooding around your area, and we want to make sure that you know the latest. So still at 70 miles per hour, waiting on that next update within the next 30 minutes or so, hopefully. This is a strong tropical storm just below hurricane status, about 50 miles south-southwest of the western tip of Cuba. The forecast is for this to become a hurricane and then a major hurricane, a Category 3, upon approach to the Big Bend region of Florida, skirting across the southeastern U.S., impacting southeast Georgia, eventually into the Carolinas as well. We've got hurricane warnings up from the Panhandle all the way down south of Tampa Bay, Sarasota included in that, and then tropical storm warnings for places like Fort Myers, Marco Island there as you look at the coastal regions of southwest Florida. It's not just the coast, though, that we're keeping an eye on. You can see that far-reaching impacts from Tropical Storm Idalia. We've got a tropical storm watch all the way down in Key West. We've got a hurricane watch there for north central Florida up into southern Georgia as well, because if you could feel some of those hurricane force winds, tropical storm force winds, you're under one of those watches or warnings. Let's take a look at our high-res future radar here. Those bands are going to start to impact us as we move throughout the day on Tuesday across the state. Some of them could have some embedded, isolated, weak tornadoes within them as well. More frequent rain bands moving throughout Wednesday morning. That's going to lead to that better chance of some flash flooding as well. And then, of course, the storm surge forecast is what we're all keeping an eye on. It's going to bring all of these threats with us. This is forecast to become the first major hurricane, as it reaches the Gulf Coast of Florida. So keeping a very close eye on this forecast, Mike.
Right, Felicia, thank you for that. Want to bring you a live look right now at Clearwater Beach. Now, here in Pinellas County, they've issued mandatory evacuations for Zones A and anyone in mobile homes. So that's more than 330,000 residents. Pinellas County already asked to evacuate ahead of what is anticipated to be major hurricane Idalia here in the next, say, 24 to 36 hours. Storm surge watches and storm surge warnings in effect here in Florida's Gulf Coast here from south of Naples all the way back toward Apalachicola here in the Panhandle. And squarely within that is Tampa, Sarasota, St. Pete, and Clearwater. We're going to bring you some new exclusive technology to the Weather Channel to show you a realistic view of what the storm surge could do in a place like Gulfport, Florida. This is going to be on the southwest side here of St. Pete. So right along Shore Boulevard, that's the last road before you get to the water here. 6 to 9 feet of water is forecast to be above normally dry ground. Let's take you there. You can see here's where the Gulfport Casino is. This is Shore Boulevard, likely to be overtaken by the water as the push comes in from the Gulf. Notice several areas here, including the Greek restaurant here, the Tommy's Little Tiki, is going to be underwater. This could be 6 feet or more of water, floating cars, all kind of dangerous debris in that water, a lot of toxicity in that water. The water coming up anywhere between 54th and 58th Street and going several blocks inland here. All right, that's something to consider. You wouldn't want to be anywhere near this. This is why we have the evacuations orders that are in effect here in Pinellas County. It's not going to be just at Shore Boulevard here. It's going to go several blocks inland, we believe. So as we look up Beach Street here, look how far this water could go. Up to 31st, to 30th, and beyond. Maybe all the way to 28th. You could see you flooding there at the public library. Places say like the Drunken Taco, if you know that. A place like Gulfport Brewery. Heads up. These are all places that could take on some significant water. The most water will be closest to the edge here, this direction and this direction. At the beach, over toward the rec area, these are all spots where several feet of water, maybe over your head, could be affecting us here. This is a real-world simulation of what the actual forecast is, giving you an idea of what to anticipate and why you're asked to evacuate. These kind of storm surge forecasts could be potentially life-threatening. Felicia?
Certainly, Mike. And so you want to make sure you know everything you need to know about your evacuation zone and where you're going to go if you find out that you are under an evacuation order. So a look at the evacuation zones around Tampa Bay. What I want to point out to you is that it's not just for the areas that are right along the water. You can see how far inland this stretches if you're getting some of those inlets, if you're getting some other bodies of water that are being fed to the bay or from the bay. When you're talking about storm surge, that's when you can see that storm surge go even farther inland in terms of the flooding issues that you could have from it. So know your zone in Florida, floridadisaster.org, and you can also determine some of those evacuation routes, those local evacuation routes that are going to be so important. Find out your zone, know if you're in an evacuation zone, know where you head and how you'd get there ahead of time. Consider any special needs that you might have when you're talking about a shelter, maybe pets, maybe babies, and if you're in a safe place, be a friend's evacuation destination. Remember to download the free Audacity app so you can listen to the Weather Channel's live coverage. You see it here. We are going to keep you updated throughout the duration of the storm. You can count on us here at the Weather Channel to have all the information that you need throughout Idalia.
Hundreds of millions of lives impacted.
Look at the wind howling through here.
Thousands of storms forecasted. 40 years of storytelling. And a former National Hurricane Center director. One trusted best-in-class expert team. America's most trusted news network. The Weather Channel.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Idalia. We're waiting for the 5 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Central Time advisory that should come out at any time. When that happens, of course, we'll bring that to you. In the meantime, I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. I am live in Gainesville, Florida. Yes, we are inland, but keep in mind that all of the impacts don't happen just at the coast. In fact, we are preparing and expecting hurricane conditions this far inland in Gainesville in north central Florida. Florida. There's a hurricane watch that's been put into effect here. Public schools have announced that they're going to be closing for tomorrow, as well as University of Florida starting at noon tomorrow. Conditions are expected to go downhill starting tomorrow night, and I think the peak of this storm is going to be arriving on Wednesday afternoon. In the meantime, if you can see around me, we still have some raindrops that are coming down. If you're watching my last live shot, I got soaked by a quick splash and dash shower and thunderstorm that we were just on the edge of. That left just as quickly as it came. Nice thing about our new Carhartt shirts, this thing's going to be dry in about 5 seconds. So how about that? But this has nothing to do with Idalia. Just so you know, there are going to be some chances of showers and thunderstorms for the rest of today and into this evening, and again into tomorrow, before we start getting into those feeder bands and start to begin to see those increase in the wind. So that's what we're preparing for here in Gainesville. Outside of a brief shower here or there, you can see people are out, they're going about their business. All the businesses are open and everybody is visiting the restaurants and the other businesses around town. Traffic moving along as well. So Bettis, today has been a day of preparation and getting done what folks need to get done ahead of the storm. And by midday tomorrow, say noonish or so, it's time to buckle up.
Yeah, indeed it will be. Jackie, thank you so much for that. And want to let you know that we're waiting for the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center. As soon as that comes in, we will pass it along to you. In the meantime, here's Felicia.
Well, protecting your property against storm surge means working now ahead of the storm. Mike and hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knabb show us the right way to fill and stack sandbags to make sure they can hold the water back.
Thought we'd give you a little demonstration on the do's and the don'ts when it comes to sandbagging, okay? So they may be offering free sand in your town, right? So let's go ahead and fill up a sandbag. You're like, all right, that's a big sandbag. Let's just fill this bad boy all the way up.
Yeah,
we don't actually want to fill it all the way up, though.
No, you want to fill it about halfway, ideally, and you either want to use sand or you want to use local soil. And, by the way, these are heavy, okay? So when you are filling them up and when you are lifting them, putting them into place, be careful. Use the right posture and don't injure yourself.
Just like we talk about when people are shoveling snow, use your legs. Don't stress your back because you could really this is a lot of weight and you could be filling up a lot of sandbags. And even if you're not using sand, you could use dirt from your yard. Please be careful.
And of course, the reason you're doing this is so you can stack them up and perhaps lessen the ability of water to get past them and into your structure. Now, you don't want to stack them more than about 3 high at a time unless they're pushed up against the building because then they could fall over. But you could build a pyramid much higher to do it in a pyramid shape.
Let's just stop right there.
Yeah.
Now, the bags will have ties on them. Ignore these for now, okay? Best way to put your bags down, let's start on this end. We'll just lay it down. This is going to be our end bag with the closed end on the end. This part right here is going to stay open. You're thinking, oh, that is crazy. There's a reason we're going to do this. We've got some pre-filled bags here, okay? These also have open ends. Watch what we do here. Take this bag, put it right on that one, smooth it out a little bit. Now you've got a nice tight seal right there. You're going to take your next one. Same thing. Put it over the opened end of the other bag. Nice and sealed tight right there.
We got to make this
that
a
one's
team
gonna
effort
be there.
here, Mike.
And then on the end, you can put that one there, and then you're going to fold the edge under.
That's right.
So that now you've got a seal on the end. Then you can do the exact same thing along your next layer, but you're going to stagger them just like that. Again, laying them open, and then down, and then nice tight seal. Last one goes down.
And fold it
under.
Now, again, we wouldn't do more than about 3 layers high unless you had it against a building or if you did it in a big pyramid shape.
We've overfilled bags and tied them. Here's the wrong way to do it. Why? Big gaps underneath there. The water goes in. Don't fill them all the way up. Half full and leave the ends open.
Well, coming up, our coverage continues on the Weather Channel.
All right, well, the latest advisory has come in, by the way. You notice here we still have a tropical storm on our hands. We're going to get another fix from the hurricane hunters. They're going to fly a mission tonight. That may give us an update on the intensity. But if you take a look at that forecast, still holding very steady here, Felicia, anticipating a 120-mile-per-hour hurricane before landfall.
That's what the latest update. Storm Center is up next. Stick around.
This is Storm Center. Thank you for staying with us on the Weather Channel. And we have the brand new advisory on Tropical Storm Idalia. It is still a 70-mile-an-hour tropical storm, but it is on the cusp of becoming a hurricane and then a potentially rapidly strengthening one as it goes into the Gulf of Mexico. North at 8 miles an hour, so it is just to the west of the western tip of Cuba that it will make its northward motion. And there's unfortunately atmospheric and ocean conditions ahead that will be very conducive for potentially rapid strengthening. Look at the new track and intensity forecasts from the Hurricane Center, and they are basically explicitly forecasting rapid intensification. Remember, right now, the maximum sustained winds are at 70 miles an hour, just shy of that 74-mile-an-hour threshold for a hurricane. Look at what the forecast is valid for early Wednesday morning, just 36 hours away, 120 miles an hour. That is some serious intensification in a forecast. And looking at that new advisory, I can't remember a time when I've seen 45 knots of intensification forecast in 36 hours. So this is a new era of intensity forecasting, and unfortunately, you got to have confidence in it because the meteorology, we've gotten better at forecasting this. So expecting a major hurricane all the way up until the time of landfall. Don't interpret the change from Wednesday early AM to Wednesday PM to mean that it will be on a weakening trend up to landfall. That is just because of it moving over land, and then be a lot of inland and coastal areas on the other side of northern Florida that will be at risk for significant wind and water impacts. Now, we have to keep hammering home the idea that the impacts could extend well outside the cone. And while this graphic doesn't show it yet, the storm surge warning has been extended westward there all the way to Indian Pass. And also the tropical storm warning's been issued farther to the west. So when you look at the cone over the top of the storm surge warning, Chris, we really have to spend some time, explaining to people why there's a storm surge warning in a place like the Tampa Bay area when they're outside the cone. And again, that cone is not an impact graphic. It's just where the center is going to go. And a whole bunch of areas are going to be impacted by storm surge in one of the most storm surge vulnerable areas in the world.
And that graphic really shows it too, doesn't it? We're looking at the forecast going in the cone somewhere or just outside of the cone, but especially on the southern side or on the right side of the storm is really where the concern is, isn't it, Dr.?
Yeah, and we talk a lot about how a hurricane is not just a point on the map, but it's going to be a significant system. 120 miles an hour when you get to the early morning hours on Wednesday. That's like 2 a.m. Wednesday. So when you've got that powerful of a system, and it's not going to be tiny, that is going to push all kinds of water into this concave-shaped part of the coastline, and you don't have to be really near the center to get tremendous storm surge. And remember, Tampa Bay and this whole area that's under the storm surge warning is a lot of this is going to be on the right-hand side of the system, and that's the side you don't want to be on.
So can we put this into perspective here? I mean, this is the potential here, depending on where you are from the center of the cone, to being a bad weather day or like a life-changing day.
Right. And it can be, although, because of the shape of this coastline and the strength of the system, you can be on the left side and still get some storm surge and get some wind. So the left side can be life-threatening, but the right-hand side will be more people in harm's way because the right-hand side will just be stronger and be more of the onshore flow side.
So and this is also a big difference from last. A lot of people are trying to compare this to last year for Tampa, right? Tampa ended up being on the left side, and there did make a big difference because there were the offshore winds. In this case, even being potentially relatively far away from the center, it could still end up being pretty bad.
Yeah, because now the system is going into that big bend, and so you could easily have water being pushed around the system. Remember kind of like Katrina, when the water got pushed into Lake Pontchartrain on the north side of the system and you got flooded from that way? It's not quite like that, but it's similar in that the water could get pushed around the northern side of the hurricane, and you could still get some storm surge, the water piling up, because the water will pile up as the hurricane approaches as well. Also, I wanted to quickly read the changes to the watches and warnings. So the storm surge warning, as we talked about, has been extended westward, so that goes all the way to Indian Pass. So that's an indication of, despite the fact that it might pass just east of there still could be, especially if it's on the left side of the cone, life-threatening storm surge in that zone. But also, the hurricane warning has also been extended to the west. So this area that's under the hurricane warning, look how that's been extended all the way to Indian Pass. And then the tropical storm warning has been issued from Indian Pass westward to Mexico Beach. So, the size of the system, the strength of the system, Chris, is capable of producing some really, really dangerous wind and water conditions on both sides of the system, especially given that shape of that coastline. But that right-hand side is where I think the effects will extend even farther outside the cone.
I think that is really interesting, too, the fact that it can get onto the left side as well, based on the shape of the coast. And what's different also, it's not coming in perpendicular, right? To the west coast, kind of going up and maybe paralleling the coast for a little bit.
Right. And again, we're still in that kind of scenario, Chris, that you're alluding to this, where the storm is coming up from a direction that is largely parallel to the Florida Peninsula until it gets into the Big Bend area. So, a track that's down the middle versus left side or right side could make a big difference in terms of what the impacts are in the Tampa Bay area into areas just north of there. But of course, a track farther to the left, say a major hurricane coming in and going right over Tallahassee versus on the right-hand side of the cone makes a big difference for a place like Tallahassee.
All right, Dr. Knapp, we'll be checking back in here with you in just a moment, but want to show you what a lot of Floridians are doing, of course, and that is getting ready at times by sandbagging and buying what they need to prepare ahead of Idalia. This a look here at Tampa as people waiting in line, gathering the sandbags, filling the sandbags, getting ready, and time is limited for a lot of cities along the Gulf Coast. Just inland from the Gulf Coast is where we find meteorologist Jackie Jarris, who joins us now live from Gainesville, Florida. Hello, Jackie.
Hello, Chris. A stronger storm is not good news for us here in Gainesville. Even though we're inland, it takes a long time for a major hurricane or a powerful storm to wind down. So we are expecting hurricane conditions this far inland. In fact, under a hurricane watch right now. And our winds could be anywhere between 74 to maybe as much as 95 miles per hour. So folks here are taking this storm very seriously. They're kind of going about their business today. To be honest, traffic is moving along. We've seen people out in the park, in and out of the businesses and moving around, but we still have a little bit of time to get prepared. We've got all of the rest of today and tonight, and we probably have a decent portion of the morning before conditions begin to deteriorate into the afternoon hours. Schools are closed. A local state of emergency has been declared, so people have that time to get to their safe place. No one's really talking about leaving town. I haven't heard much fodder about that, and I just talked to a local gentleman who says, hey, we're in Florida. If we can handle gators, we can handle something like this. So I hope so, because power outages is going to be one of the big concerns. Now today, the weather, it's hot and it's humid. If you look over my shoulder there, you can kind of see the diffused cloudiness up at the top of that storm. That is a collapsing thunder shower that just went through here and dumped some really heavy rain in a very short period of time. It came just as quickly as it left and brought us some really steamy conditions right now. It's going to be hot for the rest of the duration. The tropical system will cool us down. We'll take that. We just don't want the wind and the risk of flooding rains, where we could get a good 2 to 4 inches or more here in Gainesville. That's what's happening inland right now. I want to head out to meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, who's in Cedar Key. Reynolds?
That's right. I come to you from Cedar Key. And when you think about the name Cedar Key, it's a bit of a misnomer because it's singular, right? But there are Cedar Keys. There are many islands that are just off the shore. Some of these include them. You'll see right here to our immediate left and then right across the span of water. But certainly beautiful and certainly tranquil, but we expect major changes in this city of 700 people in relatively short order. It's amazing how we can go from tranquil times to treacherous ones, but that is what we expect here. We heard from the city commissioner earlier. Here's what she had to say.
Today, we're telling everyone and urging them to take this seriously. This is a wind event as well as a surge event. Last time we had a surge event here, we didn't have the wind impacting us. This is much more serious. It's coming at a very high tide time of the month. We don't know what time this storm will roll in or which way, but it's very serious, and this time people need to take it that way. So they need to prep their property, and then they need to go.
Yeah, Sue Colson does not mince words at all. Very straightforward and sound advice for so many people who have to live along the water's edge, especially on the west coast of Florida. So there are a lot of moving parts and a lot to follow, certainly over the next several hours and days. And you want to ensure you can stay on top of the forecast here at the Weather Channel. But I'll tell you, the anglers that we've seen here this morning, very weather savvy, and they've been getting their boats up out of the water, away from the marina into higher ground. And one thing to consider is that at 10.5 feet, that's the highest point here, okay, on this particular spot. With water that rises up to 3.5 feet, 2/3 of the island would be inundated. A lot to consider. All right, let's send it back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Reynolds. And I can attest to that. We came in from the Panhandle today and worked our way I-10 down I-75 to get into Gainesville. And I saw a ton of people that had boats on their trailers, getting them away from the water, which of course is always a good idea. In addition to that, word is really getting out, even for travelers. All the interstates have signs saying, you know, we're under a hurricane watch or we're under a tropical storm warning. So travelers are talking about it at the rest areas. We're hearing a lot of buzz in those locations as well. Chris?
All right, meteorologist Jackie Jarris, thank you so much. I want to turn back now to Dr. Knabb, former director of the National Hurricane Center, our hurricane expert here at the Weather Channel. And Dr. Knabb, really getting down here to crunch time. That's fair to say, right? And even as we're looking at a tropical storm, and a reminder that when you get into categories, that's wind. We're talking about wind here. But the threats and the stakes are pretty darn high with this, aren't they?
Yeah, especially when you're talking about a scenario where we're going to go from tropical storm to major hurricane in less than a day and a half. I mean, that, you know, tonight and tomorrow, what this system is going to do as it is approaching the coast within the warning time frame, that's the worst possible timing for rapid intensification to occur. But that's why we've got to react based on what it is forecast to become, not on what it is now. You know, human nature, we tend to think, well, it's a tropical storm. I'm not worried about a tropical storm, but it is not going to stay a tropical storm for long. It's not even going to stay just a hurricane. So right now, look at the pressure in this. 987 millibars, that's down, you know, close to what you would expect for a hurricane. And it's about to go over the warmest sea surface temperatures in the basin, and it's deep, warm water. Now, again, I'll try to update all the watches and warnings, including the wind ones. Again, the storm surge warning has been extended westward all the way to Indian Pass, and the storm surge watches and warnings still extend way outside the cone on the right-hand side. This very vulnerable coastline. Updates to these numbers from the Hurricane Center. Look at how far west the 2 to 4 feet goes. 4 to 7 feet here in Tampa Bay is the forecast. Now, with the tropical storm warnings, they've been extended westward to Indian Pass, and we've got hurricane warnings. I'm sorry, the hurricane warning all the way to Indian Pass, tropical storm warning all the way to Mexico Beach. So a large area at the coast and inland at risk for the tropical storm and hurricane force winds. The tropical storm watch has been extended farther up the coast into South Carolina all the way here. Look at all these areas inland under tropical storm and hurricane watches and warnings. The latest track and intensity forecast, again, this is less than 36 hours from now, 120 mile an hour major hurricane. That's rapid intensification. We have no reason to believe it won't happen somewhere along those lines and make landfall as a major hurricane and stay close to hurricane strength, but maybe a little bit below as a tropical storm along the southeast coast of the U.S. And your chances of winds of tropical storm force are significant over a large area. That's why those watches and warnings are such a wide zone. And look at inland areas at significant risk of tropical storm force winds, and the timing is so important. Landfall might be on Wednesday morning, but winds of tropical storm force start arriving, most likely, say in the Tampa Bay area, tomorrow evening. And if you want to be really sure you're ahead of the game, Chris, I would be getting ready by midday tomorrow in case it speeds up, the wind field gets larger. We've got to get ready and done, evacuated, and in our shelter before those tropical storm force winds arrive tomorrow.
And Dr. Knapp, right in the middle of that, of course, is this Tampa. This is a virtual look here. Tampa's Curtis Hickson Waterfront Park here with the potential of hurricane conditions and some significant, possibly life-threatening storm surge. This is a look at the timing now. Here is this evening. You can see the direction from which the winds are expected, and the winds are expected to pick up in a big way. Here's the overnight hours, a little bit of a change in direction as the storm expected to be hurricane approaches, and winds will also be bumping up. Here's the afternoon, overnight. Really going to be seeing some of the strongest of winds, as Dr. Knapp was just showing us, picking up during the day tomorrow, and then overnight into Wednesday, some of the worst of the weather, and still the onshore flow with that very serious risk of storm surge. Stay with us. You're watching the Weather Channel.
Stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to bring you every angle of the storm using landfall cams on our streaming TV app.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
We're going to have power outages. We're going to have trees down. We're going to want to make sure that everybody is aware of that. If you are power dependent and you cannot go without power for more than about 4 to 12 hours, you're probably going to need to go to a shelter, a friend's house, or somebody that has the ability to generate power for you.
And more than 40 counties under a state of emergency in Florida as Idalia keeps moving toward the U.S.
And the federal government is already sending support with more on standby.
And some more information right now we're going to gather from FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell, who joins us now from Washington, D.C. First off, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. And we understand you spoke with the Governor DeSantis, this morning. Can you give us an idea how FEMA is preparing, and what can you tell us about the state of Florida at this time?
Yeah, absolutely. So I had an opportunity to speak with Governor DeSantis this morning and get his take, right, on what he is concerned about in the impact area. And, you know, one of the things that we did talk about was the fact that it's not just the cone of where people need to worry, but they need to look at all of the storm surge areas and pay close attention to that. And as he's been saying, right, that you don't have to go hundreds of miles to evacuate if you're in one of those areas, that it could just be 10 or 20 miles to get yourself to safety. And I think that's just such an incredible, important point to get across to everybody as this storm is approaching. We have, and the president approved and spoke with the governor as well, approved the governor's request for a pre-landfall emergency declaration, which is now allowing us to really move all of our resources in to help support any of the requests that Florida might have after the storm makes landfall to help save lives.
You know, we know that when evacuation instructions are given, we can't just assume that everybody can evacuate. What can you tell folks who might need evacuation assistance because they need transportation or they have health concerns? How do we get everybody out?
That is a really great question. And you need to listen to your local officials, and they are going to be giving you information. But you can also go to floridadisaster.org. They have a lot of information, the best and the most current information on how people can get assistance to evacuate. So those local officials are the ones that are going to give them the most current and up-to-date info and resources about where they need to go.
And Administrator Criswell, we predict the weather. We forecast what we think the atmosphere is going to do through time, but we can't predict how people are going to respond to the weather. What's the message or what's the frustration that you see or you're worried about going forward with people's behavior as the storm's happening or shortly after?
I think the biggest thing is people need to remember that no two storms are alike. And even if you have experienced a hurricane, a tropical storm of whatever magnitude before, that they're bringing different threats and they're bringing different risks. And so it's incredibly important for people to, again, listen to what the actual risks of the storm are, whether it's storm surge if you're outside of the cone, or wind if you are in the cone, or the rainfall if you're inland, right? Understand what your risk is, and then make the plan for what you're going to do to protect you and your family when you're asked to do something, right? If you're asked to evacuate, have that plan in place so you know where to go ahead of time. Or if you're asked to shelter in place, making sure that you have the supplies. So really important for people to really look at each storm independently and understand what the risks of that storm are, and then listen to their local officials when they tell them what actions they need to take to protect themselves and their families.
Yeah, and continuing on that line of reasoning, Administrator, I'm kind of concerned about people who are outside the cone and see this as a tropical storm right now. And what if this rapidly intensifies the next day and a half as the Hurricane Center is forecasting, and it goes a little closer on the right-hand side of the cone, for example? The people who are under evacuation instructions in Pasco County, Pinellas, those areas, if they're not thinking they need to evacuate now, help us convince them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these storms, as we saw last year, right, they can change direction. Even just a little bit will have a very different impact on where you're at. And so the best thing is for people to pay continuous attention, right? To constantly look and see where this storm is going, and don't just focus on the cone, right? To look at, again, all of those risks. Look at where that storm surge is going to be. Look at where the rainfall is going to be, and continuously monitor this, right? Because what we're seeing right now could be very different this evening, definitely going to be different when we wake up tomorrow morning, and then make your plans based on that.
Yeah, so important to focus on what is forecast to become, not what it is. Administrator Deanne Criswell, thank you so much for joining us.
And Dr. Knabb, you were in the position to speak with the FEMA administrator when you were the director of the National Hurricane Center. I have some questions for you about that, kind of what's going on behind the scenes coming up. You're watching the Weather Channel. We're tracking Idalia.
Well, my doctor gave me breast.
Welcome back to Storm Center. We're here to do our best to try to get you ready ahead of a huge tropical threat. Idalia, tropical storm right now, but expected to become a major hurricane before making landfall. And Dr. Knabb, time is quickly running out. And we watched Hillary along the West Coast, right, go up. And at the time there, it was a hurricane turned into a tropical storm. We had to warn about the flood threat. We want to talk about how it's kind of the opposite there.
Yeah, and meteorologist Jackie Jarris is live in Gainesville, and she'll join us for a live update in just a moment. But first, we're going to take a look at the new watches and warnings that are in effect. New advisory just came out a few moments ago, Chris.
That's right, and here you can see a look at some of the current conditions. It is right now here in Gainesville. It's 90 degrees. It's hot with some sun and some clouds, and winds moving to the east at 8 miles an hour.
Yeah, so all these hot conditions and the warming of the sea surface temperatures that we've seen all summer long, well, now the atmosphere is going to tap into all that energy that is sitting over the Gulf of Mexico and the northwestern Caribbean. And Chris, this is currently a tropical storm. It's on the cusp of becoming a hurricane. It almost certainly will this evening. In fact, it may be already, and just waiting for the hurricane hunters to get in there. But this is going to go from tropical storm to major hurricane in the next day and a half. And look at how healthy it is looking as it moves into the southeastern Gulf of Mexico, and where it's headed, the warmest sea surface temperatures in the Atlantic Basin. And the problem is, look at that loop current in the Gulf. The water is really warm to a depth. So it's just got so much fuel. It's like fuel injection, and upper level troughing to the north, all that's going to do is increase the outflow. So there's the NOAA Hurricane Hunter. So when they get in during the show tonight, Chris, we'll see if they find a hurricane.
So, Dr. Nab, back to what I was saying about the West Coast. This is an opposite issue, right?
Yes.
Instead of you trying to temper your expectations on the West Coast with the hurricane becoming a tropical storm, this is the opposite. Does that concern you at all?
It concerns me greatly, Chris, because I fear that people are going to wait until, well, I'll wait till it actually becomes a hurricane or a major hurricane to get concerned about it. No, we can't. We don't have the luxury of that time. We have to get ready tonight and early tomorrow because of how rapidly this is going to strengthen, while the window of opportunity to get ready to evacuate, to shutter up, to get shelter is closing quickly. And it's important to talk about the timing. So that Wednesday early a.m., that's late tomorrow night. That's like 2 a.m. Wednesday. And it already is a major hurricane by then. And then it'll hold on to a lot of that intensity all the way up to landfall later on Wednesday morning. But you've got to get ready way before that. And, you know, again, the tracks could go anywhere in that cone and maybe even slightly outside that cone. But look at the timing, Chris. In the Tampa Bay area, the hurricane warning there. The winds of tropical storm force are expected there by tomorrow evening, and if you want to be sure you're ahead of the game, you want to be ready earlier in the day in case it speeds up or expands.
So really, that's about 24 hours or less you need to be ready.
Yes, and you got to get ready in any of these watch and warning areas, not just the ones that are inside the cone.
All right, so with that, inside the cone right now is meteorologist Jackie Jarris, live right now in Gainesville. Hello, Jackie.
Hey, Chris. Yeah, folks here in Gainesville are getting ready as well, packing up their supplies. In fact, we stopped at a local store, and they didn't even have any batteries left that you can use to charge extra for your battery. And that's one of the biggest concerns that we have here in Gainesville, is that we are preparing for hurricane-force wind gusts. So power outages are a good possibility. We've had some thunderstorms already that rolled on through here today. You can see the gray, cloudy skies. That really cooled things down significantly over the last hour, and it actually feels pretty comfortable compared to the feels-like temperature of 106 that we had earlier today. It's business as usual in town, and while we can see clouds over there, we've got beautiful blue skies right here, so that means conditions are tranquil to get everything done. Now, I mentioned the power outages. Here's what Governor Ron DeSantis had to say about preparations and losing power.
When you're using a generator, you cannot run your generator inside your house. You could die with carbon monoxide poisoning. So it's got to be outdoors only, and it needs to be at least 20 feet away from the windows and from the doors, and the exhaust needs to be pointed away from your home. So please operate the generator properly. We've had throughout the years in Florida generators operating in people's garages or even people's homes, and it's just not something that's going to work, and it could definitely be deadly.
We spend so much time getting ready and preparing for a storm. Sometimes we forget about safety rules after a storm. So that's something that folks here certainly need to be keeping in mind, not just for power outages, but also be prepared for flooding. We could get 3 to 6 inches of rain here. Schools are closed tomorrow. More live updates right here on the Weather Channel.
Oh, hey.
What are you doing out here?
Letting people know Corona Premier is a light beer.
Oh, it is a light beer.
90 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs.
If only there was a way to tell people.
Whoa. Corona Premier, unexpectedly, light beer.
Off Clean Feel. Protection from mosquitoes. Not sticky. Fragrance free. Up to 8 hours of protection. Off Clean Feel. Prevention is the best protection. SC Johnson.
Do you have trouble hearing people talking? Do you constantly ask loved ones to repeat themselves? Do you miss out on important conversations with friends? If you answered yes, you would benefit from Nano hearing aids. Other hearing aids are expensive and cost thousands of dollars, and cheap amplifiers just don't cut it. Call now and get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297, or opt into our payment plan of 4 easy interest-free payments, and your shipping is absolutely free.
I love how affordable the Nano hearing aids are. Compared to some hearing aids, they're as much as $3,000, $4,000, $5,000.
Don't be
This is Storm Center, and this is a look at some of the big threats. There are many threats with Tropical Storm Idalia, soon to be Major Hurricane Idalia, as it approaches the Florida Gulf Coast during the overnight hours tomorrow night into early Wednesday morning, and then still as a tropical storm heading to the Atlantic Ocean, or perhaps staying inland. And this is a look at all of the different warnings and watches right now. Hurricane conditions are expected. All right, so again, Dr. Knapp, as we take a look at some of the latest information from Tropical Storm Idalia, as of the 4 o'clock Central Time advisory, 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm. It's getting close to being a hurricane.
It is. And, you know, there's a lot to talk about with regard to why the Hurricane Center is forecasting such rapid intensification over the next day and a half. First of all, you know, we've had, Chris, many examples. Michael, for example, in 2018, went from tropical storm to landfalling Cat 5 in 3 days. These systems, most major hurricanes go through a period of rapid intensification on the way to getting there. So this is not something that, oh my gosh, this has never happened before. We know that this can happen based on past experience to go from tropical storm in the Western Caribbean to a landfalling major hurricane in the Gulf.
We talk about rapid intensification. Strength increased 35 miles an hour in 24 hours, right?
Yeah, and this is going to be a lot more than that.
But is it more than just academic? I mean, because the forecast is what it is, right? It's going to go from a tropical storm to a very strong hurricane.
Yeah.
Why does the fact that it does that process, why does that matter?
Oh, it matters because it changes the perception for people out there what it is currently, all right? When people see tropical storm, they think, oh, I'm not that concerned about it. It's the initial intensity that tends to get people's attention. So this is one of those cases where we have to pay attention to what it is forecast to become. And we're going to know how soon it's a hurricane based on the NOAA plane going in there shortly. But Chris, here's what's going on. Right now, it's even possible it's a hurricane now. We'll find out when the plane gets in there. But the thunderstorms are right over the center, and it is going toward the warmest sea surface temperatures in the entire Atlantic basin. We've talked about this all year. And here's the other thing. The deep, warm waters of the loop current. It's about to go over some of the most fuel that a hurricane can possibly get. And these systems to the north are causing all this upper level outflow. So everything is working in the system's favor. Look at this outflow. Those upper level white lines, it's just going to allow the system to breathe. So when we look at the track and intensity forecast, this is not just rapid intensification, Chris. This is very rapid intensification. You talked about that 35 miles an hour in 24 hours. This is going to go up at least that, and this is going to go up 50 miles an hour in less than 36 hours.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Knapp. And also want to turn now to the fact that hurricane season is obviously in full swing, and those hurricane-prone areas know how important it is to be prepared before, during, and after the storm. Here's meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, who talked with a lifelong Florida resident who decided to install a standby generator, and it was just in the nick of time.
Rex, hard to believe the last time we were here, we were talking about you installing this generator, and who knew that you'd be tested this quickly in the same season?
Well, not me, because you may not even get a hurricane during the season, but we had one. A month later, Ian came up, and it was a wicked storm, as everybody knows.
We have breaking news. We now have a landfall of Hurricane Ian as a Category 4 hurricane.
Our first trial of our Generac generator, we lost the electric, and this is the first time the generator firing up. Oh! I never lost my electric. 15 seconds, that was it. And I'm back online. AC was on.
Here is the eye.
I was back watching the position of where the hurricane was. And it's great. It's awesome. I've gotten used to all my comforts, and I like my comforts. You can ask my cats, because what do you do with cats? I got 3 cats. Where am I supposed to take them? They're at home. They're sitting in my lap in the air conditioning, enjoying it, watching the Weather Channel with me. I don't know if you can hear in the background, but I have electric when nobody else does. So I walked outside, generator's running, and I looked around and saw it was all black. And I was looking, there was no lights. And then I saw my house.
Like it's on fire inside.
The lights, every window was lit up. I mean, a bright white light. Look at that, you know. It was a nice thing to see.
But it's more than just power inside the home, right? It keeps you connected to the outside world.
And we were able to call because we can now talk between each other. We can email each other.
Okay, Rex, the power goes out. How does that start working?
Propane. You want to see it?
Yeah, let's do it. Absolutely. So that's it, underground?
That's it. It's all underground.
Now, how big of a tank are we talking about?
It's a 500-gallon tank.
And that lasts how long?
Oh, a lot of days. Many, many, many days. Lasted our whole event.
So, Rex, all of this together, it's the power of security, isn't it?
You're 100% prepared. I'm not fearful of anything that comes towards me now. I'm ready for it. I know what's going to happen. It's happened already, and it was just wonderful.
Brightness all the way to the horizon.
All the way. All the way.
Heed those warnings, particularly if you're in the zone A, barrier islands, very low-lying places. This is going to be something that you are going to face impacts of. Even if the storm is off the coast here in the Tampa Bay area, you're still going to see significant impacts from the surge. So heed that warning.
That's Florida Governor Ron DeSantis giving advice and more information as we get ready for Tropical Storm Idalia, likely soon to be Hurricane Idalia. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. I'm reporting to you live in Gainesville, Florida, and that's something folks need to think about of where they're evacuating to. You don't always have to evacuate all that far inland to get yourself in a safe place. Gainesville, of course, a big city right along Interstate 75. We're under a hurricane watch here, and we are expecting hurricane conditions on Wednesday. So that's something to keep in mind if you were thinking Gainesville was a place that you were going to be headed to. So we've got some time to prepare here today. And Will Calderon is a Gainesville resident. And Will, you have been through other tropical systems before, and you've been getting ready for Idalia. What have you been doing?
So you're completely right. So let's say since yesterday, I've been anticipating myself, me and my family. We have got our batteries. We filled up our tanks also for our vehicles. Also canned food. Also charging up our portable batteries, et cetera, et cetera. We shouldn't be taking these phenomena as granted, actually. Past life lessons has taught us that we should be prepared and anticipate whether it comes or not, but at this moment it's going to happen. So let's say my family and I, we have our included first aid kits also. So we got everything set and we're ready for this phenomenon, whether to come or not, actually.
Now, you're an essential worker. You work in the medical field. Does that concern you that you might have to go out in bad conditions?
So we're ready, actually, in the medical industry. So if I got to come into work, why not? We got to be here for our people, our citizenship, our patients, actually. So I know that they depend on us. And I know that our medical industry here in Gainesville is ready and prepared to provide the care and attention that they need also.
And Will, what concerns you the most?
So I know that Gainesville has not received like a phenomenon or hurricanes like many years ago. So I don't know if they're taking it seriously. So my calling for the citizenship, please take this seriously. Don't take it for granted, like I stated at the beginning of this interview. And let's get prepared. Gainesville is a blessed city or a prosperous city. So we are wise people in this city that we should get prepared and help out each other in the middle of all these circumstances also.
Great advice, Will. Thanks so much. Wishing you safety and good luck during the storm. Certainly some good tips there. And, we call it, people kind of getting a little amnesia, so to speak. If you haven't been affected by a hurricane in a while, you kind of forget what some of those impacts are like. Things were not too bad here, Chris, when Ian came through last year. There were actually more impacts with Nicole. Back to you.
All right, meteorologist Jackie Jarris, thank you for that. Again, still a lot to learn about what ultimately is going to happen, and this is one way we learn a lot more. The hurricane hunters, they go out, they fly, they gather information around and in or even through the storm, that firsthand information gathering, getting the data. This is when they were flying through Franklin last week and stormy conditions, but into, around, and through the storm, Dr. Nab, such an important task, figuring out what we have, and then information going into the forecast models to see what's going to happen next.
Yeah, and just to give you an idea of how serious this threat from this storm is, we are throwing everything we got at this. There are three different types of aircraft in the air right now. The one that took off the earliest was the NOAA G4 jet, took off from Lakeland, Florida. And you wonder, why is it mowing the lawn over the Gulf of Mexico there? What's it doing? It's dropping drop zones in the environment to get data into the models to improve the track and intensity forecast. So it's not going to fly through the storm. This is the NOAA P3. This is the one that will get in there the soonest and has a decent chance of finding out this evening during our show that it's a hurricane. And we also have the Air Force C-130. It's going to be inside the storm at the same time as the NOAA P3 at just different altitudes. And Chris, it's so important for us to get all these kinds of data in and around the storm, including the data around the storm, because we want these models to come into better agreement. Because right now, the Euro ensemble still has landfall possibilities from Apalachicola all the way to Clearwater.
And even though it does show pretty obvious, togetherness here, it's still possible it could go either way, right?
Yeah, and it's still possible the center could go outside the cone. And even if it stays somewhere within that cone, we've got to get ready tonight because by midday tomorrow, perhaps, the winds of tropical storm force will start arriving from the south. So you got to evacuate by early tomorrow.
All right, this is Storm Center tracking Idalia.
Thanks for staying with us here on Storm Center. We have what I would call almost Hurricane Idalia. It is right on the cusp of becoming a hurricane. In fact, it's even slightly possible it already is one. We just don't quite know for sure yet because we have a hurricane hunter plane that's on the way in, and the NOAA plane will be coming in from the north. So maybe within the hour or the next two, we'll have some data to see if it has become a hurricane. But it's just a matter of time. But we need to monitor Idalia closely, continuously, because it is expected to rapidly intensify. With the 5 p.m. advisory issued an hour ago, the hurricane warning extend a little bit farther to the west to include Apalachicola, and we've got the tropical storm watches that have been extended farther to the north and east into South Carolina. This is not just going to be a Gulf Coast of Florida event. It's not just going to be in a coastal event. It's going to be an inland event as well. Look at all those wind watches and warnings for inland areas. So we've got to get ready at the coast and inland, both inside and outside the cone. The system is, with these late day visible images, clearly the overshooting tops near the center. It is getting its act together, building that core. And unfortunately, it's headed toward the warmest sea surface temperatures in the Atlantic basin. We've talked about this all year, and it's going over the loop current. And it's going to tap into that deep reservoir of warm water. And when the ocean and the atmosphere are both cooperating to work against us here, we're likely going to have rapid intensification. Just these upper level lows to the north, just enhancing the outflow of the system, not hindering it with wind shear. The Hurricane Center is forecasting rapid intensification between now and tomorrow afternoon. That's 30 miles an hour in 24 hours, or 35 miles an hour, and then continuing to rapidly intensify tomorrow night into Wednesday morning, coming ashore as a major hurricane. And the wind is one component of it. The water is the other. The storm surge warnings have been extended farther to the west, and there are significant numbers of you that are in storm surge warnings and watches that are outside the cone. In fact, most of you that are in a storm surge watch or warning are outside the cone. Don't let the cone dictate what you do. 4 to 7 feet of saltwater flooding above normally dry ground is what could happen somewhere in the Tampa Bay area. Could have 8 to 12 feet in here. Anything above 3 feet is life-threatening. And Chris, the time is going to be running out. Yes, it might make landfall Wednesday, but the winds of tropical storm force will be arriving tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow night, and you've got to be evacuated in your shelter before those winds of tropical storm force arrive. We've got to follow the instructions from our local officials and prepare tonight and as early as possible tomorrow.
And Dr. Knapp, earlier I asked you about how you're concerned about the rapid intensification, and it's academic in the sense it's what's going to happen, right? It's a tropical storm now. It's going to get stronger. That's the forecast. But as the director of the National Hurricane Center, did you see that people just didn't take it seriously or wouldn't listen to authorities and emergency management and officials until it became a hurricane? Is that what you...
Yeah, it's often been the case that, and in fact, social scientists have looked into this, and it has become clear over the years that people tend to really react based on the current intensity of a system, and something that's currently a tropical storm might not get everyone's attention. And Chris, we have to focus on what it is forecast to be when it's coming ashore in Florida, not what it is now, and prepare accordingly, because things are going to dramatically change with this storm overnight and tomorrow.
And so that is the concern. People are looking right now saying, hey, it's a tropical storm. I'm going to bed. I'll see you Thursday, right? But rapid intensification, we could be staring down a major hurricane. That is the forecast tomorrow night.
Yes, and that's why it's so important to heed these evacuation instructions. In fact, I'm going to go quickly move to where I have got storm surge stuff, because that is such a critical part of all of this, Chris. And we learned the hard way last year how you can have significant, devastating storm surge on the edge or outside of the cone. And look at what we've got this time around, too. So many of you vulnerable to storm surge and been told to evacuate even though you're not inside the cone, and we could have tremendous amounts of saltwater flooding. And these are the peak values that the Hurricane Center is forecasting, including near the right edge and outside the cone, of values that are above those 3 feet. And also, Chris, where we have onshore flow, we're also going to have rain that's trying to drain into the Gulf of Mexico. And look at this too. It's going to come ashore perhaps near astronomical high tide, or at least there's going to be onshore flow into places like Tampa Bay at the time of high astronomical tide. And the Hurricane Center's forecast values account for that. So let's take a look, if we could, at an example like Pinellas County. They're under an evacuation instruction for Zone A. And we can look at what the Hurricane Center is forecasting in that zone.
All right, so let's go ahead and do that.
Yeah, so it's the potential storm surge flooding map from the Hurricane Center, and the colored areas here are showing where you could have certain numbers above normally dry ground, reasonable worst case scenario. And let's look at the Clearwater area, how there could be several feet above normally dry ground in some spots, and then along some of these rivers and coming into these inlets, there's a lot of areas that are especially vulnerable. And we already know those areas are vulnerable because so many of those areas, Chris, are in this Zone A. So you've got to find out if you are in the zone that has been told to evacuate, and realize that you don't have to have beachfront property to need to evacuate.
That's something, Dr. Knapp, I noticed. I flew into Tampa one time, and just a couple minutes outside of the airport, you're driving, you're on the road. You don't feel like you've lost elevation, but you're right at the water. You're driving, and it feels like if you roll down the window, you could just kind of toss a tennis ball just to the shoulder was water. Yeah, I mean, it's that low.
It is. And because time is so short, if you've been told to evacuate, you've got to get out now, as soon as you possibly can. And Chris, it's not just people at the beachfront, bayfront, or inland areas that are vulnerable to storm surge, as we just showed. But what if you're in a mobile home? You need to get out as well.
All right, wind also a big concern. We'll get to that in a little bit. But, of course, the freshwater flooding, meaning the rainfall flooding, is also a concern. So a lot of people sandbagging, buying what they need, whatever kind of goods it happens to be, out ahead of Idalia. We want to go and see how things are right now, a little bit inland, about a county or so inland from the Gulf Coast in Gainesville, Florida. That is where we find meteorologist Jackie Jarris live. Jackie?
Hey, Chris. Yeah, all those preparations are underway here in Gainesville, where we're under a hurricane watch. We've got all of the rest of today and at least the first half of tomorrow before we need to start thinking about staying in place. A local state of emergency has been declared here, as well as all schools being closed, including the University of Florida. They are canceling classes starting at noon tomorrow and continuing through Wednesday at least. So folks today are doing things like making sure they have enough batteries, making sure they have enough food and water in case they lose power for a couple of days. Something else is we're here in the park in the downtown area, see a storm drain right here. You know, one of the big things that you can do today is check the storm drains around that area. And if you see leaves and things that could be clogging it up, get them out of there so that the drains can work properly, because we're expected to see a lot of heavy rainfall. In fact, 3 to 6 inches of rain is going to be possible here in Gainesville, and locally heavier amounts will be a possibility. So smaller rivers, creeks, and streams will be of concern. Urban flooding will be of concern, and those winds that could be around hurricane strength. So folks need to be prepared for hurricane category 1 conditions. That's the kind of winds we're expecting, 75, maybe even as much as 90 miles per hour, that will likely come in gusts. Now, the storm is expected to track just to our north and west, and that might sound like a good thing that the direct path isn't going over us, but it's going to put us in that right front quadrant, which puts us in that sweet spot where we tend to get some of the heaviest rainfall, some of the strongest wind gusts that are still left with whatever the storm is still doing, and it also puts us in the tornado zone. So that's something you need to think about for your preparations. You know, Chris just mentioned the mobile homes. Well, that's not a safe place to be when you are in a tornado, so take the warning seriously here. Now, I want to bring it over to coastal impacts. That's what we're looking at inland. Our meteorologist Reynolds Wolf is in Cedar Key with an update from there. Reynolds?
That's right. I come to you from Cedar Key. When you think about the name Cedar Key, it's a bit of a misnomer because it's singular, right? But there are Cedar Keys. There are many islands that are just off the shore. Some of these include them. You'll see right here to our immediate left and then right across the span of water. But certainly beautiful and certainly tranquil, but we expect major changes in this city of 700 people in relatively short order. It's amazing how we can go from tranquil times to treacherous ones, but that is what we expect here. We heard from the city commissioner earlier. Here's what she had to say.
Today, we're telling everyone and urging them to take this seriously. This is a wind event as well as a surge event. Last time we had a surge event here, we didn't have the wind impacting us. This is much more serious. It's coming at a very high tide time of the month. We don't know what time this storm will roll in or which way, but it's very serious, and this time people need to take it that way. So they need to prep their property, and then they need to go.
Yeah, Sue Colson does not mince words at all. Very straightforward and sound advice for so many people who have to live along the water's edge, especially on the west coast of Florida. So there are a lot of moving parts and a lot to follow, certainly over the next several hours and days. And you want to ensure you can stay on top of the forecast here at the Weather Channel. But I'll tell you, the anglers that we've seen here this morning, very weather savvy, and they've been getting their boats up out of the water, away from the marina into higher ground. And one thing to consider is that at 10.5 feet, that's the highest point here, okay, on this particular spot. With water that rises up to 3.5 feet, 2/3 of the island would be inundated. A lot to consider. All right, let's send it back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Reynolds. Of course, coastal impacts very different than the inland impacts, but we can't forget about our inland folks because freshwater flooding can be deadly, and that's something that folks need to be prepared for, never driving through water-covered roadways, and that's a possibility here in Gainesville. Chris?
All right, Jackie, thank you so much. And in Gainesville, as you can see where Jackie is, there are a lot of trees. And of course, that, Dr. Nab, is something that is repeated across a lot of Florida. And when we talk about the wind threat,
yes,
that goes hand in hand with power outages.
It sure does. And we're very concerned about the wind of a major hurricane. We talk a lot about the water because we need to elevate its attention. Most people think of the wind, but we got to get you an idea of who's at greatest risk for the wind impacts and what do you do about it. And as Jackie was pointing out, hurricane watch in the inland areas there in Gainesville. And so this is not just going to be a coastal event. And it's not just going to be a Gulf side of Florida event either. Look at all these tropical storm watches on the East Coast going way up into South Carolina. So something that's currently a tropical storm and forecast to be a major hurricane coming into the northeastern Gulf of Mexico is going to bring a lot of wind to a lot of people at the coast and inland, both inside and outside the cone. Note how so much of the hurricane warning is outside of the cone, as are all these tropical storm warnings. It's dozens to hundreds of miles across, right? And there's the tropical storm watch on the north side. Now, your chances of winds of tropical storm force are getting really, really high, even in places like Tallahassee and Savannah, even in Orlando. All these places, 50-50 shot or stronger. And it's when those winds are going to arrive that you have to have your yards cleared out, things brought inside, shutters up if you're going to be dealing with the hurricane conditions, out of mobile homes by tomorrow evening in, say, the Tampa Bay area at the least. And if you want to be sure you're ahead of the game, what if it speeds up? What if the wind field expands? Maybe the winds start getting into the Tampa Bay area by 2 or 3 in the afternoon. So the earlier you can get done with your preparations to get sheltered from wind, the better. And look at how the chances of hurricane force winds along the coast here between Apalachicola and Tampa are very similar throughout the hurricane warning area. And we also have the risk, torcons as high as 3, of tornadoes bringing the wind problems as well. And if the power goes out, Chris, we got to operate those generators outdoors. Don't use any candles. Stay away from down power lines. And Chris, we got to get our vulnerable citizens who rely on power for their health reasons to a place that has backup power.
Yeah, vulnerable citizens, Dr. Nab, in vulnerable cities. I'm here now virtually from Tampa's Curtis Hickson Waterfront Park here in Tampa. Storm surge warnings in effect, hurricane warnings in effect. So this is going to be the weather. It's just a matter of time now, and not much time, frankly. This is the forecast here for this evening, the wind forecast. You'll see the winds change, and then eventually they're going to come back onshore. That's when, by tomorrow afternoon and evening, you're going to see a lot more of that water really start to pile up overnight, Tuesday, tomorrow night, into early Wednesday, as the winds are going to be howling. It's going to be water being pushed up onto normally dry ground, and this continues for much of the day on Wednesday. So things are going to go downhill, and when they do, they're going to be staying pretty stormy for quite some time. Doesn't have to be a direct hit here in Tampa to have significant problems. Storm surge warning in effect with the potential for 4 to 7 feet of water above, in some of these areas, above normally dry ground. So we're talking about water above normally dry ground up here. And so this is a significant threat. If you're told to evacuate, it is imperative to do so. And you don't have to go that far. You don't have to go hundreds of miles. You can go tens of miles or a few miles, just getting away from the wind and the water. Also, inland threats, the heavy rain and some wind, including here in Orlando, where it is hot and winds right now at 17 miles an hour. Keeping an eye on a lot of Florida, the coastal areas, well inland to the north, and the storm threat does continue into Georgia and the Carolinas eventually. Here's a look at the forecast going forward, including now parts of the East Coast. Wednesday evening now, still tropical storm force winds a possibility, at least some tropical storm force gusts. So stormy times indeed, potentially life-threatening flooding at the coast with the surge, and well inland could see locally higher amounts.
Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the details.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
These storms, as we saw last year, right, they can change direction. Even just a little bit will have a very different impact on where you're at. And so the best thing is for people to pay continuous attention, right? To constantly look and see where this storm is going, and don't just focus on the cone, right? To look at, again, all of those risks. Look at where that storm surge is going to be. Look at where the rainfall is going to be, and continuously monitor this, right? Because what we're seeing right now could be very different this evening, definitely going to be different when we wake up tomorrow morning, and then make your plans based on that.
So important advice from Administrator Criswell, and we've got to not only pay attention to the changes in the forecast and the warnings, but what instructions are coming from emergency managers. If you're told to evacuate, you got to get out when they say it's time to go. Idalia will be a hurricane at any moment now, perhaps, because we have a NOAA Hurricane Hunter plane that's inside there right now. Now, in the first penetration through, they have not found, based on the SFMR, the step frequency microwave radiometer, the surface wind estimates that it makes from remotely from an instrument underneath the wing. But they're going to make multiple passes through that. And as soon as they find data that says it's a hurricane, the Hurricane Center will be looking at that and make the determination. But it's just a matter of time, and it is likely to rapidly intensify overnight tonight, tomorrow, into tomorrow night, pretty much all the way up until landfall, where we're going to expect to have a major hurricane. Just to give you an idea of some of the wind impacts, look at the widespread and likely power outages that we are expecting to see. This is something that could be very dangerous. You got to prepare for with supplies and with medical care, that people might need. If power goes out, we need to watch out for them. Trees coming down. So this is going to be a significant impact that affects not just you during the storm, but in the aftermath as well. The storm surge warnings extend way outside of the cone. So if you're told to evacuate, even in a place like Pinellas County, you're outside that cone, you're in the storm surge warning, and you got to get out soon because the winds of tropical storm force will be arriving tomorrow, and you could have several feet of saltwater flooding above normally dry ground. And Idalia has prompted storm surge watch and warnings that I just showed you for a lot of areas, both inside and outside the cone. And so it's very important, if you live in vulnerable areas, to understand just how frightening and life-threatening conditions can get. Here's Dr. Greg Postel with a firsthand look.
As Idalia closes in on the west coast of Florida, likely late Tuesday, early Wednesday, significant, indeed life-threatening storm surge will accompany landfall. Reasonable worst-case scenarios suggest we could see water rises and inundation above normally dry ground that exceed 9 feet. Let me show you what that looks like by bringing the water first up to about 6 feet. It's too late to do anything at this point. The only way out is to go up. Who knows what's floating in this water? There could be large objects, hazardous material. There is really no way to get around this. But we think there are going to be places that get above this and maybe even above 9 feet of storm surge. Now this is not survivable. So make sure that you follow the advice of the local officials and the National Hurricane Center. That may just save your life.
So, Chris, we're going to have a lot of water problems, and some places could have a combination of storm surge, saltwater flooding, along with heavy rainfall that's trying to drain into the Gulf or to the ocean. So water is going to be a big, big life-threatening component to the storm of the coast and inland.
And Dr. Knapp, I think one thing with the surge, and tell me what you think, the fact that this can be a pretty fast-moving storm, I mean, really, you're looking at, for a lot of people, it's just a matter of maybe finding someone who lives a few miles away to stay with, maybe spend the night with, and then maybe 2 nights, right?
Yes. The ideal destination for someone evacuating is someone who does not live in a flood-prone area or evacuation zone, in a home that's safe from wind, because friends and family members, Chris, can account for needs you might have, like pets, and they can shorten your drive and lessen the cost. You don't have to get a hotel.
Right. But the bottom line is, if you're told to evacuate, you need to do it. I've talked to people that said, wow, next time I'm going to evacuate.
Yeah.
And there's also people that haven't lived to tell the story that didn't evacuate.
Absolutely. And as you're going to show, the inland flood threat is significant, so people need to evacuate to somebody who's got a home that's not in a really flood-prone area inland.
All right, so let's go ahead and talk about that, the inland flood threat. This is a look at the European forecast model, the GFS forecast model. The GFS forecast model showing some of the heaviest flood potential type rain being inland, a bit away from the coast until you get up here into North Carolina. But of course, here, the immediate coast in Florida. Similar story here in Florida, but this is where it changes a bit with the European forecast model going more to the immediate coast for that flood threat. And any of these heavy showers with that tropical moisture could produce some flash flooding. So you got to be on guard and listen to your local officials.
In 16 years, Greg Gerstner will land the perfect cannonball. With friends he's already meeting now at AARP volunteer and community events to help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. The younger you are, the more you need AARP.
This is Storm Center. We're getting you ready ahead of the next big tropical threat that is Idalia. It is expected to make landfall in Florida as a major hurricane on Wednesday.
And this is not just going to be a coastal event, as we have talked about before. In fact, our meteorologist, Jackie Jarris, is live in Gainesville, Florida. She's going to join us for a live update in a moment. And the watches and the warnings that are in effect for Idalia are on the Gulf Coast of Florida, the east coast of Florida, southeast coast of the U.S., and all the way across northern and central Florida.
So the risk and the stakes for a lot of people are high.
Yes.
Right? So there is a really high chance that we're going to see some surge. Exactly who gets the worst of it, that always kind of remains to be seen, doesn't it?
It does, but man, when you're talking about one of the most vulnerable coastlines to storm surge in the entire world, you get a major hurricane in the eastern Gulf, you're going to have a lot of people getting storm surge. And we have to convince everybody to take this as seriously as a major hurricane, because it's not a major hurricane now, but it is going to be one in all likelihood. And with something coming ashore in the northeastern Gulf as strong as it will, it's not just going to go poof, go away at the coast. It's going to be bringing hurricane conditions way inland in northern Florida and hold on to a lot of its intensity as it goes near the southeast coast of the U.S. Look at the power outages that we could experience, Chris, over such a large area of northern and central Florida and much of the southeast U.S.
Widespread and stretching the entire, almost all of North Florida, there going into Georgia.
And these can be surprisingly dangerous, power outages because of the carbon monoxide issue, because people who need power for medical needs and so forth. And it's also a representation of how much wind we're going to have. Trees could come down and so forth. But look at the inland flood threat as well. This is just tomorrow night into Wednesday morning, but pick it up at breakfast time Wednesday morning as this goes farther inland. A lot of you could be getting some roads flooding, but also could we have some community-wide flooding? So we have to promise ourselves we're not going to drive over any water-covered road. And it's okay to evacuate inland to a friend's house, just maybe don't evacuate to somebody who's in a very vulnerable spot, like right on a river or something.
All right, well, let's go a little bit inland from the Gulf Coast to Gainesville, Florida. That's where we find meteorologist Jackie Jarris. Hello, Jackie.
Hey, Chris. Preparations are underway here in Gainesville ahead of Idalia. A local state of emergency has been declared and schools have been closed. We want to get right to it. We've got a guest with us here. Mayor Harvey Ward is joining us. And Mayor, you were just in a meeting with other local officials. Tell us what was announced at that meeting and what you've been doing to get ready.
So we have a great team of emergency responders here, our police, our fire departments. They really know what they're doing. Our local municipally owned utility has been through this before. Hopefully this will be easier than anything they've experienced before. But they know what to do. They go through preparations for this year round. And what they're going to do now, what they're doing at this point, is just pulling the notebook off the shelf and flipping to the right page to know how to roll out emergency services.
What are you most concerned about?
Certainly, the intensity of this storm is a concern. We're hearing now that it's going to be a Category 3 when it makes fall, and we hope that's not the case. We hope that it becomes less intense. We expect lots of rainfall. That's something we deal with anyway. It's summer in Florida, but the wind is of great concern to me.
So are you pre-positioning crews at all for power or for flood rescues?
Absolutely. We have our teams ready to go around the area. They know that we'll actually get those rolled out tomorrow afternoon. We'll get everybody in emergency position at that point. We'll go into the Emergency Operations Center late tomorrow afternoon. We will have everything ready to go to respond to whatever Mother Nature throws at us.
What's the main message you want your residents to know?
Be prepared. Folks around here generally know how to prepare for a storm. That's not the question. The question is, have they prepared so many times for a storm that didn't come to fruition that they don't take it seriously? And I would say absolutely take it seriously. Worst case, you've gone through a preparation for nothing, but great. That just means you'll be more prepared when a storm does come. Please be prepared. Take this seriously. We're closing down city offices, county offices, closing down the University of Florida, closing down the local school system. So there's no good reason not to be prepared for this. It's time for us all to take it very seriously and just hope for the best.
All right, Mayor Harvey Ward, thanks so much for your time today. Appreciate the information. And that's the big word that I'm hearing from residents here too, is that they are doing what they can to get ready. It's been quite some time. In fact, Hurricane Irma was probably the most recent hurricane impacts that they've had here, and they should be prepared here in Gainesville for the impacts from a Category 1 storm with those powerful winds. You're watching the Weather Channel.
This right here, somewhere within the red or just outside of the red, is where the center of what will be a major hurricane, Idalia, is expected to go. Well beyond the red, both north, south, east, and even west, depending on where you are, there will be significant impacts, whether it is wind or storm surge or inland flooding or power outages because of the wind. There is a lot that we need to account for, Dr. Nab. And right now, a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm. And we've been talking about rapid intensification. And as the former director of the National Hurricane Center, you said a lot of people don't pay attention until it's a hurricane. If this were to get to a hurricane sooner rather than later and strengthen sooner, well, as I'm saying it, I realize if it strengthens too fast, then it has a chance to get stronger and stronger.
Right, but you get
my point, right?
Your point. It's going to become a hurricane. So yes, the sooner that the designation is made, the more I think it will get people's attention. For those who it hasn't gotten their attention yet, because I always get really, really concerned about something that's going to rapidly intensify within a day and a half before landfall, from tropical storm to major hurricane. And rapid intensification puts a strain on getting everybody to conform to evacuation. That's the big concern, convincing everybody to get out, because the need is just as great to get out for this forecast as if it was already 120 miles an hour and forecast to stay that way up until early Wednesday morning. The result is going to be the same.
Right. By tomorrow afternoon, it is going to be a Category 2 hurricane.
If this doesn't become a major hurricane, it will be a very, very dramatic, pleasant surprise. But I think all signs are pointing to rapid intensification.
All right. I'm glad you said that. So let's, you hear listen to a lot of sports, right? Sports commentary. A lot of times they'll talk about the quarterbacks. What's the ceiling and what's the floor? With this, what's the ceiling? How strong can it get? And what's the realistic, how much could it possibly weaken?
Well, there's no way this stays a tropical storm, and it's highly unlikely it stays a hurricane that's not a major hurricane. That's, I think major hurricane.
So the floor is hurricane, or the floor is major hurricane?
Well, the floor is a hurricane of some category, but I think that's unlikely. The most likely scenario is a Cat 3, a major hurricane. Once they become major hurricanes, though, how strong they get is up to them, right? We have very little skill in forecasting that. But I would focus on getting ready for a Cat 3 because what you do now is based on what we expect is going to happen. And so plan for a major hurricane because of the warm waters, the deep warm waters, and the outflow, the weak wind shear. And Chris, we're confident enough of it becoming a major hurricane that these storm surge warnings are over such a large area. and they are inside and outside the cone. And these numbers for how high the storm surge could get are tremendous. And here's the other thing. Rapid intensification puts a challenge on evacuation because of the short timing in this situation. We have till tomorrow afternoon or evening to get everybody out.
Essentially, that's a planning map, right? Because they're not going to say tropical storm force winds. That's just when the dangerous winds arrive.
That's when the tropical storm force winds arrive. But then the hurricane force winds, the storm surge after that. You got to get out when the officials say get out, and by the time the tropical storm force winds arrive. Well, we're going to bring you a live look from the city of Jacksonville. You know, just like Ian, Chris, remember? It came ashore on the Gulf Coast of Florida, but we had tremendous impacts on the northeastern coast. And conditions are expected to worsen tomorrow. Tropical storm watch is in effect there. And Idalia may also usher in some dangerous rip currents right on the heels of those rip currents that are being produced by the swells from Franklin.
Yeah, so we do have to account for all the possibilities, including the possibilities on the east coast of Florida, on the first coast. Here in Jacksonville, heavy rain is absolutely a possibility. Strong winds still a possibility. And let's take a look. Jumping ahead to tomorrow night at midnight. So Wednesday at 12 o'clock in the morning. Again, tomorrow night, 1 minute after being Tuesday. And 35 to 40 miles an hour here. Jacksonville winds up to 35, 40. These are the wind gusts. Power outages certainly a possibility. While this is Wednesday afternoon, right at lunchtime, hurricane force winds still ongoing, possibly even well inland, at least the gusts that strong, right through much of the evening and into the nighttime hours. And then the storm moving relatively quickly here, but it will bring the potential for some very heavy rain. And with that, the flash flooding. Now, it says 4 to 5 inches, but locally, so some of the spots that end up with more could see several inches more than that. All right, let's go ahead right now and take a look here at Savannah, Georgia. And in Savannah, on the Savannah River, you got some big vessels here, but it's what may be coming by either in this direction or in the same direction this big ship is moving. Somewhere the center of the storm is going to go. Let's take a look at what this forecast shows us. And strong winds picking up by tomorrow night and then pushing through late night. Also, the threat is there for some very heavy rain. Stay with us. You're watching Storm Center. We are tracking Idalia.
If you're in a vulnerable area, you evacuate to higher ground in a safe structure. A lot of times you don't even need to leave your county. So you're talking about evacuating tens of miles rather than hundreds of miles. That also is better. There's going to be less accidents on the road. You're not going to have to wait in traffic. If everyone jams the interstate, it can get very, very miserable.
And the interstate was busy already today along Interstate 75 as well as along Interstate 10. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris reporting live here in Gainesville, Florida. We're about 50 miles away from the closest coastline here, but we are expecting hurricane conditions. You don't have to be just on the coast to have dangers, and that's the concern here. In fact, we're under a hurricane watch. Two of the big concerns are going to be damaging winds, enough that could bring down these big, beautiful trees with all the moss within them. It's been several years since a tropical system has really caused significant wind damage across the area. So some of these trees could certainly be vulnerable. Now, the other concern that we have will be flooding rain. Rainfall totals could reach anywhere between 3 and 6 inches. There could be some locally heavier amounts. As Idalia moves in, it's likely to stay off to our north and west, which puts us in the right side of the storm. That's what we call the dirty side of the storm, where you tend to get the strongest winds, but also the threat of tropical tornadoes. So folks have been getting ready here today. We're into the downtown area. It's really been a beautiful day. We've had some spotty showers and thunderstorms, but nothing too bad. Just brief downpours, which actually cooled us off quite a bit, but now it's feeling pretty toasty and humid. So it is tough to do that preparation work, especially outside at times when the feels like temperatures is around 105 to 106 degrees today. We did talk to the mayor earlier, Mayor Harvey Ward. He says that they have filled up and given away about 1,000 sandbags per hour, every hour, all afternoon. So he says that's a sign that he feels like folks are taking this seriously and getting prepared for the storm. And that's our best hope, Chris. Of course, you know, you always want to be prepared for, right now, at least a Category 1, but it's always smart to prepare one category above what is forecast.
That's a great call, Jackie. This is what's helping get a better forecast. The brave men and women flying into, through, and around tropical storms and hurricanes. The hurricane hunters, this is when they're flying through Franklin. You just see how stormy it is right
Especially
here.
in tropical storms. They are really prolific lightning producers. And then when you fly through the core of a hurricane, when the inner core is either rapidly strengthening or undergoing some sort of reorganization, you get a lot of lightning in the inner core, in the eyewall.
And so, Dr. Nabla, let's talk about why that is so important. Because at this point, we know that it is more likely than not that it's going to be a major hurricane, right? And it's heading up here to Florida. So what is going to be gained by all of these missions that there's 3 ongoing right now?
Well, Chris, we are still in the warning phase where we're trying to convince people to evacuate as told by their local officials tonight and as early as possible tomorrow before the winds of tropical storm force arrive. And we want the forecasts and the warnings as those actions are being taken to continue to be as accurate as possible, even more accurate. And we got to monitor the initial intensity of the storm and make sure we make any adjustments to the forecast based on what comes in from the aircraft so that last minute preparations can take advantage of that. So there is time yet to refine this forecast, and we don't have 100% certainty in where it's going to go and how strong it's going to be. And this lawnmower track here, that's the NOAA G4 jet. It's at 47,000 feet going around the storm and near the core. But then you got the NOAA P3 that's down at 10,000 feet flying into the storm. They're not going to run into one another. They're 30,000 feet apart plus.
So, Dr. Nab, when you were the director of the National Hurricane Center, and this is what would be going on, what are you waiting for? What are you looking to see?
Well, the data from that G4 jet are going to go into tonight's model runs, and we'll see the ramifications of that early tomorrow morning. And the forecasters will see what the changes in the model's track forecasts are for tomorrow morning's 5 a.m. forecast. So hopefully this spread that still remains will get narrower because the Euro ensemble still has landfall locations from Apalachicola to Clearwater.
But that being said, it's going from that wet spaghetti looking more like dry spaghetti. They're coming together.
Yeah, but now it gets down to the details. Who gets the core of the major hurricane? Who gets the worst of the storm surge? And look at this example of one of the future radar depictions based on a model. This one goes right into Apalachicola, left side of the cone. But that's just one possible solution. Look at this other one that will take a similar overall path, but look at how on the right side of the cone, this goes a lot closer to Tampa and then to Jacksonville. Thank you for staying with us here on Storm Center. We have a high-end tropical storm that is on the cusp of becoming a hurricane. It could happen at any time. We've got a NOAA Hurricane Hunter plane that's in there right now, and it's just a matter of time. It's inevitable that this will become a hurricane, and then it is expected to rapidly intensify. The chances of that are very, very high. In fact, it isn't all that often that the Hurricane Center explicitly, in their exact forecast, they predict rapid intensification. This is 35 miles an hour increase in intensity, in now less than 24 hours. And then add another 12 hours to that. You add another 15 miles an hour, and we've got a high-end Category 3 hurricane on our hands, and we're expecting landfall of a major hurricane. And the stronger it is over water, the more impacts it will bring to inland areas and to the southeast coast of the United States. A lot of aircraft are in the air. This is a Air Force Hurricane Hunter that will be in the storm within the hour. This lawnmower pattern is the NOAA G4 jet dropping dropsondes in the environment to give the models better data for the overnight model runs. And this is the NOAA P3 that is inside the storm right now. They haven't gotten data yet that say that this is a hurricane, but both of these planes could give us data that says so before too much longer. And there's still uncertainty yet to be worked out. When you look at the cone, that does not tell you what the spread in the models is and what the chances are of it staying inside the cone or outside the cone might be. We have in the Euro ensemble possible landfalls of the center, anywhere from Apalachicola to Clearwater and anywhere in between. And here's another example. Here are two different model-based depictions of what the future radar could look like. These are just two scenarios. One of them, it's here just south of Apalachicola on Wednesday morning, right on the left edge of the cone, making its way toward Tallahassee. That scenario would be really bad for St. Mark's and for Tallahassee. There's another model depiction, another radar kind of base depiction. This is on the right-hand side of the cone, goes over Gainesville and Jacksonville. You get the point that we don't know which side of the cone it might be on, if it will be within the cone or even outside of it. So that's why these watches and warnings are sent out for areas that are inside the cone and outside the cone. Chris, even if the center stays inside the cone, like those different model projections said, you can still and still will have tremendous storm surge outside of the cone because of the extreme vulnerability of this part of the world.
And evacuations at the immediate coast, it's mostly for storm surge, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And it's for two major things. For storm surge at the beach and up to blocks or miles inland, because bays and rivers can bring the storm surge pretty far inland, but also for mobile and manufactured homes and anybody who is in a structure not safe from wind.
Okay, so I mean, because you could be in a super safe structure, but going and hiding in your closet, where you're at 2 feet above sea level and you've got 7 feet of water coming in, is not going to do you any good.
No, and there's another really important category for evacuation. Anybody who is medically vulnerable or would need assistance with backup power because they have power-based medical equipment, we need to get them to a safe place. So call your local officials if you need help getting out and getting to a safe place.
All right, and then another big one that's tough for people to get their heads around sometimes is the cone, right? Because we say it as much as we can. It's not an impact cone. It is where the storm, the center of it, is likely to go. But you're showing the future radar with that. That really gives a pretty good idea, a good sense, no matter where it goes, there's going to be widespread impacts.
Yeah, so this is another really good object lesson about impacts expected, almost, pretty much guaranteed inside and outside of the cone. Here's where all the most of the storm surge watches and warnings are outside the cone. And look at all the hurricane warnings and tropical storm warnings that extend outside the cone and that extend inland from the coast and over to the east coast of Florida and the southeastern U.S. Chris, a lot of people are going to receive, impacts from this. And remember when we looked at those two different scenarios and the various model scenarios from the Euro? The heaviest rainfall is model dependent. There's the main run of the Euro model. That's the rainfall you would get. The main run of the GFS model would take it along a different path. So we don't know the details yet about who's going to get the worst wind, the worst surge, the worst rain-induced flooding. But we know who's at risk. So everybody in these watch and warning areas should prepare equally.
So as being the former director of the National Hurricane Center, you have the insight on this. So if people are there and they're looking at the warnings and the watches, how much will they be trimmed down closer to landfall, or do they just stay up? What can people expect?
Well, unless there's a really big change in the track and intensity forecast, I don't expect major changes in the watches and warnings because of two things. One, I don't think there's enough time for there to be dramatic swings, that take it instead of a Florida landfall and Alabama landfall. We're not going to have something like that. But also, the size and strength of the storm is going to be such that even if the track changes, who gets hurricane conditions, who gets storm surge isn't going to change. It's who gets the worst of it that will change. But we don't know that now. So right now what we need to do is get ready tonight and early tomorrow, because the winds of tropical storm force are a day away. And we have to prepare as if we're going to get the worst where we live.
All right, Dr. Nabin, we've seen that a lot of people in Florida are preparing. They're sandbagging, picking up sandbags or filling sandbags, or out of the stores buying what they need to prepare out ahead of Idalia. This right here is in Tampa. A lot of people loading up their carts, loading up their vehicles with sandbags. And again, there are a lot of threats depending on where you are. And let's check in right now with meteorologist Mike Seidel, who joins us here in Southwest Florida in the Tampa area. Mike.
Hey, Chris. So we're right across from the Tampa airport. It's right behind us. And speaking of the Tampa airport, it's shutting down. No more flights in and out after midnight tonight. Tomorrow, everything is scrubbed. Every airline has canceled all of their flights. And on Wednesday, 60% of the departures have been canceled. The weather will be improving as we go through Wednesday, but right now more than half the flights have been canceled. A lot of things have changed since we talked to you last night from Tampa. First off, we're now under a hurricane warning in the Tampa-St. Pete area. We're also under a storm surge warning. We're expecting 4 to 7 feet of storm surge. That's above normally high ground. Because of that, we've got mandatory evacuations. Hillsborough, our county, Pinellas at St. Pete, also Sarasota, Hernando, Citrus, Pasco, and Manatee. These are all for Zone A, also including low-lying areas and mobile home parks. Will they extend those to B and C? That could happen later tonight and tomorrow as we get closer to landfall, which is expected sometime Wednesday, and likely it's going to be north of here. The worst weather here in the Tampa-St. Pete area, timing-wise, expected tomorrow evening through Wednesday morning. Even through Wednesday afternoon, it'll be gusty, and we'll have those feeder bands on the backside as the storm or hurricane at that point heads up towards Jacksonville. The feeder bands will come in from the southwest. It won't be until Wednesday night and Thursday that the winds calm down and we lose that chance of those gusty, squally thunderstorms. And inland, too, will be impacted. Jackie Jarris checks in from inland, where we go to the University of Florida. Let's go to Gainesville and check in with Jackie.
Preparations are underway here in Gainesville as folks are getting ready for hurricane conditions. We're expecting at least Category 1 winds and very heavy rainfall. Those are going to be the big concerns, even inland. Keep that in mind. Problems with tropical systems aren't just at the coast. They extend far inland, and we are expecting that to continue all throughout northern parts of Florida and then heading up into parts of the Carolinas. Now, power outages will be one of the big concerns, and folks need to be prepared to lose power and have the supplies that they need for at least 3 days. We've been talking with local business owners who say they're going to try and stay open throughout the event to help provide food and a place for people to escape from being into the terrible conditions. Now, we are expecting things to deteriorate starting on Tuesday afternoon, but the peak of the storm will likely be arriving through the day on Wednesday. That's when the strongest of winds and the heaviest of rains should be arriving. A local state of emergency has been put into effect, and the schools have decided to close for Tuesday and Wednesday both, including the University of Florida. Classes are going to be canceled starting at noon on Tuesday and continuing into Wednesday.
And ditto here, Jackie, in the Tampa-St. Pete area. Schools are closed Tuesday and Wednesday. Some of those schools are used for hurricane evacuation shelters. And as far as the peak wind gust, right now, based on our best forecast thinking, we're expecting gusts here in the Tampa Bay area around 60 miles an hour. That could go up, that could go down, depending on how close those bands get to the coast. Obviously, Clearwater Beach may have a higher gust than where we are, about 10 to 15 miles inland. So, Chris, a lot of apprehension. The mandatory evacuation kicked in. Some of the hotels actually asked their residents, the people staying there, to leave immediately. Fortunately, we have some nice hotel management here, and we're able to stay here tonight. We have a new location inland out of the evacuation zone starting tomorrow.
All right, meteorologist Mike Seidel, of course, we will be watching. Thank you for that. And back here at the Weather Channel with our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, looking at the storm surge threat. There's hurricane warnings, storm surge warnings for some of the same areas, which kind of goes hand to hand, right? Hand in hand. What is your biggest concern regarding surge right now?
The number one big concern is that everybody who's been told to evacuate isn't going to get out. And that's what we want to ensure happens, because the winds are going to be causing the storm surge, and the time of arrival of the winds of tropical storm force, about a day from now, we got to get not everybody sheltered from the wind, but evacuated by the time that tropical storm force winds arrive and in their shelter. So you got the hurricane warnings at the coast and inland, and they go way up into the northern Florida inland areas and up the southeast coast into South Carolina. But when the winds of tropical storm force are going to arrive, and the most likely arrival time is not far from this time, tomorrow evening, we have to get sheltered from the wind by that time, but we also have to get everybody out by that time. In the storm surge warning areas, or even in the storm surge watch area, if you've been told to evacuate by your local officials, and it doesn't matter whether you're inside or outside of the cone, you can still experience life-threatening storm surge in the Tampa Bay area, for example. The peak storm surge that is expected somewhere in that zone is 4 to 7 feet above normally dry ground. That is what is expected by the Hurricane Center forecasters. And part of the problem is that high tide probably occurs tomorrow afternoon, but then overnight into Wednesday morning, as the storm is getting really close, you have high astronomical tide. That adds to it, as does the rainfall, which is trying to drain after it falls into the Gulf or the Atlantic, and it can't because of the onshore push. So the storm surge values don't account for the possibility that you have rainfall that's adding to the flooding. So the Zone A evacuation instructions from the counties here in the Tampa Bay area, they know their most vulnerable zones. And if you look at what the potential storm surge flooding map from the Hurricane Center shows, it shows the reasonable worst case at any one spot. It's in those Zone A locations, Chris. So we could have several feet of saltwater flooding in some of these areas that are told to evacuate. You got to get out tonight, early tomorrow, as those officials have instructed.
And Dr. Knapp, right now I am virtually here at Tampa's Curtis Hickson Waterfront Park, where weather eventually will look like this. Hurricane warnings, storm surge warnings are in effect for a huge part of this region. Get you caught up right now on what to expect through time. Look for your location. We're going to show you the wind gusts. This is the forecast wind gusts through time. 8 o'clock this evening. Now it's overnight. Here's 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, and the very obvious strong winds offshore. You can see the color bar off the top there, right under the words forecast wind gusts, and into the pink and some of the red colors. You're getting up into that 35 to 55, even 65 mile an hour. Then that comes inland, and widespread winds howling now by Wednesday morning, even if and as the hurricane is well to the north, still seeing some very strong winds. But also, when you look at the direction from which the winds are coming, a lot of water being pushed in. The water here is very shallow, so the earth underneath the water plays a big role in how bad that the storm surge and the flooding can be, and extremely vulnerable here in the Tampa-St. Pete area. And these winds continuing even into Wednesday evening, and still pretty gusty right into Thursday. Here's a look now at Orlando, and things not looking too bad. The roads are dry. That's going to change, and that is going to change in a big way as well. So this is a look now at the forecast here, and you see Orlando. This is tomorrow morning, and you'll start to notice the winds maybe not until late tomorrow night or overnight Wednesday, as the storm becomes a little bit closer, going again to the north here, most likely, just given what we're seeing right now. But again, that still has some room to change a bit. But bottom line, strong, gusty, tropical storm force winds going to be felt and seen well inland, and at times on the other side, on the east side of the Florida coast. Meanwhile, soak in a little bit of blue sky here in Jacksonville, 85 degrees. It is also going to get quite warm, or quite wet and windy as well. It's warm now, but it's going to be wet and windy. Let's go ahead right now and take a look at the timing here. And this is what it looks like through time. Here's Jacksonville, and we'll be able to see tomorrow night. This is now midnight tomorrow night. So getting now into Wednesday morning, here comes the very strong winds. And if this particular forecast is right, we're going to see the center of the storm move inland while the winds are still howling to around 75 miles an hour, several counties away from landfall.
Stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to bring you every angle of the storm using landfall cams on our streaming TV app.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
I think the biggest thing is people need to remember that no two storms are alike. And even if you have experienced a hurricane, a tropical storm of whatever magnitude before, that they're bringing different threats and they're bringing different risks. And so it's incredibly important for people to, again, listen to what the actual risks of the storm are, whether it's storm surge if you're outside of the cone, or wind if you are in the cone, or the rainfall if you're inland, right? Understand what your risk is, and then make the plan for what you're going to do to protect you and your family when you're asked to do something, right? If you're asked to evacuate, have that plan in place so you know where to go ahead of time. Or if you're asked to shelter in place, making sure that you have the supplies.
The only way to be sure that you can survive storm surge is to not be there when it happens, and you want to be out of storm surge evacuation zones that have been instructed by local officials before the winds of tropical storm force arrive. Just, go when they say go, and the winds of tropical storm force are about a day away, roughly speaking, in a place like the Tampa Bay area. So let's take a look at the time of arrival of winds of tropical storm force. Could be a little earlier, could be a little later, but this is the most likely time. So we have tonight and early tomorrow to get ready for this hazard. You're in a storm surge warning in the Tampa Bay area, as an example, even though you're not inside the cone. Even if the storm stays within the cone, the center of it, you can easily still get life-threatening storm surge in the Tampa Bay area. The peak surge value that the Hurricane Center is forecasting somewhere in that zone in the Bay Area, 4 to 7 feet of saltwater flooding above normally dry ground. And if you look at the area in Pinellas County, the red areas are where Zone A is, and that is where you have the mandatory evacuation. And that is also where the potential storm surge flooding map from the Hurricane Center, providing a reasonable worst case scenario at any one localized spot. It's lighting up some of the same areas, including there on the southern end of this peninsula down here in the Boca Ciega area. That is where we have some very vulnerable areas. Here in Gulfport, Florida, you've got Zone A right along the water there that has a very vulnerable spot, and there could be 3, 6, maybe locally up to 9 feet in a reasonable worst case of saltwater flooding along Shore Boulevard South. So let's take a closer look at that, a new way of visualizing this. This is a kind of a new way of going about this, using that product from the National Hurricane Center. So this is that east-west road, Shore Boulevard South in Gulfport, Florida. If it gets to that reasonable worst case value there, several feet above normally dry ground, up to 6 feet. Look at what that looks like. You can't stand in that and even have your head above water. Never mind what the kids will be experiencing. Remember that the water is going to be moving in all likelihood. So moving water, and you forget how heavy and damaging and deadly water can be, especially when it is moving. You're talking about inundating entire communities here along the bay there, along Shore Boulevard South in Gulfport, Florida. And the water will get into the structures. And if it's moving fast enough at that particular location, it could damage the interior of the structure or even take structures off their foundations. And remember, the center of the hurricane does not have to go over this location in order to produce life-threatening storm surge in this location. The location you see on the map there is in Zone A that is under an evacuation instruction from Pinellas County. They want you to get out now. The evacuation orders went into effect at 7 o'clock. The time to get out is now. And Chris, if somebody needs help getting out, let's get them out. We want to make sure nobody is there for that storm surge.
And when you get out, you have to make sure that you go to a place that's not vulnerable for inland flooding, as you've been saying, Dr. Nab, because that will also be something that's going to happen. The very heavy rain that's anticipated with this, exactly where the heaviest of rain falls, still remains to be seen. The European forecast model certainly shows it around the Big Bend area into Georgia, coastal areas, South Carolina, North Carolina, and then the GFS model here showing it from the Big Bend area, but staying inland. So the European different from the GFS, which takes it here not quite to the coast, but still not a pleasant day at the coast regardless. This is a look at the high-resolution future radar and just a few showers into tomorrow, and then things start to pick up. We start to see the hurricane really taking shape, getting that look that it does. 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, showers and storms going up and down the peninsula, and then starting to get some of these heavier bands as early as tomorrow evening or tomorrow night, and then some of the really intense rainfall likely overnight Wednesday and early into Wednesday morning. So not just possible, but likely there will be some flash flooding. Stay with us. You're watching Storm Center.
Why did we choose Safe Flight? For us, driving around is the only way we can get our baby to sleep. So when our windshield cracked, we can't drive this. We needed it fixed right.
Welcome back to Storm Center. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren, along with our hurricane expert and former director of the National Hurricane Center, Dr. Rick Nab. We're looking at Idalia. This, Dr. Nab, is a big threat.
It is, even though it's not a really big, intense major hurricane yet.
But the forecast is good enough that there is high confidence that we're looking at a major hurricane.
Yeah, and so even if you're outside the cone, like in a place like the Tampa Bay area, you got to take this seriously. There's some evacuation instructions in effect for Zones A in those areas, and our meteorologist Mike Seidel is live in Tampa. He's going to join us here in a moment. And you would look at all the watches and warnings. So many of them are not just inside the cone, but outside the cone as well, both in terms of the hurricane and tropical storm watches and warnings and the storm surge watches and warnings. So I really get concerned, Chris, that people who are looking and say, it's a tropical storm, I'm not in the cone, I'm not evacuating even if I'm told to. You got to break through that mindset and realize you could lose your life even outside the cone from something that becomes a major hurricane tomorrow.
And that did happen on the same coast. Maybe it won't be the exact same spot, but that did happen just last year, Dr. Nab.
Yeah, the right side of the cone got the full brunt of the hurricane. So this is on the cusp of becoming a hurricane. It's only a matter of time. Hurricane hunters are out there. As the sun goes down, we see that the convection is still on the way up in terms of its organization. And this is headed towards such warm sea surface temperatures. We've talked about this for months, and now it's time to pay the piper. We got to now deal with a hurricane that is going to feast off of these warm waters at the surface and down below. So everything is pointing toward rapid intensification, including the outflow, the lack of wind shear. And all of that matters a lot because a strong hurricane in the eastern Gulf of Mexico, it's not only going to make landfall somewhere, and it's going to do so in northeastern Gulf, but then it's going to have tremendous impacts inland areas of North Florida and the southeast, and then on the east coast of North Florida and Georgia and South and North Carolina.
All right, so how much do you think the forecast can deviate? Or is we just now, you think, into the fine-tuning aspect?
Well, yes and yes. It can deviate in ways that are, kind of in the details, but those details matter big time because it determines who in the hurricane warning gets the major hurricane force winds, the full brunt? Who in the storm surge warning gets the worst of the storm surge? And so, tracking what the recon is showing us is very important to getting the trends right and to refining that forecast.
And it's fair to is it fair to say, because the forecast, when you look at the storm surge, is somewhere in there, it could be that high. Yep. So not everybody's going to get that high. So maybe the risk might be low, but the stakes are so high because if you get it, that is life-threatening, virtually impossible to escape.
Yeah, and even if you don't get the storm going along a track that brings it right over your town, whether it's Apalachicola to Clearwater or somewhere in between, you could get storm surge flooding. Even on a left of track scenario like this, you still get some storm surge flooding in the Tampa Bay area. But if it ends up on the right side of the track instead, then you get a lot more storm surge flooding in the Tampa Bay area. It's just a matter of who gets the worst. So people in a hurricane warning area, good chance you're going to get hurricane conditions. Storm surge warning, you're going to get storm surge. It's life-threatening. But how high is it? Who gets the worst?
And you see how big this is. How many counties are impacted at that point in time going forward? And one of the spots likely to see some big impacts is Tampa. And that's where we find meteorologist Mike Seidel, who joins us live right now with, for now, some calm waters behind you, Mike.
Yes, calm and warm. I put my feet in that water today, upper 80s. It's pretty toasty. One thing has changed now. Hurricane warnings are up, storm surge warnings for the entire Tampa Bay area, certainly the coastal areas, and mandatory evacuations in the communities here, including nearby Pinellas County, right here in Hillsborough County. And the mayor of Tampa spoke to those evacuations earlier today and told us that she's concerned about the incoming storm.
In our community today have not experienced that in this particular area. And so we just continue that mantra of please be prepared. And that things have changed somewhat with the evacuations. Used to have everyone evacuate immediately from a community, and now we just let them know that you need to run from the water and hide from the wind.
We want to talk about power outages now. We just got this updated map from senior meteorologist Stu Ostro. You can see on the screen the widespread power outage swath, again, from Cedar Key all the way up to Jacksonville. The rest of us, there will be power outages, depend on those peak wind gusts, expecting those in Tampa to be at least 60 miles an hour later tomorrow night.
Right now on Storm Center, tracking what is currently Tropical Storm Idalia with the multiple threats, the multiple dangers, and some of those dangers life-threatening. And heavy rain eventually and flash flooding, if you're not careful, absolutely can be a life-threatening situation. But this is one of many of the aspects that will come with what eventually will be a hurricane and will eventually be a major hurricane. So, Dr. Knapp, is there anything we can look at for a little bit of hope here? I mean, or are we just looking at someone's going to have the worst case scenario?
I think someone's going to have probably the worst case scenario they've ever experienced. And I'm glad you brought up the word hope, because there's the right kind of hope and there's the wrong kind of hope. The wrong kind of hope is, oh, I hope it doesn't hit. Oh, I hope it goes somewhere else. And then you don't act, you don't do anything, and you just hope the worst doesn't happen, and then you give the storm all the advantage by surprising you and giving you what you hoped wouldn't happen but happened anyway. The right kind of hope is taking action so you actually have real world hope of being safe during the storm and in the aftermath by evacuating as told and by sheltering somewhere safe from wind and not driving across water-covered roads in those flood areas.
And hope you have a home to get back to.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Not hope your home's going to hold together or not get flooded while you're in it.
Right. Yeah. But again, the key things are to not be in water and to be safe from wind. Right. And when you got rapid intensification, I think that's when we really risk people. Oh, I hope it doesn't rapidly intensify like they're saying. It's only a tropical storm. Maybe it just won't be as bad as they say, right? But unfortunately, look at those last few visible images of the day, those overshooting tops right over the center and where it's headed toward the really warm sea surface temperature. Everybody's heard about how warm the Gulf is, how warm the water is around Florida, record-setting warm. Well, this is fuel And that is deep down fuel. This is really kind of a fuel injection kind of scenario. It's really going to hit the gas. The upper, I've had people on social say, well, isn't wind shear going to get it? It doesn't look like it. It's just outflow. So here's an indication of why we need to take action. Look at all the action that the men and women of NOAA and the Air Force are taking to get us data to get that forecast and to monitor the intensity.
Now, we talk a little bit more about that, because you were the former director, you were the director of the National Hurricane Center, now former director. But talk about the significance of 3 planes, right, as opposed to just one. Is that really a function of time?
It is a function of how serious the threat is. We wouldn't be spending all the resources and all your taxpayer dollars.
Because it's expensive, right?
Yeah, it is, but it is so worth it because the planes going in tell us how strong and how large it is right now, so we get a handle on how much it's intensifying. That improves the forecast. But then this G4 jet that's going around, it is giving data that will go into the models to improve the track forecast. So we haven't had an indication from the NOAA plane that's in there yet that it's become a hurricane, but I think that's just a matter of time. But Chris, now we know the threat is big and is real. Now it's just about the details. If you're in these warnings and evacuation instructions, got to adhere to those.
All right, Dr. Nab, we know that hurricane season obviously is in full swing, and those in hurricane-prone areas know how important it is to be prepared before, during, and after a storm. Meteorologist Reynolds Wolf talks with one lifelong Florida resident who decided to install a standby generator.
Rex, hard to believe the last time we were here, we were talking about you installing this generator, and who knew that you'd be tested this quickly in the same season?
Well, not me, because you may not even get a hurricane during the season, but we had one a month later. Ian came up, and it was a wicked storm, as everybody knows.
We have breaking news. We now have a landfall of Hurricane Ian as a Category 4 hurricane.
Our first trial of our Generac generator, we lost the electric, and this is the first time the generator firing up. Oh! I never lost my electric. 15 seconds, that was it. And I'm back online. AC was on.
Here is the eye.
I was back watching the position of where the hurricane was, and it's great. It's awesome. I've gotten used to all my comforts, and I like my comforts. You can ask my cats, because what do you do with cats? I got 3 cats. Where am I supposed to take them? They're at home. They're sitting in my lap, in the air conditioning, enjoying it, watching the Weather Channel with me. I don't know if you can hear in the background, but I have electric when nobody else does. So I walked outside, generator's running, and I looked around and saw it was all black. And I was looking, and there was no lights. And then I saw my house.
Like it's on fire inside.
The lights, every window was lit up. I mean, a bright white light. Look at that, you know? It was a nice thing to see.
But it's more than just power inside the home, right? It keeps you connected to the outside world.
And we were able to call, because we can now talk between each other. We can email each other.
Okay, Rex, the power goes out. How does that start working?
Propane. You want to see it?
Yeah, let's do it. Absolutely. So that's it, underground?
That's it. It's all underground.
Now, how big of a tank are we talking about?
It's a 500-gallon tank.
And that lasts how long?
Oh, a lot of days. Many, many, many days. Lasted our whole event.
So, Rex, all of this together, it's the power of security, isn't it?
You're 100% prepared. I'm not fearful of anything that comes towards me now. I'm ready for it. I know what's going to happen. It's happened already, and it was just wonderful.
Brightness all the way to the horizon.
All the way. All the way.
You need to listen to your local officials, and they are going to be giving you information, but you can also go to floridadisaster.org. They have a lot of information, the best and the most current information on how people can get assistance to evacuate. So those local officials are the ones that are going to give them the most current and up-to-date info and resources about where they need to go.
Back here in the Tampa-St. Pete area with a hurricane warning, the storm surge warning, and mandatory evacuations where we're standing in the coastal counties. Generally speaking, Zone A is mandatory. We have some voluntary evacs in some other zones, and they may be adding zones B and C in some of these counties to the mandatory column later tonight or certainly tomorrow as Idalia gets closer. You're looking out across Tampa Bay, the old Tampa Bay towards the airport. Airport is closing, meaning the flights coming in and out are going to stop at midnight. Everything's canceled tomorrow. Last time I checked on Wednesday, 60% of departures have been canceled. And we'll see if that number goes up. The weather will generally be improving as we go through Wednesday afternoon. Still some squally feeder outer bands coming up here towards the Tampa-St. Pete area. I want to show you what they're doing over at Tampa General Hospital. We mentioned this last night. It's the aqua fence. Pretty cool thing they set up. They were staging it yesterday. They were installing it today. This perimeter around the hospital keeps the surge out and keeps them open and operating. And the mayor of Tampa spoke to that today as far as medical issues as we go through the next couple of days in this area.
That is our Trauma One hospital in the city of Tampa, and it is located on Davis Islands, which is in a flood area. And so they purchased that fencing for the last storm season, so it hasn't been tried out yet. Hopefully, I hope that it's not tried out at all, but we'll see. It's a pretty fascinating approach to a storm surge by Tampa General Hospital.
Well, that's good to have because you want to keep the water out of those hospitals and hopefully keep the power on. That's going to be an issue. We're expecting wind gusts here in the Tampa-St. Pete area based on the current tracking forecast, upwards of 60 miles an hour. That will knock down some trees over power lines and knock up some power. The highest power outages, Chris, we think will be farther up as the center comes in on Wednesday morning north of here. Meanwhile, it's getting close to that 8 o'clock Eastern hour, and I'm seeing at this point, at least on my phone, we haven't got the intermediate advisory, but I'm sure you and Dr. Nab may get it here in the next few minutes.
All right, thank you very much, meteorologist Mike Seidel. We'll let you know as soon as we do. And of course, hurricane hunters are out flying it. This is when they were flying through Franklin last week, but now hurricane hunters are out flying through Idalia here at the moment. And Dr. Nab, Mike mentioned the intermediate advisory coming up at the top of the hour. What are you most interested to find out from that?
Well, it's not a coincidence that there are two planes inside of Idalia around the time of the intermediate public advisory. This is all intentional because this new advisory that'll come out in the next few minutes is the beginning of the forecast cycle for the 11 p.m. advisory. And you get the planes in there before that time to start off the news forecast cycle with good data and also to feed the intermediate public advisory with the latest information. So here we are at 52 and 45 seconds after the hour. They still have 7.5 minutes to put that advisory out. And it's in these cases where they probably wait until the very last minute to get all of the very latest aircraft recon data factored in to that advisory. So, the times when we want the advisory the earliest are the times when there's more data to sift through and it takes a little longer.
So that's really what the ones that are there. There's another one that's been doing the atmosphere ahead of the storm right here, and that's more for the models.
Yes, it is. Yeah, this is the NOAA G4 jet that took off from NOAA's base there in Lakeland. That lawnmower pattern is where they're dropping drop zones in the environment around Idalia, and those data go into the evening and overnight model runs. That'll factor into the 5 a.m. advisory. Hope the model's getting better agreement as a result of that. So that G4 jet's up at 47,000 feet. It's not going into the center. We went near the core, but it's mostly going around it. But this NOAA P3 and this Air Force C-130, they're in the storm. Looks like the NOAA plane is finishing its mission, but the Air Force plane is in there. I have not yet seen data from either the NOAA or the Air Force plane to say it's a hurricane yet, but this Air Force mission is just getting going. So there's the NOAA plane. It did not find hurricane force winds over the last couple of hours. The Air Force is in there, but they're just now getting to the storm, so they haven't really gone through the center enough.
Yeah, they're right here.
Yes,
they're going to make some passes.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to maybe come in from the south or southeast and then go through the center. So we'll update you on what that aircraft finds. This intermediate advisory will not have a complete new track and intensity forecast, but this is the beginning of that 3-hour forecast cycle to update this by 11 p.m. Eastern Time.
Hey, here come that swirl.
We have a brand new advisory from the National Hurricane Center on Tropical Storm Idalia. That's right. It's not quite yet a hurricane. It's just a matter of time. It just hasn't quite gotten there. And there's been multiple Hurricane Hunter aircraft data, multiple aircraft providing data inside the storm. I'll show you those data specifically in a moment, but they haven't gotten anything yet to say it's a hurricane, but it's right on the cusp. And this is going to rapidly intensify, we believe, over the next day or so. Still moving north at 8. Look at that pressure, though. That's one thing that the aircraft did find, that the pressure is down to 983. A typical average pressure for a borderline storm hurricane is about 987. So this pressure is going down, and the winds will respond going up. Not far from the western tip of Cuba, and we've had multiple aircraft out there. So this is the NOAA G4 jet in this white line. They're on their way home, and you've got the Air Force plane the NOAA plane right along this path that has been inside the storm. Then you've got the Air Force C-130. So 2 planes have been inside the storm, the NOAA P-3 and the Air Force C-130. The Air Force plane will be in there the longest to give us an idea of whether or not this has become a hurricane or not. And quickly, update you, intermediate advisory on Hurricane Franklin. My goodness, 150-mile-an-hour Category 4 hurricane between the Bahamas and Bermuda. This is going to produce life-threatening rip currents and surf the next couple of days along the entire east coast of the U.S. So here's the NOAA plane. So the NOAA G4 jet is on the way home. But right now, investigating and going into the storm are 2 planes, the NOAA P-3, and that's this one. They've made 2 passes. Looks like they're not going home just yet. They're going to come back in. They haven't found yet hurricane force winds. And then there's the Air Force, the C-130, and looks like they're going to come around and come in from the southeast, if I were to guess. The winds are on the increase as they get closer to the center, and we'll update you on whether or not this becomes a hurricane. So what's possible is that the Hurricane Center gets data from one of the planes that determines that it's a hurricane, and they'll just come out with an update statement. But we're not going to get a full track and intensity forecast until near 11 p.m. Eastern Time, Chris. So we're monitoring the storm as closely as we can with every possible resource that we have, that we're so fortunate to have in this part of the world.
Any surprises that you see with that?
No, but it is notable that the pressure is dropping, and usually when the pressure drops, the winds aren't going to be far behind, and it's in the process of building its inner core. And you might be thinking, well, you thought it might be a hurricane by now. It's still not a hurricane. Maybe it's not going to strengthen as much as possible. The problem is, Chris, with these storms that rapidly intensify, and most major hurricanes rapidly intensify on the way to becoming a major hurricane. Once they build the inner core, and it doesn't go, and all of a sudden, boom, it goes. And in a few hours, you've got a Cat 1 and then a Cat 2, and then by tomorrow night, a Cat 3. So I'm still very fearful of just how strong this will become.
So it's just taking a little time to get started, but once it does get started, there's nothing that says that it won't.
Yeah, it's actually quite remarkable that the threshold between tropical storm and hurricane is where it is, because not only is that a wind threshold, it's very often a structural threshold. Systems that are capable of producing hurricane force winds are also usually the kind of systems that have a structure that is now a bona fide inner core that can then really take advantage of the ocean and atmosphere conditions and rapidly intensify. It's hard for tropical storms to do that, but once they become hurricanes, then they're structurally able to take advantage of those conditions.
So it's almost like a vehicle without its wheels yet, right?
Exactly.
And you need the wheels to take off.
Yeah, you got the full tank of gas.
You're ready to go. The car's there.
And now there's no traffic on the interstate. There's no wind shear. Nothing nothing to get in your way, essentially. So with gas in the tank and no traffic on the road, you put the wheels on once you hit the gas. It's like you need to turn the ignition and get going. So it's just a matter of time, and there's still details that are very important yet to work out. I mean, generally, we know what's going to happen. This is going to become a hurricane. This is going to strengthen significantly, and it's going to go toward the northeastern Gulf of Mexico and then along or near the southeast coast of the U.S. That much we know. But what we don't know are the details. And the model depiction that you see here, the Euro model ensemble, still shows some possibilities from where it is, where the center could go over Apalachicola, or it could go over Clearwater, or somewhere in between. And these are just this model system's solution. So where the center comes ashore, Chris, will have a big impact on who gets the worst winds of likely a major hurricane, who gets the highest storm surge. But we do know that no matter what exact track it takes, the winds of tropical storm force are about a day away. So we've got tonight and as early as possible tomorrow to evacuate and get sheltered.
And then we're talking hurricane, right? All right, Dr. Nab. So knowing that, a lot of people are listening, maybe not everybody, but a lot of people are. So a lot of people in Florida, they're sandbagging, heading to the store, getting the much needed supplies in preparation for maybe not having power, maybe having to go stay with somebody else, or sandbagging before taking off. And things weather-wise are really going to take off in a kind of a downhill takeoff kind of way, expecting deteriorating conditions in Tampa. And that's where meteorologist Mike Seidel joins us live from right now. Mike?
Hey, back here on the beach outside of Tampa International, and that airport is going to stop flights in and out at midnight tonight. Tomorrow, the entire schedule's canceled. If you have a flight in and out of Tampa International tomorrow, you probably already know it's been canceled and rescheduled to Wednesday or Thursday. Wednesday right now, just checked, 173 arrivals and departures have been scrubbed, and that is 56% of departures. So just over half the flights scheduled to go out on Wednesday, this is not tomorrow, but Wednesday, have been canceled. Hurricane warnings came out earlier today. We now have the storm surge warning, 4 to 7 feet across the area, but some areas will be hit harder. The idiosyncrasies of this area, it's hard to just say this point. You've got to look at a map and really look closely at a map. But those mandatory evacuations kicked in across these coastal communities this afternoon. And that means if you're in Zone A, you need to head to higher ground. By the way, if you're not in Zone A, B, or C, there's no need to leave Tampa and head to Orlando or to the East Coast, because all you have to do is worry about wind and maybe some localized flash flooding. The mayor talked about those evacuations today and how lucky Tampa has been for a long time.
Although we haven't been hit in a century, we continue to prepare and take these storms very, very seriously. We've put out an emergency order. Shelters are opening, called for evacuations in our lower lying areas, reminding our residents to be prepared and letting them know that we are prepared as a city to meet the needs if, in fact, we are hit by the hurricane.
And let's talk about those power outages, because we will have some here in the Tampa-St. Pete area. We're expecting the worst of the winds tomorrow evening into Wednesday morning. Peak gust up around 60 miles an hour. That's based on the current track and forecast. That could change. Could be stronger, could not be as strong. But when you get up to 60 to 70 mile an hour gusts, that's typically the threshold for some power outages. And you can see that the Tampa-St. Pete area is certainly in the likely category. You can see the red right there. And then you get up to the widespread area, Cedar Key, Crystal River, over towards Gainesville, Jacksonville, and Brunswick, Georgia. So even those inland areas, if you don't get the surge, obviously, you're going to get very strong winds, Chris, and the risk of power going out for at least a day or so in some of these areas where trees go down. We've seen this time and time again. And a point to make is, and Dr. Nab and you have made this quite a bit, we're not in the cone here in Tampa. We're not officially in the cone, but these impacts are going to be felt outside the cone. Here, wind gusts to 60. And the surge, 4 to 7 feet. So it goes to show you, don't just look at the cone or the center of the cone, Chris. You got to be concerned, especially outside the cone on the right side of the storm. The other thing is potential for some tornadoes. We've got a Torcon of 3 here tomorrow.
Mike, back to the storm surge, saltwater flooding threat. You said you're close to the airport. With that in mind, how far away would you say you are from the airport? And what do you think the elevation difference is from the airport and where you're standing right now with the water behind you?
It's not much higher. The airport is across the Courtney Campbell Causeway. We're looking back towards the airport. This traffic going that way is going back towards Tampa. The traffic this way is heading out towards Clearwater and Clearwater Beach. We already noticed today 275 North coming out of St. Pete was backed up. So people are already hitting the roadways. I don't know the answer to that question, but I think the airport's going to be okay as far as the surge. But they're concerned about other issues, the wind, and, people getting in and out of the area, because once you leave the airport, you could be in danger. So that's why they've decided that all flights tomorrow are canceled. And good luck getting out Wednesday and Thursday. As I said, there are flights getting out right now on Wednesday. Afternoon gets better progressively.
All right, meteorologist Mike Seidel, thanks so much. And it wasn't so much looking for a specific number in elevation, but just knowing, Dr. Knabb, that it's not much, right? And it's a heavily populated area. There's water right there. You saw where the road was. It doesn't take much for that water to get up and over a lot of roads. Maybe not the airport itself, but a lot of the roads around there. It's amazing how close you are to sea level.
Yeah, I've been across that causeway that Mike was just showing us, and the airport is really close to the bay, just northwest of downtown. And it may be the roads going toward the airport that could get some flooding. And here's the other thing. That was just regarding storm surge flooding. Heavy rainfall could produce flooding on just about any surface in central and northern Florida and elsewhere. So there's the rain-induced flooding that could flood runways and going in and out of the Tampa airport. So combo of saltwater and freshwater flooding is a distinct possibility. So I want to talk about the wind hazards here because they affect a lot of things, like when you need to be ready and doing what, and where you shelter and who needs to evacuate. Because there are reasons why you need to evacuate for wind, and I'll describe that in a minute. A major hurricane coming into the northeastern Gulf of Mexico, anywhere within or near this cone, is going to produce significant wind impacts in Tampa. And remember that, as Mike Seidel was describing, if the exact forecast holds, they would get gusts to 60. But remember, they're under hurricane warning, so something on the right side of the cone could bring hurricane conditions bona fide. Sustained 74 or greater, and then gusts above that. So that's what we got to be preparing for somewhere in this hurricane warning area along the coast and some distance inland. We're going to get bona fide hurricane conditions, and this would be a situation where you'd put up at least a major hurricane watch if we had such a thing, because of the possibility, the likelihood someone in here is going to get the major hurricane force winds, and then that goes inland from there. So what do you do to get ready for the wind hazard? Well, you got to get everything done by the time the winds of tropical storm force arrive, because it's too dangerous to be out on the roads and getting supplies and putting up shutters and what else you might do. But here are some things to do. Cover your windows. If you're in a hurricane warning, that's a good situation to put up shutters or plywood. Do not tape the windows. It does not make the windows any less it doesn't make them any stronger, and they will just break anyway, and they'll break into larger, deadlier pieces. It's a false sense of security. They need to be ripping tape off for weeks in the heat afterward. Don't do it. Shelter like you would for a tornado in hurricane force winds, lowest level, most interior room. And don't stay in a mobile home. And don't stay on the upper floors of a high-rise, especially in the mobile home, Chris. It's Zone A that's mandatory, but it's Zones B and C and mobile homes that also need to evacuate voluntarily. In fact, I would say the mobile homes are part of Zone A in terms of that being a mandatory evacuation situation.
And Dr. Knabb, that would include the last one on there, right? That would be an unsafe structure.
Absolutely. So if you don't have a safe structure from the wind, mobile home or otherwise, especially if you can't put shutters or plywood on it, you need to get out. So Zone A and mobile homes, it's the same thing. It's mandatory evacuation.
All right, Dr. Knabb, thank you so much. Now here's a virtual look here in Tampa. We just heard from meteorologist Mike Seidel. Saw him live there, and tomorrow's going to be a different story. At times, this is what you may be seeing here at Curtis Hickson Waterfront Park. The heavy rain, maybe even hearing some thunder, some lightning, and Mike also mentioned the possibility for tornadoes as well. So we'll take a look now at the wind forecast starting tomorrow at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and you'll notice it. It will be gusty, 25, 30 miles an hour. Now here's overnight into early Wednesday morning, 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. Those winds going over a big stretch of water. So the fetch, same direction over a long distance, pushing a lot of water up and into the Bay Area and into a lot of the inland water areas as well. This is a look at the early morning hours on Thursday. So this is really going to be a late night, a Tuesday into most of the day Wednesday for a lot of Florida. Storm surge warnings extending, of course, inland as well, up any of these waterway channels here, low-lying areas. Now, you look at the potential here, 4 to 7 feet. So we're talking 4 to 7 feet of water above normally dry ground for areas that are in that storm surge warning. Here's a look now, the sun down in Orlando, and eventually the heavy rain will be coming down in Orlando. And we'll be watching tomorrow as conditions will slowly start to change. And then similar, it's going to be a Wednesday situation here, a time frame. So here's a look now at the winds. Most of the day tomorrow should be okay. Working, getting everything done, what you need to get done. Be ready for power outages and be in a place where you're safe from falling trees and large branches as well, because that is going to be a possibility. This takes us through Wednesday and into Thursday. Now to Jacksonville, to Florida's first coast here. And we have the potential also for some strong winds and some very heavy rain as well. Here's the timing for that. Again, Wednesday. Here's Wednesday morning. You see some of that red, some of the strongest winds making it through a lot of North Florida.
I think right now what I would do today is if you're not ready to go, number one, you need to build your kit. But simultaneously, if maybe your spouse or significant other can start prepping your yard, make sure if you can pick it up, you put it up. If you cannot pick it up, it's too heavy, you need to start tying it down. We have a lot of damage that happens from storm to storm where people's items in their yard end up impacting their neighbors' houses.
Yeah, it's not just about how fast the winds are, but what's flying around in the wind. That can cause additional damage when those gusts really pick things up and fly them into your home or somebody else's. We still have a tropical storm, but I don't think that's going to be the case for too much longer as the pressure is down to 983. It's dropping. The winds will respond at some point. I wish that wasn't the case. I would love to find some reason why this doesn't become a hurricane. And I think the chances are greater than not that it'll become a major hurricane tomorrow night into Wednesday morning. 115 miles an hour is the threshold for a Cat 3. Now, that's just the categorization system for the wind. But there is nobody on Earth would be able to come up with an understandable, usable categorization system that captures all of the hazards. The category is just the maximum sustained winds of the hurricane itself. And we're going to have hurricane force winds at least 74 miles an hour greater, sustained somewhere in this hurricane warning area. Everybody needs to prepare the same, and those threats go inland a ways, and the tropical storm watches go all the way to Charleston, South Carolina. But try to come up with a categorization system that would also not only account for wind, but account for water, for storm surge. Problem with doing that is storm surge flooding has a lot to do with where the hurricane is going. You take this hurricane, you put it on some other coastline, and you wouldn't get the same storm surge result. Unfortunately, this is the most vulnerable storm surge coastline that I know of. in the United States. Others are extremely vulnerable as well. New Orleans and Houston and the Outer Banks. It goes on and on. But this is really, really vulnerable because of the shape of the coastline, all the bays and inlets, the shallowness of the water. So we're going to have significant storm surge flooding even outside the cone here in the Tampa Bay area. The peak surge flooding above normally dry ground somewhere in there. Hurricane Center is expecting that to be 4, 5, 6, or 7 feet. And Zone A in these two counties are being told to evacuate, and that's where the reasonable worst case scenario storm surge flooding is getting up to 6, up to 9 feet. So we got to evacuate as told to by those local officials. And these storm surge watches and warnings for several locations and all these evacuation instructions, it's so important that people living in these vulnerable areas understand just how life-threatening and intense conditions can get. Here's Dr. Greg Postel with a first-hand look.
As Idalia closes in on the west coast of Florida, likely late Tuesday, early Wednesday, significant, indeed life-threatening storm surge will accompany landfall. Reasonable worst-case scenarios suggest we could see water rises and inundation above normally dry ground that exceed 9 feet. Let me show you what that looks like by bringing the water first up to about 6 feet. It's too late to do anything at this point. The only way out is to go up. Who knows what's floating in this water? There could be large objects, hazardous material. There is really no way to get around this. But we think there are going to be places that get above this and maybe even above 9 feet of storm surge. Now this is not survivable. So make sure that you follow the advice of the local officials and the National Hurricane Center. That may just save your life.
You know, Chris, anything above 3 feet is where we've got the threshold for life-threatening, and that triggers the storm surge watch and warning. But there's one aspect of flooding that storm surge product does not account for. The rain-induced flooding that could happen in some of the same areas as that water tries to drain into the Gulf and the Atlantic. But even if you're out of storm surge zones, inland flooding could be life-threatening.
Because it backs up, right? I mean, it's trying to get in, and normally it would be elevation going down. Now it's water.
Yeah, and we saw this in Tropical Storm Ada in 2020 in the Tampa Bay area. They had some storm surge flooding coming into the bay. They had tremendous amounts of rainfall, and there was a lot of flooding in the area, and that was from a tropical storm. Just think what a major hurricane could do.
One more thing. You heard Dr. Postel say it. We talk a little bit about the phrase reasonable worst case scenario.
Yeah, that's at a specific location, given all the possible track and intensity scenarios. What's the reasonable worst case that could happen in any one spot? And that's what that potential storm surge flooding map is showing you. Not everybody's going to get that. That's not a snapshot of what's going to happen everywhere. It's what could happen where you live, and it's a big motivation to evacuate when you're told to do so.
And it also doesn't account for, like the highest outlier model either. It's what's reasonable. It's actually could happen.
Yeah, it's not over the top worst case scenario. It's a reasonable worst case, and it is an important piece of information that local officials are using to make evacuation decisions, like in Zone A in the Tampa Bay area, Chris.
All right, Dr. Knapp, thank you so much. Tracking Idalia here on Storm Center. And welcome back to Storm Center. We're getting you ready for what is a big tropical threat on Storm Center here. Idalia, which is a tropical storm right now, expected to be a major hurricane by Wednesday.
Yeah, and this is going to impact coastal areas and inland areas, people inside the cone and people outside the cone. And case in point, our Mike Seidel, he's live in Tampa. He's not inside the cone, but he's in a hurricane warning. He's in a storm surge warning. And this is an area where there are some Zone A and mobile home evacuation instructions already in effect.
Right. So this is also going to be, the storm itself is going to be changing very, very quickly as well. Right?
It is. And we've got to deal with not just the coastal issues, but the inland issues. And Chris, I wanted to talk about a couple of the things that I think are going to impact the most people. Power outages and rain-induced flooding. That's going to be hard for a lot of people to avoid, those two things. And look at tomorrow night into Wednesday morning. That's just kind of midway through the event. Then the risk goes into eastern Georgia and into the Carolinas. Rain-induced flooding can be a significantly life-threatening situation. We always talk about turn around, don't drown, and don't drive around barricades, and don't play in the floodwaters and all that. But there are some things, some communities are distributing sandbags. You can obtain and fill and stack those sandbags. You do it right. That can help keep the water out. Clear leaves and debris from your gutters. And here's a good one. Put valuables and documents in a waterproof and fireproof container so that you don't lose photos and insurance documents.
Because it's possible you're going to have homes that are flooded.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely. And it doesn't take a whole lot of water to lose really valuable things. And you might want to raise, especially in a very vulnerable flood area, or if you're leaving your home in a storm surge zone, raise the electronics and the furniture as high as you can and take photos of video of the interior of your home for your flood insurance claim. That can really save you from financial disaster after a flood disaster. And here, make some off-site backups of your computer data in case something happens in your home and you lose the data. Then the power outages. Look at how many people are at risk for likely to widespread power outages.
It's extensive, and a reminder that the impacts are going to go beyond Florida as well.
Absolutely, and power outages are surprisingly dangerous or even deadly, especially if you run those generators. You get them outside, away from the building. You wouldn't run your car in a garage, right? Why would you run a generator in a garage? Same thing, the carbon monoxide poisoning can wipe out entire families. We don't want that to happen. And don't use candles or any open flame. Too easy for them to be left unattended, and then you've got a fire situation. Also, stay away from any downed power lines after the storm, and do whatever you can. If you know somebody who requires power for life-sustaining medical equipment, help them get to a place where they have backup power and can be taken care of.
All right, a lot of this, if not all of this, needs to be considered up and down most of Florida's west coast, and that includes Tampa. And Tampa is where we find meteorologist Mike Seidel. Mike?
And Chris, this evening, as they say, the calm before the storm, that's what we have this evening, just light winds. Temperatures running in the 80s. And everybody is watching us and watching what's going on because we're not sure exactly where it's going to make landfall and how much it's going to intensify. Based on the forecast, yes, it comes up to a minimal category 3, a major hurricane. One thing that has changed through the afternoon, the mandatory evacuation warnings kicked in. Now, this is primarily Zone A. That's the most vulnerable zones of A, B, and C. Pasco, Citrus County, also Pinellas and here in Hillsborough counties. And the mayor of Tampa addressed those evacuation orders today.
People in our community today have not experienced that in this particular area. And so we just continue that mantra of please be prepared. And you know that things have changed somewhat with the evacuations. Used to have everyone evacuate immediately from a community, and now we just let them know that you need to run from the water and hide from the wind.
Exactly, a good point. If you're not in A, B, or C, and B and C could be added in certain counties tomorrow to the mandatory evacuation orders. If you're not in one of those zones, there is really no need to leave and drive to the East Coast or drive to Orlando or drive down towards Miami, because it's better just to stay home and stay indoors, stay away from trees and power lines, because inland, that's going to be the biggest issue, the risk of power outages and localized flash flooding, because we expect 3, 4, maybe 5 inches of rain at this point. Even though it's been very, very dry here, it comes down hard and fast enough. There will be runoff and there will be roads closed. Certainly tomorrow evening through Wednesday morning, the worst of the weather here in the Tampa-St. Pete area. Continuing coverage live tonight till 1 a.m. Eastern. Stay with the Weather Channel for the latest.